Just goes to prove anybody can be replaced.
You should take your own advice there, mister. We're going to leave you with the plays of the week. Enjoy.
Lonnie goes over the wall. Brady with a dive and a great catch. Holy Moses, was that ball clobbered. Brian Giles with a spectacular catch. Oh, and he made the catch, crashing into the wall. Whoa. Whoa, wipeout at first base. He is out. What a stop by Aurelia. Wow. I don't know what Ronald's smiling about. Real diving to make the play. Out of here! 753 for Barry.
Oh, beautiful day for baseball. The Cubs and Diamondbacks getting ready for the series finale right here on Comcast Sportsnet. Sean Marshall on the hill for the Northsiders as they wrap up this 10-game homestand. We will take you right up to game time. Hello and welcome to Verizon Wireless Cubs pregame live. He's the former All-Star reliever Dan Plesac. I'm Luke Stuckmeyer. Dan, a 10-game homestand, and despite yesterday's loss, the Cubs can still finish 8-2 on this homestand. Can't ask for much more than that.
You really can't ask for much more. One of the things the Cubs really needed to improve on was playing at home. They've done a very good job, and really post-All-Star break, if they can somehow get out of this game, a terrific 10-game homestand, going 8-2, really setting them up good for a good run at the second half.
Well, going into yesterday, the Cubs had won 10 of their last 12 one-run games. In fact, they had won 6 straight one-run games, but sometimes the magic just runs out. Top of the 8th, Stephen Drew against Bobby Howery, and this was the difference in the ball game. His 6th home run of the year. Diamondbacks take a 3-2 lead. Cubs put a runner on in the 9th, but they could not knock it in. And Dan, when you look at it, it's the Cubs were saying, you know what? It's one loss. It's not going to rattle them.
Well, I think that they really have a little bit of, you could go back in back history. This team lost so many tough games in April and May, and to their credit, they never gave in. They kept finding ways to bounce back, and losing a game like that yesterday. Listen, this second half of the season, trying to catch the Milwaukee Brewers is not going to be easy. It's going to get dicey. There's going to be some ups. There's going to be some downs. But if they can consistently come on a homestand, and not to say that they're going to go 8-2 or on a 7-game homestand, you know, go in a neighborhood of 5-2, but if they can just win a series, win 2 out of 3, stay away from any 4 or 5 game losing streaks, keep putting the pressure on the Milwaukee Brewers, I think they're going to find themselves right near the top. And I don't not too distant future. I think it really hurt the Brewers losing Ben Sheets. Carlos Zambrano has really stepped it up right now. And you're seeing a team that Lou Piniella has used his entire roster. And this is a good team that's really starting to get and gel at the right time.
And it was the Cubs' first one-run loss in exactly a month. For the very latest on the Cubbies, let's go live out to Wrigley Field and our Kerry Sayers. Hi, Kerry.
Hi, Luke. You guys mentioned the loss yesterday. The guys in the clubhouse yesterday were saying how it's almost bizarre for them to lose these days. And despite yesterday's loss, they're still looking for their 3rd straight series win and to win 8 games in a 10-game homestand for the first time since all the way back in June of 1978. And back today is Cliff Floyd, back in the starting lineup for the first time since Thursday. His sore neck is feeling better from that collision. He will be batting 5th and playing right field. And another guy hoping to get back and help the Cubs sooner than later, none other than Kerry Wood. And about 4.5 weeks ago, it didn't look like that was going to be possible at any point this season. He was still hurting and making very little progress in his rehab, and he was possibly facing yet another surgery. I spoke with him earlier to find out what happened to change all that.
I think I turned the corner. I just, you know, I left therapy one weekend feeling bad as normal, and you know, came in the following Monday and tried to give it one more shot, and I felt great since. So we just kind of kept with it, and haven't had any symptoms, and I've been throwing the ball well and working on everything. So so far so good.
How long ago was that, and was there a possibility at that point that you were heading towards another surgery?
Yeah, it was about 4 or 5 weeks ago probably, and yeah, I mean, we were kind of out of options as far as rehab stuff is concerned, and therapy and treatment. I mean, we've done just about everything we could think of, and wasn't responding. So, you know, yeah, it was an option, and it was definitely in my mind. But again, we went out and gave it one more shot, and here I am. So.
It's pretty amazing how far you've been able to come, and what now then is your next step, and are you cautiously optimistic because of so many ups and downs that you've had throughout your career?
Yeah, I mean, I'm always cautiously optimistic. I mean, but the bottom line is you got to stay positive, and, you know, I feel fine, so, you know, I'm not thinking about it when I'm out there pitching. I'm just trying to get guys out, so, you know, I can't ask anything else of my body to do it. Just let me go out there and do it and be pain-free. So I'm pain-free right now and throwing the ball pretty well.
That's great to hear. And now, do you think you'll hear about an official rehab assignment perhaps next?
Probably the next couple of days we'll talk with everybody here and kind of get a schedule going to see what we want to do and see how many innings they want me to go get and go from there.
Before we let you go, certainly your bowling tournament tonight, how's it gone thus far, and you're excited about the turnout?
Oh, it's been great. The response from the fans and everybody's just been supportive, and it's been awesome this year. I think this is definitely going to be our best year so far in the event, and thanks to the fans, it's been awesome, and the support's been unreal, and yeah, we did great last night, and tonight's going to be a lot of fun.
Before we get to the bowling tournament, it looks like the next step for Kerry Wood will be throwing in back-to-back outings, which will potentially happen at the end of this week, and then maybe, just maybe, he'll get word on an actual rehab assignment. And as for the bowling tournament, it looks like almost everyone is expected to attend tonight, including Lou Piniella. Kerry Wood himself will not be bowling. He said he would be bartending tonight, and he's very excited because he's already raised $300,000 before the actual event. That's as much as he's made total in any of the previous years, so he's hoping it's a record-setting year, and it certainly seems like it is. Let's just hope now that the next step for him is just as exciting to get back out on the field. Luke, we'll send things back to you in the studio.
All right, Kerry, thanks. And, of course, they're raising money for Project 3000 Foundation, Derek Lee's cause this year, so that's exciting as well. We'll see you later on in the show. Dan, we're going to take a look at today's pitching matchup brought to you by IPA. It's interesting. You got Sean Marshall taking the ball this afternoon here on Comcast Sportsnet. Marshall's winless in his last 3 starts. He goes up against Yusmeiro Petit. Petit's only 22 years old. Arizona picked him up in a spring trade with the Marlins for Jorge Julio back in March. Now, Marshall pitched the only other game the Cubs have lost since the All-Star game. He left with the score tied 2-2 against the Giants. The Cubs eventually lost 4-2. Marshall got a no decision in that one. Then he won 4 straight games in June. He hasn't won since. So what's the difference between June and July for Sean Marshall?
Well, he's actually pitched quite well his last 4 or 5 starts. I mean, anything that you're going to get out of that 4 and 5 spot, Sean Marshall and Rich Hill, there are a lot of teams in baseball right now that would like to have the problem that the Cubs have. They really have 5 pretty dependable starting pitchers. And with Rich Hill and Sean Marshall, you're talking about 2 young pitchers. They're going in uncharted territory. Until you put 1 or 2 seasons together, full seasons going through the 162-game grind, and I'm sure that it's on-the-job learning, and you're going to see some ups, you're going to see some downs, but one of the things that Sean Marshall does, to his credit, for the most part, he throws strikes, and he fields his position quite well for being as big as he is. And one of the things he has going for him, he's a big, tall guy, and he throws really well. When he's throwing the ball well, he throws the ball as well as anybody on that staff on a good downhill plane. If he's throwing strikes with his fastball, locating it on both sides of the plate, giving himself a chance to use that big curveball. And at times his changeup isn't bad also. If he's throwing strikes, that's such a key for him to keep his pitch count down early in the game, let that confidence keep growing, and he has a chance to be a good pitcher.
And this may be a case of wins and losses don't tell the whole story with Sean Marshall. He's been pretty good all year long. Stick around. We're just getting started on Verizon Wireless Cubs Pregame Live. We will check out today's lineup when we come back. Plus, we'll head back to Wrigley Field and talk with Jason Kendall and find out just how hard it is to adapt to a new pitching staff.
For our fuel comes from oil on the ground. A lot of it comes from our people, who year in and year out put so much of their energy into everything they do. So you can be sure that when you put Valero gas into your tank, you're going to get a lot out of it. Valero, the energy to take you anywhere.
Introducing the Cadillac Summer Event. Right now at your Cadillac dealer, you can experience the best Cadillac has to offer and 0% APR financing across all models. The best part about summer? It's here.
Visit your Chicagoland area Cadillac dealer for this attractive offer.
Stop up! Where should we sit? Right at first base. Wait, how about along the third baseline? Wow, this is great. Just like having season tickets. Looking for great seats? Buy tickets from other fans. Have extra tickets? Sell them to other fans. Go to StubHub.com today for tickets to the hottest sports, concert, and theater events, even if they're sold out.
Peanuts.
Hey, there's still tickets right behind home plate.
Peanuts.
Let's go for it. StubHub, your choice, your ticket, your experience.
StubHub!
Attention employers, here's a better way to find local employees fast. We're Better Quad City Jobs, and we advertise on television every day. Better QC Jobs is the faster, easier way to find employees, and it costs less than old-fashioned classified newspaper ads. Employers save time, save money, and get quick results by using BetterQCJobs.com. So get on the internet and post your jobs on BetterQCJobs.com. It's free for job seekers and good for business.
When you need to mix it or fix it, don't risk it. Turn to the friendly experts at Heyman's Westside Ace Hardware. From painting to plumbing, electrical to pipe cutting, Westside Ace has everything to help you with those home repairs, including screens and window repairs, key duplication, and complete sharpening service. And a huge selection of nuts, bolts, and washers, sold in packages or individually. Heyman's Westside Ace, conveniently located at 4th and Division in Davenport. When you need it fixed.
Welcome back. Time now to take a look at Lou Piniella's lineup for this afternoon. With Derek Lee serving the final game of his 5-game suspension, Mike Fontenot is back into that 3-hole ahead of Aramis Ramirez. Mark DeRosa will fill in at first base again. And good to see Cliff Floyd back in the starting lineup. He pinch hit yesterday in the 9th. This will be his first start since colliding with Matt Morris at first base earlier this week. Jock Jones in center field, Dan. He's been red hot. Last 4 games, Jones is 8 for 16 at the plate. His batting average up 18 points. Just this week, he's up to 248 now.
I'll tell you what, if you card theory, you look at Jock Jones's number, he's a career 280 hitter, and the guy hit very well in the second half of the season last year. He's a veteran. He's been through the wars. He knows the National League pitching now. This is his second go-around with the Cubs, second year. He just, sometimes it's hard when you're an everyday player and you're playing sparingly the first 2 months of the season like he was. But Lou Piniella was doing anything that he could to get a combination to try to generate some runs. This looked like on paper it was going to be a very high-powered offense coming out of spring training. Got out of the box really slow as an offensive unit, and I think Lou was just trying to do whatever he could to try to generate some life into this lineup, and Jock Jones is getting his turn now, and right now he's really taking advantage of it, and this could be a very big bat in this lineup because they definitely need some left-handed pop in this batting order, and if Jock Jones continues to swing the bat well, he's going to be a big addition to this team the remainder of the season.
Well, let's take a look at that Diamondbacks lineup today. They have a lot of speed at the top. Young got on base yesterday, caused a lot of problems. There he is again, leading off for the Diamondbacks in center field. Hudson Burns is another one of those energy guys. You see him on the field, that guy's going 100% all game long. What do you like about their offense?
Well, I'll tell you what, they're a young team, and they have some really good young players. Yesterday's hero, Stephen Drew, brother of Boston Red Sox outfielder J.D. Drew, 23 years old, playing shortstop. Not an easy position to play in the major leagues, kind of on-the-job learning. This is a team that is an up-and-coming team. This might not be their year 2007, but in the not-too-distant future, I think this Arizona Diamondback team is going to be one of the teams to look out for in the National League West.
Well, it'll be interesting. Sean Marshall trying to pick up his first win since he beat the Sox back on the 24th of June. Let's go back to Wrigley. Kerry Sayers caught up with today's starter.
Thanks very much. Sean, when things are going this well for a team, does winning become contagious and you watch the starter in front of you, you just want to better their outing?
Yeah, we try our best to do that, I guess. But some guys pitch so well that it's hard to best some of these outings. But, yeah, just as a starter, we just try to keep the team in the game, try to minimize the work that the bullpen has to do. And just, you know, it's been fun to play on this team because we've been winning, and hopefully we'll just keep it up.
As for you personally, I know you had a long break, 12 days off between your last outing and the one before. Had going gangbusters in June. What would you like to see accomplished here in July as you look for your first win of the month?
Just the same thing that's been happening with all the other pitchers and with the team, just that winning atmosphere. I want to go out and pitch today and put up some good numbers and just try to get a win for the team and keep the ball rolling. We've been playing really well and just want to keep it up and try to gain some more ground on the Brewers.
I know that pitchers don't pay much attention to this, but you have been a little snake bit as far as run support. Is it hard for you not to focus on that, or is it just your job to go out there and pitch and hope that comes along eventually?
It's just a starter's job to go out there and pitch and keep the game close and give the guys a chance to win. And I feel like I've done that. I feel like I've done my part pretty well. And I just want to continue to do that, whether it's a win or just a no decision for me. I just want to keep the team in the game and have a chance to win.
Dan, rough second half of the season last year, but you had Marshall, Marmol. Some of these guys weren't necessarily ready to pitch in the big leagues, but boy, that experience is paying off this year.
We've touched on it. There is no substitute for experience, and a lot of the growing pains that you saw with a lot of these Cub pitchers last year, particularly Marmol, Sean Marshall, Rich Hill. Rich Hill had a terrific month of September, but it's all the learning process, and the only way that you're going to learn it is through experience. You're going to have some ups, you're going to have some downs, and you get to this point of the season now, and guys are going to start their strength, and guys are starting to get tired. But one of the things that shoots some life into you, the way this team is played right now, and they've got a target to shoot at. They're 2.5 games behind the Milwaukee Brewers, and I think all the growing pains that you saw last year are paying dividends right now. And one thing, you know, in Sean Marshall's credit, the only thing you can control as a starting pitcher is keeping your team in the game. There are several pitchers around baseball right now that have 8-9 wins with ERAs in the high 4s. All you can do is take care of what you can do, try to get deep into the ball game, and hope your team scores some runs.
And throw strikes. More Cubs Pregame Live is on the way. When we come back, we'll talk with Jason Kendall and find out how he's adapting to catching a completely different staff midway through the season. Cubs and Diamondbacks coming your way at Wrigley at 1 o'clock. Our Just for Men Stay in the Game highlight comes from yesterday's game at Wrigley. Bottom of the fourth with the Cubs trailing 1-0. Angel Pagan with a triple to right. Jock Jones and Mark DeRosa come in to score as the Cubs stay in the game. Stay in the game with Just for Men hair color.
Hi, I'm Keith Hernandez.
And I'm Walt Clyde Frazier.
What a marvelous night for the action.
Let's go to the play-by-play.
Oh, there's Mr. Graybeard approaching Miss Hottie. Oh, no.
Rejected.
Clyde, that's gotta hurt.
Yeah, no play for Mr. Gray. Get that man our Just for Men brush-in color gel.
It's specially formulated to penetrate coarse facial hair and gets rid of gray in 5 easy minutes.
Home run. Another win with Just for Men.
Road & Track calls the Infiniti FX simply one of the best performance SUVs in the world. Autoworld.com proclaimed the Infiniti QX as luxury on a grand scale. What will you say? Visit the Infiniti Limited Engagement Summer Event before it ends July 31st and receive 0.9% APR financing on select Infiniti vehicles.
Hi, Dwayne Wade Sr. here. You know the name. Moo and Oink, of course.
Dwayne, it's barbecue time. And you know what that means. A trip to the home of Moo and Oink, your barbecue headquarters.
But at my house, I am the barbecue king. I am the MVP. There's always the freshest meat that makes the best barbecue.
Select porterhouse or T-bone steaks, $4.99 a pound. Pork cutlings, $2.99 a tray. Loose rib tips, $1.29 a pound. And beef back ribs only $1.19 a pound.
Four Seasons, the largest family-owned and operated heating and air conditioning contractor, has simple goals: provide exceptional service at the best possible price and offer products that leave you nothing but satisfied. Call Four Seasons Heating and Air Conditioning today for a free estimate.
Try Arby's new popcorn chicken shakers, made with 100% natural all-white meat chicken. Add as much or as little buffalo or barbecue sauce as you'd like, then just shake it up. So good, they'll have you saying, I'm thinking Arby's.
It's the Chevy Summer Sales Drive, where you'll find the all-new Chevy Silverado 1LT with the best available 4x4 highway fuel economy and the best warranty of any full-size pickup. Better than Ford, better than Toyota. And now we're giving Silverado our best lease yet. Qualified lessees can get a low-mileage lease on this 07 Silverado half-ton for around $259 a month. Residency restrictions apply. Call for details. Qualified lessees get this 07 Silverado half-ton for around $259 a month.
Chicago Tribune Live, weeknights at 5:30 on Comcast Sportsnet.
Cubs wrap up their 10-game homestand this afternoon against the Diamondbacks. First pitch is set for a little after 1 o'clock on your home for Cubs baseball, Comcast Sportsnet. After getting the day off on Saturday, Jason Kendall will be back behind the plate today for the Cubs. Kendall is still looking for his first hit in the Cubby pinstripes, but Josh Mora tells us this veteran has a much bigger challenge ahead.
This is Jason Kendall's 12th season in the major leagues, but in coming to the Cubs, he experienced his first in-season trade. He arrived at Wrigley Field to find Sean Marshall's locker next to his. And just a couple of hours after meeting Marshall, he was catching him.
It was good. I mean, I was on the same page with him for the whole game, and we had a good talk, got acquainted before the game, got to know him, kind of told him how I like to pitch and how he likes to call the games and stuff.
The transition for a player involved in an in-season trade might be tougher on catchers than on anyone else. Catchers are a part of every pitch, and they have to learn the quirks of every member of an 11 or 12-person pitching staff.
I've been doing it long enough to where I think we should be able to get on the same page real quick here. But it's more so what their stuff does, what their sink and cut, and what they do when a ball doesn't come out. Just little things that are kind of hard to explain. But that's more. And then personalities, learn the personalities, and them learning me, and because everybody's different.
Therein might lie the key. Sometimes a pitcher's success is not based on the amount of talent he has, but on how much of that talent his catcher is able to coax out of him. Bob Brenly caught for 8 seasons before becoming a manager and broadcaster, and he knows that Kendall's new teammates have to help him out.
That's where your pitching coach and your current catcher on the ball club, in this case Coy Hill, really come into play. Coy has seen these guys. He's caught them in game action. Larry, of course, knows them as good as anybody. So besides the scouting report and besides the physical work of catching the guys, I think that's where you can get the most information as far as, which guys tend to crumble when things go bad, which guys are going to try to overthrow when they get in trouble, and those guys are invaluable for a new catcher.
You don't want to go out with the young kid on the mound and, try to fire him up because you might, you go up and say, hey, let's go. We got to get this guy, because you might spook him a little bit. You got to know your personnel. You've got to know what they can and can't do. You've got to know the people where you got to light a fire under them, and you got to know the people you got to calm down and settle.
After that, the basics of pitching and catching should come pretty easily. For the first couple of weeks, Kendall and his new charges will simply have to communicate.
You start off by telling the catcher what pitches you throw, and then you kind of order them in your pitches, which are the best, I guess, and kind of put them in order of the best pitches.
Who sort of initiates? Hey, this is how I like to call a game, or this is what I like to throw?
Well, I mean, I've always been very blunt throughout my career. Sometimes it's got me in trouble, sometimes it hasn't. But I'm going to learn him, and he'll learn me, and he threw the ball well. And, the next time out, we'll be that much better, and we'll be that much more on the page. So, like I said, these guys are good, and they want to learn.
And they want to win, which is why there's a sim to get Kendall up to speed as quickly as possible.
Put his name in the lineup and tell him, go get him, big boy. I mean, Jason's played this game for a long time. He's played it at a very high level. He's caught some great pitching staffs. He's caught some so-so pitching staffs. So he's been through it all before. He's been with a couple of different ball clubs. So this is really nothing new for him. I'm sure he has the utmost respect for Lou and is going to go out there and play his butt off.
Who could ask for more? With the Cubs, Josh Mora, Comcast Sportsnet.
All right, thanks, Josh. Dan, from a pitcher's perspective, how tough is it to adjust to that new catcher when you're out there on the mound?
Oh, it can be difficult, and I think Bob touched on it. I think the pitcher-catcher relationship is one of the closest, and it should be, in the game of baseball. And you'd be surprised at how a good catcher that is a confident catcher that gives you his signs with confidence and just an aura about him, a calm about him, can convince a pitcher on a day when you don't have your good stuff that they can talk you into believing that your stuff is really good. And that's really the difference between good catchers and bad catchers. A catcher that takes his at-bats with him behind the plate, you see it often where a catcher will come up with second and third and 2 out and pop a ball up. He'll be late coming out to get his warm-up tosses between the inning. And you can just tell as a pitcher when you're looking in, taking signs night, he's thinking about that last at-bat or a missed opportunity early in the game, and a good catcher is worth his weight in gold, and a good catcher can make a very average pitcher a pretty good pitcher.
Well, I know what Kendall's going through. Having to adjust to these quirky left-handers is really
and I'm going to tell you this,
not easy.
And Jason Kendall is a good offensive player. He's gotten off to a rough start this season, but I'm telling you, it's just a matter of time. He's hit a couple of balls really hard the other day against the San Francisco Giants. Lined the ball to right center field. It was caught and one right back to the mound. This is a very good offensive player, and I think you're going to see real soon that he's going to be a big piece of this team offensively. Very good hitting and running, very good putting the ball on the ground, and he's very tough to strike out. He's going to be a good player for this team the remaining part of the season.
You always say check the back of the baseball card. He's a 300 hitter. We're getting close to game time, and when we come back, Dan will give us his Lexus keys to the game. And at the top of the hour, Len Casper and Bob Brenly take it away as the Cubs and Diamondbacks get ready for baseball at beautiful Wrigley Field.
A shift has been made, and fuel-efficient cars are suddenly fun to drive cars. Small cars are safe cars with 6 standard airbags. And now there are 3 great cars for under $15,550 each. A shift has been made, so when you think fuel economy, safety, and value, think Nissan.
With a variety of Culver's concrete mixers, every day is a chance to be deliciously different. So we'd like to know, what flavor are you today?
Raspberry mixer, cookie dough, peanut butter cup, strawberry.
Culver's concrete mixers start with fresh frozen custard. It's better than ice cream and blend in your choice of over 30 mix-ins. We'll make your mixer exactly how you want it, as a snack or dessert.
Butterfinger.
No matter what your flavor is, there's only one place to find it. Culver's.
One half-ton pickup has the best warranty of any other. The best fuel economy of any other. Not to mention the highest possible front crash test rating. Makes you wonder why you'd want any other truck. The all-new redesigned GMC Sierra.
It's the GMC Summer Sell-Down on a great selection of 07 models. Right now, get 0% APR or $2,000 total cash back when you purchase an all-new 07 Sierra 1500 Extended or Crew Cab. For more information, visit gmcdrive.com.
Stay on or get stopped. It's Man vs. Beast Unleashed. The PBR every weekend on Versus.
The perfect topping for anything. Pizza and a movie with Papa John's and Mediacom Video on Demand. Order a fresh, hot Papa John's pizza, and you'll receive a coupon from Mediacom for a free video on demand. With Papa John's and Mediacom, you're guaranteed hot pizza and hot movie choices. Treat yourself to a Papa John's pizza, and we'll treat you to a Mediacom Video on Demand. Better ingredients, better pizza, better TV, better value.
Barry Bonds and the Giants in Milwaukee yesterday. Runner on and 2 outs. Bonds facing Dave Bush.
2 balls, 2 strikes.
And Barry goes down swinging to end that inning. Top 4, now 1-0 Giants. Bonds second at bat. Back to the mound. Bush throws over to first. Bonds is 0 for 2. Later in the 4th, Pedro Feliz with a man on. He gets all that one, drives it to center, into the sunshine and gone. Feliz 14th homer of the year makes it 3-0. Top 6, first base open for Bonds and ball 4. He'd get one more chance in the top of the 8th. Still 3-0 Giants, and this time they walk him intentionally. Hope for a pinch runner later. Finishes the day 0 for 2 with 2 walks. In the 9th, it's 5-0 Giants. Ray Durham towards the corner, fair ball. Durham clears the bases with a double. Giants win 8-0, helping out the Cubs yesterday. So let's take a look at the Central Division standings. Right now, the Cubs going into this game today, 2.5 games out of first place behind the Brewers. Right now, the Cardinals are 8.5 games back Dan, also one other thing you want to talk about today is a matchup with Soriano against the starting pitcher, Petit. He has been 3 for 3 in his career against this guy. We might want to look at that today.
Well, you know, Alfonso Soriano is starting to swing the bat pretty well, and really they're going to need him to have a big second half of the season. And you go back and really, if the Cubs can get through this game today, without Derek Lee in that lineup, he should be back in the lineup on Tuesday. This is a big game for the Cubs.
All right, time now for Dan's Lexus keys to the game. What do you say?
Well, I think that the key really right off the get-go is going to be starting pitch and get a good outing from Sean Marshall. The bullpen is in good order and rested, so if they can have a lead going to that 6th or 7th inning, looks pretty good right now for the Cubs. And Jock Jones has really shot some life into this team offensively. There's a pretty good chance he's going to get up there today with some guys on base. Keep him hot, driving in some big runs.
All right, that's going to do it from here. Let's go live out to Wrigley Field to the guys who will call all the action today. Len Casper and Bob Brenly. Guys, a chance to finish off this dynamite homestand and an opportunity to win 7 of their last 8 series.
Well, Luke and Dan, the Cubs have been very consistent. They haven't lost back-to-back games in a long, long time, and they don't plan on doing that today either. They want to win and start another win streak.
Well, absolutely. This Diamondbacks ball club coming into this series was struggling offensively. The 10 hits and 3 runs has to feel like an explosion to Bob Melvin. Sean Marshall needs to go out and pitch a good ball game, and ideally the offense spot into some early runs.
Let's check out the highlights from another close ball game yesterday here at Wrigley Field. A beautiful afternoon, and we've said that a lot. Right off the bat, a 2-base error by Aramis Ramirez as Chris Young gets to second. He then steals third and comes home on the Orlando Hudson ground out to short. And right off the top, it was 1-0 Arizona. Bottom of the first now. The first pitch to Aramis Ramirez with a couple of guys on. A little bit too close to his head. He would later say he overreacted a bit. And he was not very happy with rookie right-hander Micah Owens. Cooler heads would prevail. Then the bats would get going. Finally, later in the 4th inning, Angel Pagan with a triple to right on an 0-2 pitch, scoring Jones and DeRosa, and the Cubs with a 2-1 lead. Top of the 5th now. Eric Burns hitting into a fielder's choice as Chris Young scores the second run of the game for Arizona. A 2-2 tie. Bob Howery back in a setup role, pitching in a tie game in the 8th inning, and Stephen Drew, who has just 11 career home runs with his 3rd career blast here at Wrigley Field. That would end up being a game-winning home run as Arizona would beat the Cubs 3-2. And for the Cubs, it was their first 1-run loss in a month. Former Cub right-hander Juan Cruz was probably the guy that wasn't talked about enough after the game, Bob. 3 scoreless innings in relief for Cruz.
Cruz did an outstanding job. I tell you, the Diamondbacks' tail end of the bullpen can be as good as anybody's in baseball, so you don't want to allow them to get to those guys.
And Ryan Dempster, with his first appearance since being activated from the disabled list, a scoreless 9th inning for the Cubs. Well, one of the new Cubs is in the lineup again for the 3rd time this week, Jason Kendall, and he's standing by with our very own Kerry Sayers.
All right, Len, thanks very much. And Jason, it's been one heck of a first week. We get acclimated.
Definitely. It's been kind of a whirlwind week, but it is what it is. That's the business part of it, and I'm happy to be here and definitely a lot more comfortable and, you know, ready to go out and help this team win.
You said when you arrived that it was a no-brainer for you to waive your no-trade clause and that this was a place you'd always wanted to play. What's it been like these first 5 days?
Oh, it's been good, and it's been fun. I mean, this has always been my favorite place to play when I was with Pittsburgh when we came here, and the fans are unbelievable, the stadium's awesome, and we're winning. That's the bottom line. But we got another 2.5 months left. Go grind it out and see what happens. We got a good group of guys here. Like I said, see what happens.
Yeah, and you arrived at quite a time. They've made quite a turnaround here, so it's really probably been quite an exciting time for you to join the team.
No, it has, and I think the neat part about it to me was, I mean, first of all, everybody sees the Cubs so many day games that everybody in Major League Baseball watches them because they're always on WG in the afternoon. So just watching this group of guys play, you know, they go out and they have fun. And it was kind of what I was in a situation last year where, you know, we went to the playoffs. We had a good group of guys that played the game hard and had fun, and you can easily tell that on TV. And that was actually one of the main things where I just said, let's do it, because you win, you have fun. It's a good time.
Absolutely is. And for you, too, after spending 2.5 years in Oakland, now being back in the National League, does it take a while for you to get acclimated again?
Well, just more so just getting used to the pitching staffs and, you know, seeing some of the guys on the other teams that you haven't seen, with the exception of maybe a spring training here or there. But, yeah, I mean, and like I said, these guys are a good group of guys and made me feel welcome, and I'm happy to be here.
and not just learning other pitching staffs, but of course learning your own. How easy or difficult has that been for you to start learning that? Is it just learn as you go?
Yeah, I think it's more of a trust factor. Once I get to know them, once they get to know me, you know, bottom line is you don't want them out there thinking. You want them out there going and hitting their spots and pitching and let me do the thinking. So, good arms. These guys are good, and you know, the thing about them that you can tell is they're good, but they're not just happy to be here. They want to get better, and you can't teach that. You either have it or you don't. But it's going to be fun, and I'm excited.
On the offensive side of things for you, I know that earlier this year you weren't playing exactly the way you'd like to have been. You thought perhaps the change of scenery would help. Are you feeling good at least about your at-bats these days?
No, yeah, definitely. And it's I think a change of scenery was much needed for me. Oakland was going in a different direction, and you know, I've been scuffing this year, and I'm looking forward to the next 2.5 months getting back to where I need to be, and I know I can.
Certainly you talk about the business side, but on the family side, I know you pretty much dropped everything to come out here. You've got some family business to take care of the next few days.
I got the kids and the whole packing up, and I left my wife to do all that stuff. So yeah, it's been hard that way. That's been the hardest part about everything. So yeah, go have a day off tomorrow and get some things that I need to get, opposed to maybe 2 T-shirts and 2 pair of jeans, and you know, go get them in St. Louis.
All right. Well, thanks very much for your time, and good luck as you continue to get acclimated both on and off the field.
Thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
All right. That's Jason Kendall. Then we'll send things back to you.
Kerry, thank you very much. Jason Kendall with his 4th start as a Chicago Cub coming up. We'll talk about the starting pitching when we return to Wrigley Field.
We know you like style. We know you like performance. We thought you'd like fuel economy as well. With the Pontiac G6, you get the same highway fuel economy as Camry, with even more power. The new Pontiac, designed for action.
During the Pontiac Summer Sell-Down, get into a 2007 G6 sedan starting at $16,895. Hurry, inventory limited. For more information, visit PontiacDrive.com.
Try Arby's new popcorn chicken shakers, made with 100% natural all-white meat chicken. Add as much or as little buffalo or barbecue sauce as you like, then just shake it up. So good, they'll have you saying, I'm thinking Arby's.
SAP software has made running my mid-sized business much easier. Actually, I have time for lunch. It's all very glamorous.
You've always loved the details, but you've never seen them like this. The full HD 1080p Aquos liquid crystal television from Sharp.
If you need to tow it, Quad City Spring has it. Quad City Spring is the area's suspension, spring, truck accessory, and towing experts. From goosenecks and fifth wheels to every kind of hitch imaginable, including Blue Ox base plates and tow bars, strong as an ox. And Quad City Spring installs and services everything they sell. So tow it right. Get your ride to Quad City Spring. Quad City Spring, 34th Street at River Drive in Moline.
Lucky you. Your local True Value has everything you need to take care of life's little surprises, and you'll get in and out fast. True Value. Help is just around the corner.
Replace it, repair it, restore it, enjoy it at K&K True Value Hardware, 18th and Grant Street in Bettendorf.
The Bulls, Blackhawks, Cubs, and White Sox. Comcast Sportsnet.
Always great to see Hall of Fame pitcher Fergie Jenkins. He'll throw out the first pitch. Will handle the 7th inning stretch. More than 300 innings a season from 1968 to 1971 for the Cubs. I think those days are long gone in big league baseball. We'll talk about the starting pitchers, but first, how about this homestand? The Cubs have won 7 of the first 9, and the numbers don't lie.
The numbers have been outstanding during the course of this homestand. I really give a lot of credit to the fans here at Wrigley Field. The numbers offensively, the pitching staff, everything has been extremely good throughout this homestand, but you really get the feeling the ball club was feeding off the energy of the crowd. 41,000 plus in the ballpark every day. It's really been exciting.
And while the Cubs struggled in the run-scoring department yesterday, 6 of the first 9 games they've scored at least 6 runs. Hopefully that'll continue today. It'll be a right-hander for Arizona, Yusmeiro Petit, and a left-hander for the Cubs, Sean Marshall.
Yeah, Petit at this stage of his career, basically a 5-inning guy, 75 to 85 pitches. For Sean Marshall, his last 2 starts, he left with the game tied 2-2. Both times the game ended up 4-2, once a victory, once a loss.
And Petit's in there because Randy Johnson's back on the disabled list for the 3rd time this year after back surgery last offseason. We're ready to go. The Cubs hosting the Arizona Diamondbacks, the all-important rubber game coming up next.
What do you think of Mike Wallace and the Geico Chevrolet?
Whatever. He's out there selling car insurance. I'm out there to win.
Isn't he your cousin?
I didn't say I wouldn't go fishing with the man. All I'm saying is, he comes near me, I'll put him in the wall.
But you don't race in the Busch Series.
Listen, go-kart track, grocery store, those remote-controlled boats. When it comes to Mike Wallace, the story ends with me putting him in the wall.
Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
Hey, Chicagoland, looking for a career change? International Profit Associates is the nation's leader in management consulting for small and medium-sized companies. IPA had another winning year and is now hiring appointment setters and inside sales representatives. IPA employees are building careers. The 600 employees at the Northwest Suburban office love working at IPA because of unlimited income potential. Create your own promotion. Call IPA at 800-531-2542, weekdays between 7 and 5. Tell them you're looking for a change.
A shift has been made. Now power isn't sacrificed to achieve fuel efficiency. And cars that perform great on the road also perform great at the pump. Introducing the 36-mile-per-gallon Nissan Versa, 36-mile-per-gallon Sentra, 35-mile-per-gallon Altima. 3 powerful Nissan sedans with 35 miles per gallon or higher. Lease the 2007 Nissan Altima for $229 per month. Now, when you think power and fuel efficiency, think Nissan.
Four Seasons, the largest family-owned and operated heating and air conditioning contractor, has simple goals: provide exceptional service at the best possible price and offer products that leave you nothing but satisfied. Call Four Seasons Heating and Air Conditioning today for a free estimate.
Grab the new Sun-Times and get the real Chicago story every day. Subscribe at suntimes.com. Chicago Sun-Times. Let's get into it.
McDonald's Sports Rise every morning only on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend.
Gorgeous Sunday afternoon, the Cubs look to wrap up a successful 10-game homestand. They haven't dropped the series at home in over a month as the Diamondbacks are here to play the rubber game of this series. Chicago Cubs baseball is next. Hey, greet you live from Wrigley Field. First 10,000 adults through the gates getting a Cubs keychain today. And another beautiful day for baseball as the Cubs put the wraps on what has already been a terrific homestand, and they try to make it 3 for 3 in series wins on this day. It's the rubber game today against the Arizona Diamondbacks. Welcome to Cubs baseball here on Comcast Sportsnet. Bob Brenly and Len Casper with you, and we always like to check out those standings. Even though the Cubs lost yesterday, so did Milwaukee, and again, they're still very much in that wild card race.
Nobody's paying any attention to the standings yet, Len. It's way too early to scoreboard watch, but if you so choose to look at the scoreboard, this is what you would see going into play today. Cubs 2.5 behind the Brewers in the Central, 2 behind the Padres in the wild card. A lot of flexibility in those races between now and the end of the season.
Cubs are going to be off tomorrow. Then they have a 6-game trip, St. Louis and Cincinnati, coming up after today. The starting pitching has been outstanding. The relief pitchers have had a good year as well after a slow start and really moving up the rankings.
It scares you to think what these rankings may have been had Zambrano gotten off to a good start, had the bullpen been better in the first month and a half of the season, but those things are already in the books. This is where the Cubs rank in their pitching staff going into play today. It's been a remarkable turnaround, and we say it all the time, it starts with pitching and defense.
So it'll be left-hander Sean Marshall today for the Cubs, a right-hander Yusmeiro Petit going for Arizona. Getting ready for the first pitch now from Wrigley Field. Let's go down to the field. God Bless America and our national anthem with Wayne Messmer.
On the Wrigley Field Lowry organ in the singing of God Bless America, followed by our national anthem.
God bless America, land that I love. Stand beside her and guide her through the night with a light from above. From the mountains to the prairies to the oceans white with foam. God bless America, my home, sweet home. God bless America, my home, sweet Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the
So we're set for Cubs baseball today. From beautiful Wrigley Field, they host the Arizona Diamondbacks. The lineups, the first pitch, and all the action right around the corner.
Plan your next corporate or social function in one of Wrigley Field's private party accommodations. Wrigley Field offers a variety of private catered opportunities to host and impress your group. The Mezzanine Suites, presented by Nuveen Investments, has 4 convenient rental plans to fit all budgets and needs. For larger parties of 75 to 100, the Batter's Eye Lounge, located in the center field Bud Light bleachers, provides a unique view of the game. All private party accommodations provide generous food and beverage packages as well as VIP parking. Call 773-404-CUBS or visit Cubs.com.
Hot, sticky weather is here. You can try to cool yourself this way or go to the experts at QC Auto Service Centers. They'll keep you cool, calm, and happy all summer long. The highly trained and certified technicians at QC Auto Service Centers will check it out and fix it right the first time.
Hot under the collar? Don't sweat it. Come see us.
The place to go for air conditioning service. QC Auto Service Centers, keeping you on the road.
The word is out.
Wow.
This is unique.
You must know I desire you with all my heart.
The best shows are now on Showtime.
Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet is brought to you in part by Chevy. Log on now to ChevyDriveChicago.com. Check us out today at ChevyDriveChicago.com. Walgreens, the pharmacy of the Chicago Cubs, your local area Lexus dealer, who invites you to test drive a Lexus today. Rico, how well do you print, copy, scan, fax? How well do you share? Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, shining through. Cadillac, Life, Liberty, and the Pursuit. And by Southwest Airlines. With more flights to more places than ever before, Southwest is taking low fares farther. Visit Southwest.com.
Welcome back to the friendly confines. Diamondbacks and Cubs splitting the first 2 games of this series. The Cubs still hot, 7-2 on the homestand. They wrap it up today. And as always on Sunday, young Cub fans get to head out to the defensive positions and they'll get some autographs. He's a youngster, right? Third base.
A little older group of young Cub fans today. That's all right.
Another gorgeous day.
They love their Cubs too. I'm a little concerned about the middle infielders, however. I do believe the young lady at shortstop might be taller than Ryan Theriot, and that could also be the case over at second base for Mike Fontenot. We'll see.
Wind coming in from the east again. No complaints about the weather, and it's been a little bit cooler this week than we would normally expect in late July, and the wind continues to blow in, which you never expect really after late June here in Chicago.
Well, I know the pitchers love it. I'm not so sure the hitters are crazy about the wind blowing in this late in the season, but hey, it is what it is.
Now the tail of the tape.
Yeah,
well, you're right.
I think she can post him up. I misjudged at second base. Mike Fontenot towers over that young lady, so it's a wash up the middle.
Well, what a great thing for these fans to be out on the field just a few minutes before the first pitch is thrown.
Hey, it's one thing to be down on the field during batting practice when there's just a scattered few thousand people here at Wrigley Field, but when you're out there right before the first pitch of the ball game and look up and see 40,000 sets of eyes staring at you on the field, that can be a little intimidating.
So Sean Marshall gets ready to work. Let's check in on Bob Melvin's Diamondbacks lineup, brought to you by Southwest. Chris Young with only 1 hit in the series, but it was a home run and he has scored 3 times. Orlando Hudson had a big game yesterday both ways. Burns, Jackson, Reynolds, Scott Hairston's in left. Mentioned Stephen Drew had the game-winning home run yesterday. Chris Snyder back to the plate, and Yusmeiro Petit batting 9th, doing the pitching.
Nicely done.
Thank you.
Take a look at our Cubs Rico defense. Rico, move your ideas forward with Rico dependability. Soriano, Jones, and Floyd across the outfield today. Ramirez and Theriot on the left side. Fontenot and Mark DeRosa on the right side today. Jason Kendall will be behind the plate today for left-hander Sean Marshall. off a no decision against the San Francisco Giants when he actually pitched very well in that ball game. Only gave up 1 single through the first 3 innings. He ran into a little trouble in the 4th. A couple of walks, 3 base hits resulted in 2 Giant runs. That's all he gave up in the game.
And now the weather conditions. Mid to upper 70s, a pristine forecast.
And once again, judging from batting practice on the field before the ball game today, I would judge this a thin wind blowing in at 9 miles an hour, kind of from right center field, but didn't appear to be affecting the baseball too much. A thin wind. We'll have to check that out.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. So here we go. It's the left-hander Marshall against the right-handed swinging Chris Young. And he looks at a strike on a fastball at 87 from Marshall. First time Sean has ever faced the Diamondbacks. Ryan Terrio fouls it up at short and throws over to Mark DeRosa. 5th and final game of Derek Lee's suspension, so he'll be available on Tuesday. Saw him before the game and said, how you feeling? He said, I'll be fine. So the ankle apparently is somewhat back to normal, and he'll be ready to go against the Cardinals on the next trip.
Of course, with Derek Lee, you never know. We get the same answer every day,
Yeah,
regardless of how he feels. I'm fine. Well, you know he's chomping at the bit to get back in there on Tuesday night.
1-0 on Orlando Hudson. Not only did he have 3 hits in game 2, but turned a tremendous double play in the 8th inning. That got Tony Pena out of the inning as the Cubs had a runner on with 1 out in a 1-run game. The switch hitter takes ball 3, 3-0. Burns next. If somebody gets on, it'll be Connor Jackson, their cleanup hitter. Marshall and Kendall working together as that one is line foul. 3-2.
Hudson's had a pretty balanced year from both sides of the plate. He is a switch hitter. Coming into play today, a .297 hitter from the right side, .288 from the left side. 2 home runs as a right-handed hitter, 5 as a lefty. But if you prorate the at-bats, all the numbers come out fairly equal.
Well, Marshall back in it after the 3-0 start. There's a fly ball deep to center. Jock Jones is back on it, and he has it. Backpedaling onto the dirt for that crushed brick that makes up the warning track.
Well, you talked about that double play from the ball game yesterday, and you can certainly see why the Diamondbacks are so excited about young Stephen Drew up the middle of the field. A great range, great field awareness, knows where he is at all times, knows where his double play combo partner is at all times. He's a good-looking young player.
And I have a feeling even if Orlando Hudson's double play partner doesn't know where he is, Hudson's going to be in the right place.
You'll definitely hear him. Communication has never been a problem for the O-Dog. That's what they call him in Arizona. You can usually hear him before you see him.
Another strike. 2 quick ones on Eric Burns. Hitting just .241 against lefties. He's been better against right-handers. Ground ball up the middle, and that's a base hit.
Well, I didn't check the rankings before the ball game today, but with the single in the game yesterday, Eric Burns came into this series tied with Derek Jeter for most hits against right-handed pitching in all of Major League Baseball. So Another knock yesterday and one here today. I have to believe he's still, if not at the top of that leaderboard, very close to it.
It's the aforementioned Connor Jackson. And Burns hitting .328 against righties. 100 hits and just .241 against lefties before that single. Mark Reynolds just .226 versus lefties, .280 against righties. Chris Young just over 200, .203 versus southpaws. So we have a few right-handed hitters who have not done very well against left-handers. Bouncer foul. 2 strikes the count on Jackson. Here's a LoJack caught stealing report. LoJack, the only stolen vehicle recovery system operated by the police. Good percentage for Eric Burns.
25 stolen bases, far and away leading this Diamondbacks ball club. Leadoff hitter Chris Young, 12 out of 13 on the season stealing bases.
Laid off the breaking ball, 1-2. Very quiet
Sunday morning.
Yeah, must be. Well, it's not technically Sunday morning, but for some people it might feel that way at just before 1:30.
For some people it'll still feel that way when this game's over. It's a good night to be young and in the city of Chicago last night, from what I understand. Reports I've heard.
Just the reports.
Yeah.
Foul pop and back out of play. So what were you watching, the best of Larry King or what?
Well, obviously doing research for today's game first and foremost. And, a nice night out. Let's see a big band, a swing band. I believe it's John Burnett Swing Band. I'll double check that to be sure. Playing over at the Oak Street Bistro. A lot of jitterbugging, some serious dancing, and needless to say, I stayed in my seat.
Burns runs, and Kendall handcuffed by the pitch, allowing Burns to pick up his 26th stolen base.
Yeah, Burns picked a good pitch to run on a breaking ball that ended up in the dirt for Jason Kendall. His first concern is to make sure that ball doesn't get through to the backstop, allowing Burns to go all the way to third base. He's able just to knock it down. Kind of tried to pick it clean out of the dirt and still make a throw to second, but wasn't able to come up with it.
Love the kid. It was a Pirates hat and a Chargers jersey. Just off the inside corner, and it's full 3-2.
That's something Sean Marshall has gotten much better at this season, the ability to cut that fastball in on the right-handers. This one a little bit off the inside corner, but left-handed pitcher has to have something to keep a right-handed hitter honest inside.
Over that same pitch and missed again. That's ball 4. So all this happening with 2 outs. The single by Burns, then the steal. He walks Jackson and now has to face Mark Reynolds. Deep dish is not quiet, even after possibly a late night.
Deep dish was probably howling at the moon last night too.
Sean Marshall making his 11th start. 7 of his first 10 have been quality starts, including his last outing, a no decision on Tuesday against San Francisco. 6 innings, 2 runs. And in his 12 career defeats, the Cubs have given him 12 runs in support while he's been on the mound. Don't get the calculator, Bob. It's 1 per game.
I had my shoes off there. I was counting.
Foul back. Nice catch by a fan in the front row. It's been a good homestand for the fans up here in the upper deck, making those great catches. We haven't had a shot at one yet. We're still waiting. Foul tipped for strike 2, 1-2. The 3 runs for the Diamondbacks yesterday, an outburst offensively. They have plated just 16 runs their past 7 games. Well, they're making him work. And really all 3 lefties. You think about Ted Lilly, Rich Hill, and now Sean Marshall. Another team fouling off pitches, hanging in, making them throw extra pitches to get out of the inning. It was a grind for Rich yesterday. But again, he was only charged with 1 earned run, 2 overall in his 6 innings.
We talk a lot about high stress pitches and high stress innings for a pitcher. Just as important as the actual number of pitches he throws is what is the situation when he has to throw those pitches. And any pitcher will tell you the more balls that are fouled out of play, the better look a hitter gets at you. He sees the release point over and over again, picks up the rotation maybe just a little bit quicker. Every foul ball that goes in the stands, you kind of get the feeling that the edge goes a little more and a little more toward the hitter. At least I always felt that way as a player, as a coach, and as a manager. This will be the 25th pitch of the top half of the first inning for Sean Marshall.
Seven foul balls have been hit. That's not foul. It's a base hit through the hole on the left side, and Burns is going to come around and he will score. Really took a tumble. The throw got by, and the runners will both move up. Theoretically, that was a slide by Eric Burns. It was like a runaway freight train as he went barreling past home plate. He did touch it with his hand. The other runner's able to move up as Soriano's throw got past the catcher. It'll be an error on Alfonso. That's his 3rd error, all on this homestand.
And this is another unfortunate error. Probably a throw that he should not have made. Eric Burns, running at second base, got a great jump with 2 outs. He was in motion as the bat was in the hitting area. Does a belly flop across home plate. Imagine that. Eric Burns' uniform is dirty.
And again, everything here happening with 2 outs. Is that the sort of slide they teach at the minor league level?
I don't know. I mean, that's just the get on the plate slide right there. He felt like maybe he was going to have to make contact with Kendall. He was trying to get around, get his body into a position where he could avoid a tag and still get a hand on home plate. And may not have been pretty, but it was effective.
Scott Hairston deep to left. Soriano, however, will have room to make the catch. The Diamondbacks get 1. They strand 2. The Cubs are coming up against right-hander Yusmeiro Petit.
Meet Takeru Kobayashi, the world's fastest eater. Kobayashi inhales food. He once consumed 152 jalapeno peppers in 15 tongue-scalding, throat-burning minutes. And at the end of a long, hot day, what does the world's fastest eater call for?
Coors Light.
Frost brewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer.
Car and Driver named the Infiniti G sedan to its 10 best list for 2007. It went on to to choose the Infiniti M as the winner of its luxury comparison test 2 years in a row. But judge for yourself. Visit the Infiniti Limited Engagement Summer Event before it ends July 31st and receive 0.9% APR financing on select Infiniti vehicles.
Diamondbacks getting a run in the top of the first. Let's check out how the Cubs will line up offensively. Brought to you by Southwest. Soriano, Terrio, Fontenot again in that third spot. Ramirez cleaning up. Floyd out in right. Good to see Cliff back in the lineup. He pinch hit yesterday. DeRosa at first. Jock Jones in center. He's put together a terrific homestand. Jason Kendall with his 4th start as a Cub. And Sean Marshall 0 for 15 on the year.
Take a look at the Diamondbacks defensively. Hairston, Young, and Burns across the outfield. Reynolds, Drew, Hudson, and Jackson across the infield. Chris Snyder doing the catching for right-hander Yusmeiro Petit. Look at his numbers on the season. Every stop this guy made in the minor leagues as a member of the New York Mets organization, he averaged better than a strikeout per inning pitched. That came to an end last year when he pitched in AAA Albuquerque, and then later with the Florida Marlins, those numbers dropped off slightly.
Up by Alfonso, and it's back out of play.
Petit will throw a fastball, a curveball, a slider, and a changeup. He rarely uses a changeup to right-handed hitters. Not overpowering with any of his stuff. His fastball will sit in the high 80s, occasionally reach the low 90s.
Now I have a couple of different sources here. Both say he's 6 feet tall, but one source says he's 230. The other one says 180. It's a pretty big difference, and I'm going to think it's a little bit more toward 230 than 180.
I'm leaning towards the 230 myself.
So he's not petite. I mean, 6 feet 180, you could even make that claim, but not 230. So 2-2 on Soriano, under 300 for the first time since June 19th. That's over a month. Comes in at 299 on the year. Pulls a ground ball foul. Well, the Brewers have jumped all over Barry Zito, Ryan Braun, and Corey Hart, each with a 2-run homer in the first inning. They're now in the bottom of the second at Miller Park. It's 4-0 Milwaukee. Giants winning the last 2 games. Cubs still 2 back in the loss column in the Central. A flare right center. Hudson is out to make the play. Helped a little bit by the wind. And was going to knock that fly ball down, and he catches it for the first out. It's the first out Soriano's made against Petit. And in 3 for 3. Ryan Terrio batting. He has scored 9 times on the homestand. Well, as great a job as this team has done without Derek Lee in the lineup, they're 3-1 without him. They need him back, and it'll be good to get him back Tuesday. And Mike Fontenot, for the 3rd straight day, batting 3rd, has done a very nice job. 2 hits, 3 walks, 2 steals, 3 runs. But the bottom line is you want to have your star players in there as much as possible. And boy, if you could win today, go 4-1 without him, that would be huge.
But not only Derek Lee's offense, but what he brings to the ball club defensively over there at first base. Not that Darrell Ward didn't do a nice job when he played at first. Mark DeRosa feels like first base is probably his most uncomfortable position to play. So having the Gold Glover back there at first base would be very reassuring to the Cubs infielders.
I've seen Scott Moore get a start at first base during the stretch as well. Fly ball by Terrio, left center. Hairston backs up as Young takes it.
Ball looked like it was going to split the gap once again. I think the wind just feathered it out there a little bit, giving Chris Young an opportunity to come all the way across from right center field to make the play in front of his own left fielder.
Fastball strike on Fontenot. Petit was called up on July 3rd when Randy Johnson went back to the DL. Finds the alley. It's going to be cut off by Hairston. Fontenot taking a look. He's going to hold with a single. Well, the Diamondbacks got their run after rallying with 2 outs. We'll see if the Cubs can do the same.
Mike Fontenot went into a little bit of a lull offensively when he wasn't getting regular playing time, but since he's been inserted into that 3-hole, really waiting on the ball well once again. Letting that pitch travel a long distance, gets into the hitting area, and then a good quick swing. No stride whatsoever, driving that ball to the opposite field that time.
A rare bad game for Aramis Ramirez yesterday. Made the error in the first inning and had chances with runners on, but went 0 for 4 at the plate. But you know, the bottom line is, as one of his teammates said, he can't always get the big hit. It seems as though that's happened just about at every turn lately. This is a tough game. And sometimes guys like Ramirez make it look easy.
It's amazing to watch players over the course of a season. Some guys seem to be able to maintain those hot streaks longer than others. Some have more hot streaks over the course of the season than others. But at some point during the course of the season, everybody gets hot for an amount of time. But Ramirez just seems to be that guy that can maintain that level of intensity, especially with runners in scoring position. Money hitter.
Fouls it back, and it's now 1-2. And after the game yesterday, he said, look, I overreacted, referring to the high and tight pitch from Micah Owings in the first inning. Aramis took a couple of steps toward the mound after Owings got his attention on the first pitch of his first at bat, but everybody calmed down and there were no further problems. It's understandable. There's a visceral reaction when that pitch is up near your head. Mark DeRosa was quoted in today's Tribune saying your life flashes before your eyes when that happens.
And given all the circumstances, I mean, Owings had walked 2 of the first 3 hitters he faced in the ball game, and his command was really spotty. He was missing the zone by a wide margin, and I don't think there was any intent on the part of Micah Owings. I don't think Ramirez feels there was any intent, but just the natural reaction you get when you see a 90+ mile-an-hour fastball go whizzing by your chin.
Petit coming back on a 1-2, and Aramis just trying to save the at-bat, reached out and fouled it away. It's not the sort of swing you practice in the batting cage. You usually take that nice swing that's meant to hit line drives. Guys don't usually flail at balls in batting practice.
Well, that's an emergency swing. You know the pitch is too close to take, but it's probably not really good enough to do anything with, so you just try to get a piece of it, stay alive.
This is going to drop foul.
It's been my experience in this game that most good hitters have a real good emergency swing, because that way they continue their at bat. They force that pitcher to throw at least one more pitch. If it's another borderline pitch, they're able to battle and foul it off. I think of Billy Buckner, Tony Gwynn, guys who had an amazing ability, Don Mattingly, to stay alive in their at bat, force that pitcher to continue to throw pitches.
Well, they've hit 6 foul balls here in the first inning. A 2-out single by Fontenot. Now Ramirez with a chance. Cliff Floyd on deck. Arizona getting a run in the top of the inning. An RBI is singled by Mark Reynolds. Petit to the belt. Here comes the pitch. There's a ground ball to short. No problem as Stephen Drew gets it to Hudson in plenty of time to force Fontenot. That ends the inning. Diamondbacks 1, Cubs nothing after 1.
The safest accident is the one that never happens. The 2008 Lexus RX with 14 actively safe features. Learn more at activelysafe.com.
How did the pig tracks get on the ceiling?
Spider Pig does whatever a spider pig does.
This Friday. Wait, you never know where the treasure is buried.
What treasure?
The treasure of I'm a Wiener.
I'm a wiener.
Classic.
The Simpsons movie. Rated PG-13. You can take Spider Pig with you.
He's not Spider Pig anymore. He's Harry Plopper.
Friday, only in theaters.
We know you like style. We know you like performance. We thought you'd like fuel economy as well. With the Pontiac G6, you get the same highway fuel economy as Camry, with even more power. The new Pontiac, designed for action.
During the Pontiac Summer Sell-Down, get into a 2007 G6 sedan starting at $16,895. Hurry, inventory limited. For more information, visit
Tuesday, Central rivals square off in St. Louis when Derek Lee and the Cubs clash with Albert Pujols and the Cardinals, followed by Cubs Postgame Live. Cubs Cardinals available in widescreen format Tuesday at 7 on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend.
Hi, I'm Dan Jiggets. Monday on Chicago Tribune Live, we'll recap the weekend's baseball action for both Chicago clubs and set the table for the
Stephen Drew swings at the first pitch of the second. 4-3 victim. Today's Celebrity Bat Kids are brought to you by Walgreens, the official pharmacy of the Chicago Cubs. 13-year-old Cody Kuntz of Merrillville, Indiana, and 13-year-old Emily Milas of Virgil, Illinois, getting autographs from Ryan Dempster and other Cubs. They're today's Walgreens Celebrity Bat Kids. If you'd like to be a Walgreens Celebrity Bat Kid and have the opportunity to meet your favorite Cubs players, get autographs, and sit in the Cubs dugout, visit WGNradio.com for more information. Ball 1 the count on Chris Snyder, the catcher. First 2005 here. He hit 2 home runs, including his first career grand slam in Arizona's 13-6 win. There's a base hit as Soriano will play it on the bounce. So Snyder on with a 1-out single. That's their 3rd hit. And it's Petit, the pitcher.
They'll possibly expect a sacrifice bunt here, even with 1 out in the inning. This would be a good opportunity for the Cubs if they can pounce on that bunt quickly to turn a double play. You've got slow wheels at first base in the catcher, Chris Snyder. I'm assuming that Petit is a fairly slow runner since he's a pitcher and doesn't really sprint down that first baseline very often. This is the kind of play where maybe you field it a little more aggressively if you think they're going to bunt. No sign of a bunt on that first pitch from Sean Marshall. Well, the personnel on base and at the plate will tell you how aggressive you should be in your defense. If you had Eric Burns over there at first base, you're probably going to concede he's going to advance on a well-executed bunt, just get the out at first base. But in this particular situation, you ought to be thinking a base ahead.
Didn't show bunt. Check in on the umpires today. Mark Carlson from Joliet, whose first major league assignment was an interleague set between the White Sox and Cubs here at Wrigley Field. So he's working the plate. Larry Young, the crew chief, over at first base. And now Chip Hale, the third base coach, is, instead of giving Petit hand signals, he's just going to tell him what he wants him to do.
Well, talking with Bob Melvin before the first game of the series, he said that with all these young kids on the roster, they have had problems picking up the signs from time to time. They've had to change them several times. Chip Hale, the third base coach, has had to simplify his signs somewhat. A very fine line between making them complicated enough so the other team can't steal them, but you want to make sure your own team gets them.
Good job by Kendall to block that pitch and keep the runner at first.
Big sweeping breaking ball down in that right-handed batter's box, squares it up right in the middle of the chest protector. Ball rolled right back across home plate.
Well, it's 2-2 and Petit showing bunt, and he bunts it foul. That's a strikeout. So they waited until 2 strikes and laid down a foul ball on a bunt. That's the first strikeout for Marshall.
Sometimes the reaction of the manager and the third base coach will tell you whether a player at the plate was freelancing or whether that was a sign that came from the bench. That time Bob Melvin stone-faced over there in that first base dugout. I mean, Lou lets us know occasionally when guys have made mental mistakes on the field by waving his arms in the air and shaking his head in a negative way.
He's kicking his feet up today. It's been a fun week and a half here on this homestand. The Cubs would love to win and finish at 8-2. Chris Young has hit for a lot of power on the road. A lot of deep counts here in the first inning and a half on both sides. How about the necklace for Chris Young? It's hanging out the back. Ready for a 1-2 pitch. Outside, 2-2. Well, most games have a bit of a rhythm. This one hasn't found that rhythm yet.
Not quite. Fans just waiting for something to cheer about. Both ball clubs trying to get untracked offensively. A lot of deep counts, as you mentioned, a lot of foul balls, a lot of downtime. Look at that check swing from Young. Definitely keeps the barrel back there.
Snyder goes on a 3-2 and a high drive for Jock Jones, who flips down the shades, makes the catch. Jock will be due up third in the inning behind Floyd and DeRosa. 1-0 Arizona.
A shift has been made. Now power isn't sacrificed to achieve fuel efficiency. And cars that perform great on the road also perform great at the pump. Introducing the 36-mile-per-gallon Nissan Versa, 36-mile-per-gallon Sentra, 35-mile-per-gallon Altima. 3 powerful Nissan sedans with 35 miles per gallon or higher. All with 0.7% APR financing. Now, when you think power and fuel efficiency, think Nissan.
idea, and I'm huge. Tab me, bind me, stack me, send me round. I'm your big idea. You can't stop this. I'm your biggest idea. And Rico moves me, shows me, sends me. Leaves me behind, but never in a bind. It's the big time. I'm your big idea. And Rico's how we go and go and go.
Cubs baseball is brought to you in part by Aflac. Ask about it at work. And by Nissan, who invites you to shift the way you move through the world.
Cub fans still looking to get tickets to the hottest Cubs games this year? Visit Cubs.com and click on Replay, the official secondary market site for the Chicago Cubs. See a Cubs game from the best seats at Wrigley Field. Check out Replay at Cubs.com, where baseball is always on. Len and Bob and our Comcast Sportsnet crew from Wrigley Field. Cliff Floyd back in the starting lineup. He pinch hit yesterday in the 9th inning and fouled out to the catcher to end the game against Jose Valverde. He suffered a couple of injuries on this homestand, left shoulder and later a neck injury, but well enough to get the start in right today. 1-1 the count. Petit gave up a single, no runs in the first. The Cubs are under 500 all time against Arizona in this ballpark, going back to the Diamondbacks' first year of 1998. The Cubs just 17-20 against Arizona here at home, and a meager 29-43 overall. I don't know what your record was against the Cubs, but I'm sure it was pretty good.
I think we did pretty well against the Cubs, especially here at Wrigley. The guys really seem to enjoy to come here and play. Why not? Every visiting team likes to come to Wrigley Field and play because of the atmosphere and being in Chicago in the summertime when the weather's nice. I know Sammy hurt us a few times, though.
After this one, these two clubs will meet up again at Chase Field in Phoenix, August 24th through the 26th. Swing and a miss. Strike three. Strikeout number 19 on the year, and the first today for Petit.
I was trying to find this quote from Cliff Floyd after his pinch hit at bat to end the ball game yesterday. I thought it was interesting. He said things are going a lot faster than you're used to. It's a whole different animal coming off that bench late in the ball game, facing the other team's closer for one at bat when you've been pretty much inactive for the first 2 hours of the afternoon. That's why guys like Darrell Ward and Lenny Harris back in the day and Mark Sweeney, those guys who are excellent pinch hitters off the bench late, that's why those guys are so valuable. I mean, Cliff Floyd is a dangerous hitter, no question about it, but in that particular role, he felt like the game was going a little faster than he was ready for.
Well, especially when you come in against a guy like Valverde, who throws a lot of heat. And I think that's why, in general terms, the elite closers are guys who throw extremely hard because they miss a lot of bats. A rainbow out into right center off the bat of DeRosa. Young and Burns are there, and it's Chris Young battling the sun a little bit to make the catch.
Well, the closers are either real dominating with their fastball or they have an out pitch that you don't make contact with. I think of Trevor Hoffman in San Diego. He's made a living for years throwing that straight changeup to get people out. They either swing and miss it or they hit it weakly into play. Trevor Hoffman's not going to overpower anybody at this stage of his career, but he'll still make you swing and miss.
And I think it's why closers who are sinker ballers will have stretches where they're going to blow saves, because if you give up a lot of contact, eventually that contact will find a hole through the infield.
Every team in baseball is looking for those power arms in the bullpen for that 7th, 8th, and sometimes 9th inning.
Jones fouls it back on the ground. Dane Van Dyke in the Chicago Tribune with an interesting quote from Jock Jones. Quote, "We all lose confidence, and if you say you don't in that situation, then you're lying. I know I have ability, but sometimes the mental keeps you really from coming out. I was down on myself a little bit, and it started to snowball." Talking about the first half of the season, he said, quote, "When you're not playing well, you still would like to contribute to the team. When you don't, you start pressing." That was in today's Chicago Tribune. Pretty honest assessment of Jock Jones's first half from Jones himself. He grounds out to second, and it's a 1-2-3 second inning for Petit. 1-0 Arizona after 2.
I wanted to add something new to our relationship, but I was afraid to bring it up. Then a close friend turned us on to KiaMatch.com, and in just minutes, we found the perfect companion for both of us.
The Kia Sportage. I felt so safe.
And with 28 miles per gallon, we could just go forever.
Find your match at KiaMatch.com or visit your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Kia retailers.
This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Chicago Cubs and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Chicago Cubs.
When the subject is trucks, you gotta know how to work it. Quad City Spring is all over that. When you need organizing systems for pickups and vans, and Adrian Steel custom setups are your mandatory upgrades, Quad City Spring gets the call. Ladder racks, toolboxes, towing, and truck accessories, we've got you covered. When the subject is trucks, Quad City Spring knows how you want to get it done. Got a truck? Work it, baby. Quad City Spring, 34th Street and River Drive, Moline.
Menards is your Hunter fan headquarters. Installing a new ceiling fan from Hunter can save up to 40% on your cooling costs. Check out our great selection of new styles, and all with a lifetime warranty. The 48-inch Paxton model features a new bronze finish with a swirl glass light fixture, just $84, or the 52-inch Hayden model has an elegant cocoa finish with hand-carved walnut wood blades and amber Scavo glass lights, only $129. Helping you stay cool all summer long. Menards.
Save big money at Menards.
Recognize your loved ones on the sidewalks beneath the historic Wrigley Field marquee. Join thousands of others in the commemorative paver program and make your mark on the grounds of Wrigley Field. All orders come with a replica brick for your home or office. Space is limited, so order today. For complete details, visit Cubs.com or call 1-800-851-6846. Mixed up.
One of those.
That number again, 800-851-6846.
That's what I thought.
Orlando Hudson. 2 balls, no strikes.
Ice cold cerveza.
Very subdued start. Pop foul. And it's now 2-1. Cubs have scored a ton of runs on this homestand, but yesterday just 2, both coming on a triple by Angel Pagan. Very quiet start today against Yusmeiro Petit.
Oh, and you mentioned it earlier, Len. I think the key to the ball game yesterday was the work of the Diamondbacks bullpen, especially Juan Cruz. He was outstanding. 3 innings of hitless baseball, struck out 4, did not allow a run. He just totally shut down the Cubs offense, and then they turned the ball over to their 8th or 9th inning guys to finish it up.
Yeah, you have to score to win, and the big hit was the Drew home run, but Juan Cruz kept them in the ball game. As Hudson grounds out, he's 0 for 2. Terrio making the play, and it brings up Eric Burns.
You know, Len, there are still times that Ryan Terrio will get a little bit out of control defensively, but I think compared to last year, he looks so much smoother, so much more relaxed, more confident in his ability to play that position on a daily basis. Rarely makes a bad throw across the diamond, and he's made some spectacular plays at shortstop as well.
You hate to put the whammy on him, but Brian Terrio with a .994 fielding percentage. At shortstop, this is his 41st start. And he's gone 43 consecutive games, including 38 starts at short, since his only error at that position back on April 27th at St. Louis. Two and one.
Well, I think part of that just comes from experience. The more you play the position, the more comfortable you feel positioning yourself, depending on who is your pitcher on the mound that day, who's the hitter at the plate, gives you that extra half step going after those balls hit to your right or left. Playing with a lot more confidence. There has to be a certain amount of a comfort factor looking across to your double play partner and seeing a guy that you played with for years. Just ask Alan Trammell about that. All those years that he and Lou Whitaker teamed up the middle of the field for the Tigers.
In the case of Terrio and Fontenot, going back to college days at LSU. They've played together in the minor leagues.
You know, short of the relationship that a catcher has with his pitching staff as far as calling pitches and knowing which buttons to push to get the best out of your pitcher on a given day, those middle infielders are probably the second most important relationship as far as reading each other's minds, anticipating what the other guy is going to do. Always helps when you have somebody that you play with regularly out there in the middle of the field.
I can't tell you how happy I am that
he's whammy proof.
Because I know there are a lot of people out there who had emails. You know how you don't send it, but you've already written the line. Way to go, Len. Way to jinx it. And they were ready to hit send as that ball was headed toward Terrio at short. Jackson walked to keep the first inning alive. That set up the Reynolds single that played at Burns. Sean Marshall has grabbed that fifth spot in the rotation. Really has settled things down. And the fifth spot in most rotations is anything but settled. Another great play by a fan in the front row, but not in the upper deck. Gentlemen, right near the dugout. And he gave it to a kid.
Of course he did. Nice goal.
Called strike three. Marshall freezes Jackson in his first perfect inning. Bottom three, 1-0.
Got an old buddy waiting for a visit in Washington? Fly Southwest Airlines from Chicago Midway to Baltimore, Washington, or Washington Dulles International for just $79 one way.
You are now free to move about the country.
At Dell, we believe the 25 million small businesses in America deserve something more. So we're introducing Dell Vostro, customized systems, services, and expertise designed just for small business. PCs with no trialware, just the software you want. And they can be powered by Intel Core 2 Duo processors to keep you up and running fast. Plus the reassurance of Dell's new 30-day worry-free guarantee. New Dell Vostro, proof that we believe in small business.
So yeah, my Corolla gets a 41 miles per gallon rating. Plus I got it with $500 cash back. You know, for a Toyota. Honestly, I expected to pay a lot more. So I donated the extra money to Saving the Whales. And pandas. Wow.
Hey!
Hey!
Scott, right?
Yeah. Hi.
Hi. Well, see you at the fundraiser.
Yes, you will.
Toyota, a great way to keep moving forward.
Hope you'll join us for Sports Night at 6:30. We'll recap the Cubs and Sox game. Plus, we're with Barry Bonds in Milwaukee as he continues to chase Hank Aaron's home run record. That's tonight at 6:30.
Coming up tonight at 6:30 on Sports Night, presented by AT&T Yellow Pages. Mitch Robinson is in Milwaukee to report on the Brewers and Barry Bonds, plus a full recap of this game. Join Pat and Luke for Sports Night, presented by AT&T Yellow Pages tonight at 6:30, only on Comcast Sportsnet, band's best friend. Barry Bonds not in the Giants lineup today. Last check, Milwaukee leading 4-1 in the third. Here it's 1-0 Arizona, and a 1-1 count on Jason Kendall. Jason still looking for his first hit as a Cub through 3 starts, 0 for 8. And her name is Kendall. Maybe her last name is Jason. Inside again. 3 balls and a strike. Overall this year between Oakland and the Cubs, Kendall hitting just .220. Way off his career mark. Just a little bit below 300 in his career. Coming in today at .297 with a career on base percentage of .375. Last time he hit 300 was in 04 with the Pirates. Little pop up handled by Jackson. Now we mentioned the Arizona struggles offensively, and you wonder, well, how are they 3 games over 500 right now? And still very much in their West race and the wild card as well. 4.5 out in third in the West. 3.5 out in the wild card and in fourth. Well, it's been their pitching. They're 5th in the league in earned run average. And again, right now without Randy Johnson.
Yeah, Johnson has only started 10 games all season for the Diamondbacks. They hope to have him back at some point in the second half. And Randy Johnson's not the same pitcher he has been throughout his career either. You know, guys get older, they change a little bit. He's still every bit as dominating as he ever was. He just does it for 5 or 6 innings at a time now rather than 8 or 9 innings. An interesting looking starting rotation. You think about Livan Hernandez, a crafty veteran, throws a ton of pitches to get through a ball game, but somehow usually manages to keep the team in the game and give them a chance to win. Doug Davis, a left-hander that really slows down the pace of a ball game to suit his own rhythm. Randy Johnson, when he was healthy in the rotation, we've seen Micah Owings start 16 ball games for the Diamondbacks this year, and then last year's Cy Young winner Brandon Webb. That's a pretty solid starting rotation.
Marshall will head back to the dugout after a called third strike. Number 2 for Petit, the former Florida Marlin.
But as you said earlier, Len, you got to score to win. And the Diamondbacks have had trouble putting runs on the board.
Back to the top now in Soriano. Going to use a lot of that sunscreen today. Good idea. Breaking ball strike. Big swing that time. Alfonso making his 3rd error this week. That was on a throw in the first inning toward the plate that got by Kendall, allowed the other runners to move up. Foul ball to third. Still 2 strikes. Cubs snapping a streak yesterday. They had won 11 in a row against right-handed starters. They're going to continue to see righties coming up on this next trip. Kip Wells Tuesday, Adam Wainwright Wednesday, and Braden Looper on Thursday. seem to recall looking at how the Reds rotation lines up. The Cubs may see all righties in that series too. There's a drive deep to left field. Hairston back on it, and it's going to be off the wall, sending Soriano to second base. About halfway up near the well. Double number 28. First extra base hit for either team. And the first Cub to get into scoring position.
Well, the angle of Soriano's bat as it comes through the hitting zone lends itself to humpback line drives. A lot of topspin. That ball looked like it had a chance to get out of here off the bat. Just continued to dive bomb as it got closer to the wall out there in straightaway left field. Hit at the edge of the well and ricocheted away from Scott Hairston, allowing Soriano to cruise into second with a double, but a lot of topspin on that line drive.
He just tied Derek Lee and Hanley Ramirez for, I'll count it up again, I think 7th in the National League of doubles. Yep, 7th. Chase Utley leading the way with 41. So the first Cub in scoring position comes with 2 outs in the 3rd inning. Petit with a look at Soriano. A long one, in fact. And with Hudson creeping in behind, he steps off, and Snyder's going to go out to the mound. Now, Snyder obviously saw something. I mean, he made a beeline for the mound as Petit took his back foot off the rubber. What did he see?
Well, you know, for me, not knowing if there was a designated play on right there, I think Petit did the right thing. If your middle infielder's out of position breaking to the bag at second and you're not comfortable throwing a pickoff attempt, just step off the rubber and start over again. Get all your defenders back in their positions. That time Hudson was on the bag at second. If he delivers the ball home, there's a huge hole in the right side for Ryan Theriot to hit to. Now, that being said, there may have been a designated pickoff play on, and if there's a play on from the bench, you want to see the pitcher go ahead and throw that pickoff attempt to second base. There's a reason a manager would put that on.
That is dropped by Petit, but he's going to have plenty of time to throw out Theriot. That rocket right back to the pitcher. He was able to knock it down and get out of the inning. That one was targeted for center. It's still 1-0.
Who's counting on your breaks today?
We'll be home soon.
Your brakes are too important to trust to just anyone. So come to Midas, where lifetime guaranteed brake pads or shoes are just $89.95 per axle installed. For brakes, oil changes, tires, and more. Be safe.
Trust the Midas touch.
Imported Amstel Light.
You can lean on me.
Live tastefully.
For a limited time, we're offering 0 down, 0 first payment, and 0 security deposit. That's right, 0 cash due on delivery on the Volvo XC90, one of the world's most award-winning luxury SUVs. Sign your name and drive away. It's that easy. Our sign and drive sales event is the perfect time to go to a Volvo retailer. We know you'll hear the answers you want.
Lease a 2007 Volvo XC90 for $459 a month for 24 months. 0 due at signing.
Tomorrow, it's a Central Division slugfest on the South Side when Foley and the Sox battle Maglia Ordonez and the Tigers in HD, followed by U.S. Cellular White Sox postgame live. White Sox Tigers tomorrow night at 7 on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend.
Welcome back to Wrigley Field. Well, how about most hits by decades? This is always a fun trivia question. Which Major League batter leading the way in hits? Richie Ashburn in the 50s, Roberto Clemente in the 60s. And look ahead, there's a strike as we start the 4th. Reynolds with an RBI single. Another one in there. 2 strikes. We'll get back to our decade hit leader chart in a second. Foul tipped into the glove. There's strike 3. Pete Rose in the 1970s. Robin Yount with 1,731 in the 80s. Mark Grace, the former Cub, 1,754 in the 1990s. And what about this decade? The Aflac trivia question. Who was the current hits leader this decade?
Good question.
I guessed it right, by the way.
Really?
Yeah. I was lucky. I did not get the top 5, but I did get the number 1. Mark Grace, his final 3 years were with Arizona, 2001, 2, and 3. He ended his career with 2,445 hits. Including 511 doubles.
I would have a guess, but I'm not sure about who leads in the 2000s so far.
Topper foul off the plate.
We were talking earlier about the good hitters and the ability to foul off close pitches and stay alive. Mark Grace, another guy who was very good at that, just battling those tough pitchers' pitches, staying alive. It's hard work to be a good hitter. At least that's what I've heard.
Well, I think it's hard work just to be an average hitter. It's hard work, right? In the big leagues, doesn't matter if you have great numbers or so-so numbers. As we said before, some guys make it look easy.
Yeah.
Bouncer by Scott Hairston to third base. Ramirez's throw is low. They got him. Nice dig by DeRosa. Well, Mark Grace with a cycle back in 1993 and hit the big one to complete it.
There it goes. Way back. It might be. It could be. And in. A home run. And he gets a cycle. A single, a double, a triple, and a homer. Do, re, mi, fa, sol, do. And now it's a 5-4.
Great call. That was awesome.
That was a wonderful highlight. Great to hear Harry's voice, but I would have rather seen the triple. Gracie said for years in his career he turned a lot of triples into doubles. Would have liked to have seen that triple.
This is team game 2,271 for the Cubs since that cycle. They haven't had one since. Turns over on the ball to first as DeRosa steps on the bag. That's 8 straight eliminated by Sean Marshall. I'll get some offense going here. Fontenot will start at 1-0.
Hey, boss, do we have Aflac?
Nah, we have something else.
But if you're hurt and miss work, does it pay cash like Aflac does?
Nah.
Or let you spend it any way you want, like for gas and groceries?
Nah.
Or help with everyday bills like Aflac does?
Nah.
There's only one Aflac. Ask about it at work.
Nice try, boss.
Mommy? Honey? At approximately 3:23 a.m., I'll be waking up with the following symptoms: coughing, sneezing, aching, and a temperature of 102.3. I recommend you go to bed early.
If only we knew what life had in store for us. Fortunately, Walgreens has the most 24-hour pharmacies in America, and your prescription is available at all of them.
Behold the wonder of it. Its wide mouth allowing it to flow cold and unrestrained all that is parched. It is awe-inspiring, is it not? You really love this river. River? No. I'm talking about this Coors Light wide mouth can.
The wide mouth can. A wide opening for wide open refreshment. Only from Frost Brewed Coors Light.
People will travel great distances to enjoy this. You can get these wide mouth cans anywhere. Talking about the river.
Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer.
Let's get the answer to our Aflac trivia question. The hit leader this decade. Well, we saw him at Wrigley Field earlier this year with his Seattle Mariners. Ichiro Suzuki with 1,490. Going into action today, Derek Jeter not too far behind. Todd Helton over 1,400. Miguel Tejada as well, and Vladimir Guerrero 1,399.
Well, the first two I would have been stumped. Well, you think long enough, some of those names would have popped into your mind, but Ichiro immediately jumped into my mind.
Probably stole away a home run.
Yeah.
Time to get going here offensively against Yusmeiro Petit. It's Fontenot, then Ramirez and Floyd. Against this young right-hander. Petit just 22 years old. Fly ball into center field. That'll be no problem for Chris Young. 1 out.
Wow, our crew is right on top of it today. I wanted to see Mark Grace leg out a triple. Look at this.
Deep left field might be out of here near the wall. Hits off the wall. His Grace around second. On his way to third base, and he ought to make it, and he does.
45 career triples. His career high was 5 in that category.
I would have guessed he hooked one down in the right field corner, but banged it off the vines out in straightaway left field. Got a fortuitous bounce off the wall and head first slide for a triple.
1 strike on Ramirez. Nobody on, 1 out. Well, that one fisted into the Diamondbacks dugout. This is not the first time Petit has faced the Cubs. It is the first time he's pitched at Wrigley Field, but he tossed a scoreless relief inning as a Florida Marlin last year on May 23rd down at Dolphin Stadium. One ball, 2 strikes.
I said at the top of the show that Petit was basically a 5-inning pitcher between 75 and 85 pitches. He's just now approaching the 60 pitch mark in this ball game. At this rate, Bob Melvin may be able to extend him a little further than he has up to this point.
Picks up his 3rd strikeout. This is his 2nd stint with the big league club this year. Made a start and lost a 2-1 decision in San Francisco in late April. This is his 4th start since coming back in early July.
Good tight over the top curveball. Well, he said Ramirez just looked like he's a little off, a little tardy on the fastball, a little out in front of the off-speed pitches, just ever so slightly.
Cliff Floyd and company very excited about Kerry Wood's big charity bowling tournament coming up tonight here in town. They've already raised a ton of money for Project 3000. Should be a great event. Crushed foul. Cliff is a terrific bowler. We talked yesterday about some former major leaguers who are very good on the lanes, but Cliff's career high in a game is 290. So he had a spare in the first frame and then strikes the rest of the way. He still has his own personalized ball. 16 pounds. And Mark DeRosa grew up bowling in New Jersey. He once bowled a 274 game when he was 12. I do not have written documentation on either of those 2 games, but we trust Cliff and Mark to tell us the truth. But yeah, I had actually heard from Kerry Wood that Cliff was really, really good.
290, that is really, really good. I don't think I've had a 290 series of 3 games before.
12 years old, and DeRosa hit 274. That's pretty good. Petit's been really good as he freezes Floyd. 2 strikeouts in the 4th, 4 overall in the day, and it's 1-0 Diamondbacks to the 5th.
We love baseball.
2007 Chevy Cobalt LS sedan starting at $13,640 after cash back. That's an 07 Cobalt sedan LS starting at $13,640 after cash back.
Hot, sticky weather is here. You can try to cool yourself this way or go to the experts at QC Auto Service Centers. They'll keep you cool, calm, and happy all summer long. The highly trained and certified technicians at QC Auto Service Centers will check it out and fix it right the first time.
Hotter than a collar? Don't sweat it. Come see us.
The place to go for air conditioning service. QC Auto Service Centers, keeping you on the road.
So, you're a green person, but which shade? Confusing, isn't it? Well, True Value's Color Made Simple can help. With exclusive tools, trained professionals, and expert advice, finding your color will always be simple. Now let's talk purple. True Value's Color Made Simple.
Meeting the challenge since 1940.
One to nothing Arizona. Speaking of Kerry Wood, he met the media before the game. His rehab is going very well, but very recently he was wondering if that shoulder was ever going to recover.
Like I said, we were out of options. I mean, we had done, from a treatment standpoint, everything we could do, and from a therapy standpoint, we've covered and we made stuff up at times just to try something different. So, I mean, honestly, at that point, I was out of options, and really just went out to go throw and get it to flare up. So when I went and saw a doctor, they wouldn't miss anything, and they could see what was going on. You know, I wanted to go out and get the thing going, so I went out and tried to throw and see what would happen, and I felt great. So.
That's Kerry Wood as Chris Snyder skies into left center field for Alfonso Soriano. One out in the fifth, and don't have the official schedule for Kerry Wood, but he's getting very close to attempting to throw in back-to-back games, and possibly in Peoria coming up, and we certainly will let people know when we find out more about Kerry Wood moving up the minor league system. And he's going to take it day to day, which he has throughout this process, but so far so good.
That's the only way you can approach a rehab like Kerry Wood is going through. Just take each outing on its own merit, see how you feel the next day, and ideally continue to move forward.
Petit struck out attempting to bunt in the second inning. Both starters have really settled in nicely. Grounds out, 2 quick outs. Let's check out our Comcast Sportsnet poll question. The Cubs have a better chance at 1, winning the division, or 2, winning the wild card. Text your message to 65295. They have a better chance to catch Milwaukee and wrestle away the wild card from right now San Diego, tied with Atlanta for second in the wild card race. Maybe another team or two that we don't even know about right now.
I'll say this, it makes it a lot easier to scoreboard watch if you just worry about winning your division, especially when you only have one team ahead of you. Gets a little complicated when you're trying to keep track of 6 out-of-town ball games to figure out where you stand at the end of the day, if you're looking only at the wild card race.
Marshall can't get it. Going to be a tough play for Fontenot. Gets rid of it quickly and safe. Boy, just about any other batter in this Diamondbacks lineup, and they get the out, but Chris Young can really fly, and he picks up an infield hit. Fontenot and DeRosa did everything they could to get him. Could not.
This is as good a play as you can possibly make as a second baseman. Scoop and throw all in one motion. Nice pick at the other end by Mark DeRosa. Very close over there at first base. Good hustle by Chris Young out of the batter's box. He understands what his value is to this D-backs ball club. Besides supplying some power at the top of the order, he's got that blazing speed. And you would fully expect Chris Young to be on the move over there at first base, probably early in the sequence here to Orlando Hudson. false start that time from Young. Looked like he thought he had Sean Marshall timed, but Sean held the ball just a split second longer. That's the most effective thing a pitcher can do to hold a base runner, is alter your times. Quick pitch on one pitch, hold the ball on another one, hold it a little bit longer on the next one.
The Diamondbacks yesterday against Rich Hill stole third base twice. Quite as easy to steal second against a lefty with a good move. Young runs. Here's a throw by Kendall. Safe. 13th steal of the year for Young.
And Kendall got rid of it in good shape, made a strong throw. Just too much speed from Chris Young over there at first base. Fairly quick delivery from Sean Marshall as well. Everything should have added up to a close play at second base, but Chris Young just outran the play.
Meanwhile, 2-0 on Hudson. Make it 3 balls, no strikes. So the Diamondbacks with a couple of more stolen bases today. Kendall's 0 for 4, throwing out base stealers as a Cub. And that's ball 4. Hey, good going. Ryan Dempster hosting children from the inner city Little League program today. The children meeting with several players prior to the game and enjoying the afternoon here at Wrigley Field. Program provides recreational opportunities for kids 9 to 18 who live in the Chicago Housing Authority developments throughout Chicago. It's funded by Cubs Care and operated by the Chicago Park District and the Chicago Police Department. The Inner City Little League program. Nice going, Mr. Dempster. Does a lot of community work. Ryan asked if we enjoyed that one pitch that got past everybody yesterday. He said he wanted it up and said, I almost hit your camera.
Threw about a 10-foot high fastball right past everybody all the way to the backstop.
Burns into left. Soriano there to make the catch. And Marshall gets out of it as Arizona strands 2. DeRosa starts the bottom of the 5th. Cubs trail 1-0.
You want to dance? What you got?
Want to get away? Now you can. Fly Southwest Airlines nonstop from conveniently located Chicago Midway to Long Island for just $39 one way.
You are now free to move about the country.
You know, a lot of wireless companies say they have a great network. But where? Everywhere? Call you tonight. We have different lives. We go different places. Isn't your everywhere different from the next person? That's why at US Cellular, we give you 30 days to try our network, because we want you to make sure it works everywhere. And that special somewhere, you use it most.
Guess who caught dinner?
US Cellular is wireless where you matter most.
US Cellular connects with you.
One half-ton pickup has the best warranty of any other, the best fuel economy of any other, not to mention the highest possible front crash test rating. Makes you wonder why you'd want any other truck. The all-new redesigned GMC Sierra.
It's the GMC Summer Sell-Down on a great selection of 07 models. Right now, get 0% APR or $2,000 total cash back when you purchase an all-new 07 Sierra 1500 Extended or Crew Cab. For more information, visit gmcdrive.com.
Time now for a GMC Sports Update.
Luke Stuckmeyer here in our Comcast Sportsnet studios. We'll get you back out to the north side in just a moment. First, let's check out the Brewers and Giants in Milwaukee. Barry Bonds is not in the lineup this afternoon. And right now, 4-3 Milwaukee, top of the 6th. Time now to head back to Wrigley Field with Glenn and Bob, guys.
Thanks, Luke. It's 1-0 Arizona, and the Cubs offense has yet to figure out Yusmeiro Petit.
Yeah, Petit has not been overpowering with any of his stuff. His breaking ball has been real good at times. He just hasn't really made any mistakes in a location where the Cubs hitters can do any damage.
DeRosa gets a piece of it, and the Cubs trying to win this rubber game.
Yeah, they've had a few good pitches to hit, but as we just saw there with Mark DeRosa, a lot of the good pitches have been either fouled out of play or fouled straight back to the backstop. Just not able to center him up to this point.
A wind-up in the 0-1 is outside. 1-1. 4 hits for the Diamondbacks, just 2 for the Cubs. They've only put a runner in scoring position 1 time. But Petit got out of it, making a nice defensive play on a line shot by Ryan Terrio. He knocked it down and threw him out. DeRosa with that bat waggle. 2-2. I think Mark thought that was ball 3. Steven Drew, 1 out. Whether you've never been to Wrigley Field or been 1,000 times, a guided tour of the friendly confines has something for everyone. Each 90-minute tour includes a visit to the press box, clubhouses, dugouts, and much more. Tours are sponsored by Bank of America and available on select dates throughout the season. Tickets are $25 and proceeds benefit Cubs Care. For more information or to purchase tickets, visit Cubs.com. There's a lot to see here and a lot behind the scenes that fans don't normally get to view. And I think one of the things fans will notice who haven't been here is how small and intimate the setting is. And there may be fans out there who came here as kids and now are adults. As Jackson retires Jones unassisted, because I know this was the case for me at Tiger Stadium. When you're a kid, the ballpark's huge, and then you come back a few years later and you're like, wow, I had no idea how small this park was. But that's the charm of Wrigley Field. You're right on top of the action.
My first memory of going to a major league ballpark was Municipal Stadium in Cleveland, and geez, that was like walking into the Grand Canyon when you're a kid. It's just immense. But you're absolutely right. A few years pass and your perspective changes a little bit, and you come back and see the same venue and you're shocked at how much smaller it is than you remember, especially here at Wrigley.
Kendall will try to get something started with 2 outs. His battery mate is on deck, Sean Marshall. Fouled back. Let's check out the poll results. %89% think the Cubs have a better shot to win the division than the wild card. We'll see. Still over 2 months to go. By the way, Jason Kendall matching up with Sean Marshall today for the 2nd time.
And not that it was a bumpy ride the first time around, but I'm sure Jason is much more comfortable the 2nd time catching Sean Marshall than he was the first time.
Sean Marshall, his Cubs debut, and there is his first Cubs hit after an 0-for-9 start. Are we going to grab the baseball? I know, third team, the big leagues, but Petit does have the ball. Be a nice keepsake, wouldn't it?
Well, hopefully this will break the seal on a lot of base hits in the last couple months of the season for Jason Kendall. He's a guy throughout his career that's put a lot of hits on the board in a hurry, and still plenty of time left in this season for Jason to turn his year around personally and in the process helping the Cubs get to where they want to go.
This will be another good time for a first hit. Sean Marshall 0 for 16 this year. Way outside. Ball, 2 strikes on Marshall. Final in Florida, the Marlins beat the Reds 9-3. Jacobs and Ugla with home runs. Dan Ugla with 19 for Florida. Jeff Keppinger homered for the Reds his first. It's now 4-3 in Milwaukee. Brewers leading the Giants. It was 4-0 after 1. Marshall strikes out. Teague shutting out the Cubs through 5. It's 1-0 Arizona.
Recognize your loved ones on the sidewalks beneath the historic Wrigley Field marquee. Through the commemorative paver program, you can join thousands of fans in celebrating the day you became a Cubs fan, declared your loyalty, or preserved your favorite Cubs moment. If you're a Cubs fan, how can you pass up this opportunity to become part of Wrigley Field? Each order includes a replica paver for your home or office and makes a perfect gift. So to purchase, visit Cubs.com or call today. Space is limited, so order now.
SAP has solutions for mid-sized companies? I'm gonna need some time to come to terms with this whole thing. Okay, I'm good.
That is the stupidest thing I've ever heard.
The Simpsons movie, rated PG-13 for irreverent humor throughout. Friday only in theaters.
See that house? I built that house. Hey, see that truck? I built that truck.
The American-built Toyota Tundra. Now with 0% APR financing or $3,000 cash back. Find out more at ytundra.com.
Comcast Sportsnet has Bears training camp covered. From interviews on Chicago Tribune Live to the most in-depth news on Sports Night, Comcast Sportsnet is a Bears fan's best friend this summer. Don't miss Bears training camp report starting Thursday night on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend. Cubs baseball is brought to you in part by Midas. Visit Midas for brakes, expert auto maintenance, and tires. And by the all-new full-size 2007 Toyota Tundra.
Hey fans, pull out your disco shirts and platform shoes. It's that time again. The Cubs take on the Phillies Tuesday, July 31st at 7:05. Come celebrate 70s night with legendary Barry Williams, best known as Greg Brady on the Brady Bunch. 70s night is brought to you by Southwest Airlines. Fans dressed in the best 70s outfits will receive airline tickets, compliments of Southwest Airlines. She's ready.
1-0 Arizona. Sean Marshall back to work. Facing Connor Jackson. A walk and a strikeout, so he has yet to put a ball in play. That is in play, and it's fair. I guess a fan did not touch it. The call made by Ted Barrett. Doesn't matter. Double anyway for Jackson. That's their first extra base hit. And the first time they have put the leadoff man on base.
As you mentioned, not making contact first 2 times up. This time Connor Jackson gets a little cutter on the inside part of the plate just over Aramis Ramirez down into the left field corner. Fan just missed making a play there. Either way, it was going to end up a double for Connor Jackson.
Well, on March 27th, just a few days before the end of spring training. This is Mark Reynolds. Oh, Hairston was coming up. My bad. We'll get to that story in a second. Jump the gun a little bit. You see the lead by Jackson at second. Missed again, 2-0.
Well, talking about Mark Reynolds at the plate, this is a guy that may cause the Diamondbacks to make all kinds of changes. I mean, Chad Tracy was the incumbent third baseman, Connor Jackson the first baseman, along with Tony Clark occasionally over at first. They called up Mark Reynolds from the minor leagues, and he immediately caught fire at the major league level. He's hit 8 home runs already in his first 170 at bats at the big league level. There's some talk that perhaps Tracy will end up at first base and Connor Jackson back in the outfield, depending on what happens with Eric Burns and whether he re-signs with the Diamondbacks or not. So sometimes a guy comes up and gets an opportunity to get regular playing time, and it completely changes the future plans of an organization because of the success he had early.
He had a game-winning 3-run homer in the 8th Wednesday in Milwaukee. The pitch. 3-1. So Marmol getting ready in the bullpen. And Sean Marshall has allowed 5 hits and 1 run to this point. Pitch count still fine. 190 on the day. Foul back. 3-2. Marshall looking to get the sign from Jason Kendall. Jackson started the inning with a double. And the pitch. Swing and a miss. Good comeback.
Well, not only to get the out there of Mark Reynolds, but to keep that runner at second base. That's an at-bat where offensively you like to see the Cubs move that ball to the right side, advance that runner onto third base, and set the table for the guys coming up in the bottom of the order. But Reynolds came up empty. Jackson still at second base.
And now here's Scott Hairston. Yeah, just a few days before the end of spring training, Scott Hairston was told that he had made the opening day roster. So that same day, he hit 3 home runs in 3 consecutive innings off Josh Fogg of the Rockies. Bob Melvin joked that if he had known how Hairston was going to respond, he would have waited until opening day to tell him he had made the team. That's a good way to celebrate making the opening day roster. Go out and hit 3 home runs. And it was the first time he had made an opening day roster. Ground ball to short. It's Ryan Terrio to Mark DeRosa. Hairston almost beat it. It was a routine ground ball, but it didn't end up that way at first base, did it?
Boy, Hairston and Chris Young at the top of this Diamondbacks order, they give you that element of speed when they get on base. Hairston's had trouble getting on base this year, but good hustle down the line that time turned into a very close play at first. Maybe a little extra crow hop there from Terrio, and bang bang over there on the other end.
Stephen Drew had the game-winning home run yesterday. 3 of his 11 career blasts have been at Wrigley Field. Top of the order for the Cubs in the bottom of the inning. They have just 3 hits against Petit. Other National League action. Washington in the top of the 9th, shutting out the Rockies 3-0 in D.C. That's foul. Dustin Nippert is up for the D-backs. Houston blanked Pittsburgh 1-0. Woody Williams over Shane Newman. Brad Lidge got his 3rd save. American League. Toronto blanking Seattle 8-0. Roy Halladay with his 11th win. Three-hitter for Halladay. He went the distance and beat Felix Hernandez. 1-2 pitch just off the outside corner. 2-2. Fans wanted it, didn't get it. Mark Carlson made the call.
Maybe just a little above the belt when across the front of home plate. Remember, it's not where Jason Kendall receives the ball. It's where it is when it crosses the front of the home plate. May have been just a little up.
Another huge crowd today. Cubs finishing up a Big Ten gamer. And now trailing 1-0. Marshall trying to get out of the sixth. The 2-2 pitch. Another foul. Marshall looking for another quality outing. He's been really good this year.
There's a possibility this could be Sean Marshall's last batter of the ballgame if he does not retire Stephen Drew. The on-deck hitter Chris Snyder, a right-handed hitter, and then the pitcher spot due up after that for the Diamondbacks. Lou's been he has not hesitated to pull the trigger on a pitching change if he feels the matchup better suits the Cubs, and Carlos Marmol is ready to go down to that bullpen.
Well, he hasn't let Marshall get to 100 pitches very often. Swing and a miss to get out of the inning. The leadoff double by Jackson, but he ends up stranded at second base. Alfonso Soriano will try to get something going. He's 1 out of 2. We'll be back.
It's the Chevy Summer Sales Drive, where you'll find the all-new Chevy Silverado 1LT with the best available 4x4 highway fuel economy and the best warranty of any full-size pickup. Better than Ford, better than Toyota. And now we're giving Silverado our best lease yet. Qualified lessees can get a low-mileage lease on this 07 Silverado half-ton for around $259 a month. Residency restrictions apply. Call for details. Qualified lessees get this 07 Silverado half-ton for around $259 a month.
Hope you'll join us for Sports Night at 6:30. We'll recap the Cubs and Sox game. Plus, we're with Barry Bonds in Milwaukee as he continues to chase Hank Aaron's home run record. That's tonight at 6:30.
If you need to tow it, Quad City Spring has it. Quad City Spring is the area's suspension, spring, truck accessory, and towing experts. From goosenecks and fifth wheels to every kind of hitch imaginable, including Blue Ox base plates and tow bars, strong as an ox. And Quad City Spring installs and services everything they sell. So tow it right. Get your ride to Quad City Spring. Quad City Spring, 34th Street at River Drive in Moline.
A new Showtime original series.
Eddie Foyer is dead.
In a place where everyone has a secret.
You don't tell us so.
I want to get out of here.
You can't.
The only thing more dangerous than the lies.
We all have a past.
Is the truth.
You're not safe.
Meadowlands, only on Showtime. Order Showtime now and see the best shows on TV, including the new series Meadowlands. Anytime on Showtime On Demand. Free with your subscription.
Tomorrow night, the White Sox are back on the south side for a Central Division showdown with Detroit. Coverage begins with Sports Night, presented by AT&T Yellow Pages at 6:30 as Soriano hits a foul pop. Connor Jackson has just enough room right at the ledge there. front row of the seats, and he makes a catch. So Soriano, 1 pitch and 1 out. And it'll bring up Ryan Theriot. So Sox and Tigers in HD tomorrow night at 7, right here on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend.
The wind blowing a little bit across from right to left may have helped that ball stay in play for Connor Jackson, able to get over there right at the wall and lean over and make a catch.
White Sox trailing 6-1, bottom of the 6th at Fenway Park today. Well, one of the key plays in this ball game, Ryan Theriot shot one back up the middle. It was knocked down by Petit, who threw him out. That was with 2 outs and Soriano at second base in the 3rd inning. If Petit doesn't get it, it's a tie game.
No question. Clean single into center field. If it get past the Diamondbacks pitcher and with Soriano running from second base, he would have scored easily.
You know what happened? The ball get out of the pen? That's what just occurred. Only 1 ball in play at any given time.
That's the way it's supposed to work.
Well, certainly possible. There have been times where a ball has been hit out into the ivy and a different ball has fallen out.
I told the story last year playing at Old Candlestick Park with those swirling winds. There was a ball game where the great umpire Lee Wire was working the plate. I was catching. The ball was fouled off on the left side, appeared to be headed up to the stands.
Burns with a catch as he bangs into the padding. Boy, is he something to watch?
Well, he's just a runaway truck with the throttle stuck. He knows no second gear. He is going all out all the time. Bricks, pads, ivy, doesn't matter. We saw him in left field the other day try to climb up into bleachers going after a foul ball.
Just watch how he bounces off the pad here. Whoa! Like a trampoline.
Just to finish the story about Old Candlestick, a foul ball headed to the third base side, clearly up in the stands. Lee Wire handed me a new ball. I threw it to our pitcher on the mound, and sure enough, the unpredictable Candlestick winds blew the ball all the way back, not only in play, but into fair territory. And our pitcher was standing on the mound with the ball in his glove while the left fielder and the third baseman chased the ball down the left field line, and Lee immediately started yelling at me, "Give me the ball, give me the ball." Fortunately, the pitcher was coming in to back up home plate and just kind of flipped it to me on the way by, and I put it behind my back and handed it back to Lee Wire, and only a few people even realized it had happened.
Well, I don't think we've seen that one this year, but it's still fairly early.
We're more likely to see the multiple balls falling out of the ivy out there. I look forward to the day when we see a line drive off the vines out there and have about a half a dozen balls fall on the field.
Hudson throws out Fontenot, and we come back. The Coors Light cold blast to the booth as we get into the 7th. 1-0 Diamondbacks.
We know you like style. We know you like performance. We thought you'd like fuel economy as well. With the Pontiac G6, you get the same highway fuel economy as Camry, with even more power. The new Pontiac, designed for action.
During the Pontiac Summer Sell-Down, get into a 2007 G6 sedan starting at $16,895. Hurry, inventory limited. For more information, visit PontiacDrive.com.
Yeah, you know the spot.
Right away, sir.
Welcome to Giordano's. Your table's ready.
Thank you.
How's everything?
Fantastic.
What's your secret?
It's the fresh ingredients, and it's been so for the last 30 years.
We made it good. You made it famous.
Stop, Hub! Where should we sit? Right at first base.
Wait, how about along the third baseline?
Wow, this is great. Just like having season tickets.
Looking for great seats? Buy tickets from other fans. Have extra tickets? Sell them to other fans. Go to StubHub.com today for tickets to the hottest sports, concert, and theater events, even if they're sold out.
Peanuts. Hey, there's still tickets right behind home plate.
Let's go for it. StubHub, your choice, your ticket, your experience.
StubHub!
Help! Help! I'm hurt and can't work. I need help to pay my rent, car payment, and electric bill.
You! Do something!
My bills! My hero.
Aflac. Ask about it at work.
Time for the Coors Light Cold Blast to the booth. Jeff Downs from Waterloo, Iowa writes about retired numbers. So the only numbers available for a player to wear are 0 through 99. There are only 25 players per team. But the number of retired numbers, both the team and the major leagues all around, is increasing. Will we eventually have to go to triple digits, especially in spring training? The numbers for Carlos Marmol now working in the 7th. Well, that's an interesting question. I still think we're a few decades away. Teams don't generally retire a ton of numbers. Yeah, I guess at some point. You have Banks and Santo, Williams, Sandberg retired. Jackie Robinson's 42, retired around baseball. At some point, 31 is going to be retired here. I don't think there's any doubt about that. Jenkins and Maddox. And we'll talk with Fergie Jenkins coming up as he'll sing the 7th inning stretch. But yeah, maybe at some point you'll see number 105 on the mound.
I can't remember what year it was. Billy Martin was managing the Oakland Athletics, and they were in a rebuilding stage, and they invited just about every free agent who wasn't signed with a team to spring training down in Phoenix, Arizona, and they had guys wearing triple digits on their uniform numbers in spring training. It looked like an ant farm when you went over to watch the A's work out. Hundreds of players.
Driven toward the gap by Chris Snyder. That's deep, and it is out. A home run on a 3-1 pitch from Marmol. Chris Snyder making it 2-0. His 8th of the year. And it comes just before Yusmeiro Petit's being taken out of the game for a pinch hitter.
Chris Snyder, a big, strong kid. It hasn't always translated offensively for him. Solid defensive catcher, good catch and throw guy. That time leaned all over a Carlos Marmol pitch.
It's Chad Tracy to pinch hit. So the good news for the Cubs is that Petit is out. The bad news is they're down now 2-0. Petit 6 shutout innings, 3 hits, no walks, 5 strikeouts. He was terrific. 61 strikes and 89 pitches.
And with that solo home run, no question about it, Bob Melvin has his bullpen set up the way he likes it. At the end of a ball game with the lead, you'll see Tony Pena in the 7th, Brandon Lyon in the 8th, Jose Valverde in the 9th. We did see Brandon Lyon in the first game of this series. He came in and gave up the home run to Aramis Ramirez on a hanging curveball. That was in relief of Brandon Webb.
So the Diamondbacks, who have lost 13 of their last 18, trying to get in position here, and they're leading to win a series against maybe the hottest team in all of baseball, the Cubs. Swing and a miss, strike 3. So the pinch hitter Tracy is gone.
Put a hitter in a predictable count where he can pretty much guess what's coming. 3-1 pitch to Chris Snyder, looking for a fastball out over the plate. He got it and was able to golf it out of here to left field.
Kerry Wood looking on. Young with an infield single and a steal in the 5th. So 1 for 3 today. Since June 3rd, the Cubs' 29-14 mark tops in the National League, second in the majors. Only Detroit with a better record since June 3rd. 27-13. The Cubs have not lost back-to-back games since June 20th and 21st at Texas. So it's been a full month since the Cubs have dropped consecutive games. They lost yesterday and they're down 2-0 today. Ball 4. Sign up for a subscription to Vineline, the official monthly magazine of the Chicago Cubs. Vineline offers exclusive player features, team analysis, Wrigley Field news, and Cubs minor league coverage. Subscriptions start at just $24.95. Call 1-800-248-9467 or visit Cubs.com to order Vineline today. Young already with a steal, digging in, taking a lead, and there he goes. Jason Kendall had no chance. The only chance he had was if Young had tripped.
Well, believe it or not, that's what you tell your catchers in a situation like that. When a guy gets such a huge jump against the pitcher, you either hold the ball, don't even risk a throw to second base, and if you do make a throw, just make sure you get it down there in the air. Give the middle infielder a ball he can handle in case Young slides off the bag. You could apply the tag at that point, or as you said, in the odd chance he may happen to trip between first and second, but you had absolutely no chance to throw him out there.
A strike. And the count is 2-1 on the switch hitter Hudson. Carlos trying to find his command here.
You know, Len, every time something happens in the game of baseball, a runner moves up 90 feet. Alan Trammell is always plugged into the ball game. There's no question about it. But when Young reached second base, he moved up there at the top step of the dugout where he can get a real good look at his middle infielders and see how they're holding Chris Young on second base. And there's a definite art form to that as well. You want to get in close enough to that runner that he is aware of your presence, but yet be in a position where you can backpedal into a good defensive position. And it's all a matter of timing. If you back up into your position too soon, Chris Young will be able to get a couple of extra steps on his lead, possibly steal third base, at least get a good jump and score on a base hit. So there's a real art to that middle infield play, trying to keep that runner close at second base.
Michael Wirtz has a baseball. And Larry Rothschild visiting on the mound, getting a lot of time. Mark Carlson now will. No, he's not even going to head out. So it's Burns batting with 2 on and 1 out. Fergie Jenkins with our 7th inning stretch coming up. Arnold would love a double play ball here.
Fergie said throw him a slider on the outside corner and get the double play ball.
Here we go. He's going with a slider. The location you specified, and Burns took it. You saw Burns kind of catch his breath there and just take a moment, which he probably has to do a lot because of all that energy. 2 strikes on him.
I'd venture to guess that Eric Burns is not a real good poker player. Deal him a pair of aces, he's liable to jump right out of his shoes.
I'm in.
Yippee, I'm in.
I call. The 0-2 pitch. Able to hold up. Marmol ready. Not quite. A leadoff homer by Snyder. Tracy, the pinch hitter, struck out. Then back-to-back walks, and in the middle, Chris Young stole second base. Ended up on the roof just above us. Took a good 15 seconds before it rolled back down into about the 12th row, right behind home plate. Swing and a miss at the slider.
Good pitch by Carlos Marmol. Burns has been the Diamondbacks' best hitter with runners in scoring position this year, and Marmol just carved him up there with some real good breaking balls off the outside corner.
So Marmol tries to get Jackson to get out of the inning. It's already 2-0. You have Ramirez, Floyd, and DeRosa in the bottom of the 7th as they'll jump into the Arizona bullpen. Way inside.
This is one of those pitches as a hitter you try to turn invisible. How did that miss him? Looked like a breaking ball that Carlos really tried to overthrow, left it inside. You can almost feel the bruise starting to form as you watch that pitch coming right at your rib cage, and just able to get out of the way.
A flare into right. It's going to drop down. Cliff unable to field it cleanly. I don't think it would have mattered because of Chris Young's speed as he was racing around third base. And it's now 3-0. It's an RBI single for Jackson. Didn't hit it hard, but he found grass out in right.
Yeah, I doubt if Cliff Floyd would have had a play on Young at home plate. He may have been able to throw out Orlando Hudson at third base if he comes up with it cleanly, but a little bit of a bobble there. Hudson moves on to third base. Diamondbacks have him on the corners. Like a greyhound, Chris Young streaking around from second base, scoring without a play.
Reynolds playing third base again. First and third, 2 outs. They've scored twice in the 7th off Marmol. Sean Marshall gave up 1 in his 6 innings. Arizona scored 3 yesterday, and it was enough to win 3-2. And the Cubs offense that had really done the job throughout the homestand the last 2 days hasn't done much. 29 pitch 7th inning already for Marmol. It's Lee Tinsley, the first base coach. You saw Chip Hale before, the third base coach. Here's a 1-1. Right below our booth. Fergie was ready. He missed it by about 10 feet. 1 ball, 2 strikes. The pitch. Struck him out on a slider. Here comes the stretch.
Today's guest conductor for Take Me Out to the Ball Game, Hall of Fame pitcher Fergie Jenkins.
All right, let's go. All you guys in Cessna Park, let's go. Take me out to the ball game. Take me out to the crowd. Come on, let's go. Buy me some peanuts and Cracker Jacks. I don't care if I ever get back, for it's root for the Cubbies. If they don't win, it's a shame. For it's 1, 2, 3 strikes, we're out at the old ball game. Get some runs here. Let's go, guys. Let's go.
With every step, it gets better. Miller Genuine Draft. Cold filtered 4 times for smoother flavor.
Hey, Cubs fans, tune into Comcast Sportsnet all year to watch your team and the LoJack caught stealing play. Then visit Cubs.com/LoJack to enter to win a 2008 spring training trip. LoJack, the only stolen vehicle recovery system operated by the police.
We love baseball, hot dogs, apple pie, and Chevrolet. Stolen bases, go cheese pizza, bottled water, and Chevrolet. They go together in the good old USA. Baseball, hot dogs, apple pie, and Chevrolet.
Get a 2007 Chevy Cobalt LS sedan starting at $13,640 after cash back. That's an 07 Cobalt sedan LS starting at $13,640 after cash back.
Grab the new Sun-Times and get the real Chicago story every day. Subscribe at suntimes.com. Chicago Sun-Times. Let's get into it.
Bottom of the 7th. And a new pitcher for Arizona. It's right-hander Tony Pena facing Aramis Ramirez. It's now 3-0 Diamondbacks, and Hall of Famer Fergie Jenkins is with us in the booth. Always great to see you, Fergie.
Thank you.
What's going on? What's happening?
Well, just working my foundation. We've been on the road. Did a couple of things for the, I think it was the T-Bones there in Kansas City. Did another personal appearance in around the, I'm trying to think of the little town. It's not far from here. It's in Illinois, but, you know, just staying busy.
Well, it's always great to have you here. A beautiful day. And Bob and I have talked a lot about the strange weather in that it's been a little cooler and the wind has blown in more than it has blown out. It's barely blown out on this homestand. We're in late July. Do you remember a year where the wind blew in a lot in the middle of the summer?
Let me tell you. People ask me how I win 20 games 6 years in a row here. The wind always blew in when I pitched. I picked my days to pitch, mostly on Tuesdays and Thursdays.
The wind blew in a lot on Tuesdays and Thursdays, huh? Whoa! The Gold Glover, Orlando Hudson, can't make the play. That'll be his 10th error. The other thing that's happened on this homestand is the other teams have made a lot of errors, and the Cubs hoping it's a big one.
I think that's going to be a big plus. I mean, you got to start off with that leadoff guy on first, put a little more pressure on the pitcher, and you got to put a couple of hits together.
Well, it's just odd to see Orlando Hudson make that kind of an error. He kind of got caught in between right there. Looked like the ball might have hit at the edge of the dirt and the grass cut there. Ricocheted off his left leg up toward the middle of the field. Good start here for the Cubs.
So here's Cliff Floyd, who has struck out twice, one time swinging, the other time looking. Leadoff hitter on for the first time the entire game.
Well, Fergie, you said you've been staying busy. I looked at the stats. In your Cy Young year in 1971, 325 innings pitched. Nowadays, the yardstick is usually 200 innings pitched. 30 complete games.
Well, we had a pretty tough manager, Leo DeRocher.
Yeah.
If he gave you the ball, he didn't want it back. And by far, I wasn't going to give it back. But I think our bullpen was really two guys. I'm trying to think. The Vulture with Phil Reagan and also Ted Abernathy. That there were times you'd have to give these guys rest. They were a little older at the time. And by far, if Leo thought you deserved to be out there, you stayed out there.
One strike on Cliff Floyd. The kick and the pitch. Inside, 1-1. Cy Young Award winner in 1971. First pitcher to record 3,000 Ks and less than 1,000 walks. Greg Maddux and Kurt Schilling also holding that honor. They're both active right now. 2-1 on Cliff Floyd. How much did you throw between starts?
I threw a lot. I threw batting practice, which is something that's unheard of now. My second day off, I throw at least 15 minutes to the extra men, stretch my arm back out, and just try to get that mound awareness going again and maybe work on an off-speed pitch, which I developed a really good changeup throwing batting practice, and I think that's something that's really helped me, you know, in my playing days of my career.
3-1. Do you think pitchers today, starting pitchers, throw enough?
No, they don't. Right from spring training, I think that you ought to throw as much as you can. Johnny Sane was a coach for the White Sox, and he talked to me a few times just as another coach to a player, telling me he used to throw 8 minutes every day, and I try to keep that theory going. And plus, I had a pretty good pitching coach in Joe Becker with the Cubs, and that was something that I think the pitching staff then did. Bill Hands, Olson, myself, Nye, Joe Niekro, we threw a lot between starts, and I think that's the strength that you learn, the mound awareness of throwing that ball over the plate or close to the vicinity around the plate.
Well, you did that as well as anybody in Major League history throughout your career, and I'm sure that would be one of the big reasons, because you threw the ball a lot, and that's what Greg Maddux has always done. Practice makes perfect.
Definitely. I just think that if you've got a coach that understands that you've got good arm strength and you work at it, and by far it's not going to hurt you.
Swing and a miss. Strike three. Pretty good heat from Pena. 96 miles an hour. There he is.
One of only 4 pitchers to win 100 games in each league, and back in those days, Fergie, that was 2 completely different sets of umpires. The American League umpires, and they had their own strike zone, and National League umpires had their strike zone. Did you notice a difference moving from league to league?
I went over there, Bobby, in '74 with the Rangers. They had the inflated chest protector still, and guys wouldn't go down on the ball, especially the low pitch. I basically had to prove to the umpires that I could throw the ball consistently down there around the knees, and that was my bread and butter, slider sinker.
That was a deep fly out by Mark DeRosa, way out to the warning track as Scott Hairston made the catch. So 2 outs in the inning, and it'll bring up Jock Jones. What's it like for you whenever you come back to Wrigley Field? And we've noticed that there's been a little change here the last couple of homestands with the way the team has played.
Well, you know, my home for 12 years here. The friendly confines, as Ernie said, it was friendly. I enjoyed pitching here. I enjoyed coming back. A lot of fans still remember myself as a pitcher, and what I tried to do as an athlete to win ball games, and I hated to lose like everybody else. And out there every 4th day, it was my turn to shine, so I tried to do it as much as I could, and I had to depend on guys like Santo and Ernie and Billy and Kessinger Becker. There was a bunch of guys that played well behind me.
2 balls, no strikes. All right, let's go back to the late 60s when they lowered the mound.
Didn't bother me.
Didn't bother you?
No. No, I was comfortable there.
Numbers, but
I was comfortable out there. Bob Gibson had a great year. So did I. That year I won 20 games. I got shut out 5 times, 1-0. So I knew what it was all about. But the thing was that the mound, I think if they would heighten it again, it would help some of the breaking ball, sinker ball pitchers, because it's a downward action you've got on your pitches. And I think another 3 or 4 inches, maybe even 4 or 5, would help those sinker ball pitchers.
We'll ask Ron Santo what he thinks about that.
Yeah, he probably knows too.
Pitchers always want to raise the mound.
Well, hey, that's the only thing they haven't done in the game. They've shortened the fences, bats, infield, the glove. Everything's changed except that pitching mound and the strike zone. And there's some umpires that it's pretty small. I've watched a lot of ball games on the tube or just been at ballparks, but I still think if they would up the mound again, that they'd have maybe a little different stat. Maybe the earned run average might go down a bit.
Ed Halber out to check on Jock Jones. Let's see this foul ball.
Jock has had a couple of foul balls off that front foot lately. None quite as hard as that last one. Caught him right on top of the right foot.
Do you remember facing Lou Piniella? He was
yes,
1
I did.
for 8 against you.
Yeah, when he was with the Yankees. Yeah, he's a right-handed hitter. So I had some comfortable situations, right-handed hitters, when they come to the plate. I knew what my game plan was all about.
Fouled back. 2-2 on Jock Jones. Fergie Jenkins in the booth with us. Ramirez reached on an error by Orlando Hudson to start the inning. It's 3-0 Arizona.
Base hit would probably liven people up here a little bit.
Yeah, it would.
Crowd's a little dead right now.
Hit foul to the left. Well, the starting pitching has been a big factor this year, Fergie. We've talked about it, and right now the Cubs second in the league in earned run average.
I think this is the first time the Cubs have had 3 really good left-handed starters, from Lilly and Marshall and Hill. When I was a coach here, we had 5 right-handed starters, and that didn't work. And I think the Cubs have the right idea. Get these young left-handers out there. And this is the ballpark for left-handers. Kenny Holtzman and Nye won here a lot. So I know it's a left-handed ballpark.
Marshall was terrific again today. Gave up 1 run in 6 innings. But the best he can hope for is a no decision. It's 3-2 on Jones. Ramirez runs. Ground ball to first, backhanded play by Jackson, and he'll step on the bag to end the inning. Fergie, always a pleasure. Great to see you, and enjoy the rest of your summer.
Good to come by. Appreciate it. Thank you.
It's Fergie Jenkins.
Pleasure.
With convenient flights every day, Southwest Airlines gives you the freedom to do business out of town and still come home at night.
Winston, I'm home!
Fly one of Southwest's 8 daily nonstops from Chicago Midway to the San Francisco Bay Area for just $99, including new service to San Francisco International starting August 26th.
You are now free to move about the country.
Amstel Light.
You can lean on me.
Live tastefully.
A shift has been made. Now power isn't sacrificed to achieve fuel efficiency. And cars that perform great on the road also perform great at the pump. Introducing the 36-mile-per-gallon Nissan Versa, 36-mile-per-gallon Sentra, 35-mile-per-gallon Altima. 3 powerful Nissan sedans with 35 miles per gallon or higher. Lease the 2007 Nissan Altima for $229 per month. Now, when you think power and fuel efficiency, think Nissan.
Here's the sharp aqueous detail of the game. It's the play we talked about earlier. Ryan Theriot had that ball targeted for center field. It would have tied the game as Soriano was at second with 2 outs, but it was knocked down by Petit and made it a relatively easy play as he threw out Theriot by about 6 steps. That was back in the 3rd inning.
Momentum such a big part of this ball game. Had the Cubs been able to push that run across, who knows what may have happened, but as it is, Billy Petrick's going to take the mound down by 3 runs here. See his numbers on the season. This will be his 7th appearance since his recall from the minor leagues.
So he'll work against Scott Hairston to start the 8th. Always great to chat with Fergie Jenkins. Yeah, that was interesting what he said about left-handed pitchers in this ballpark, and the Cubs with 3 southpaws currently in their starting rotation. It's now 7-5 Milwaukee in the bottom of the 8th as the Brewers lead the Giants. Braun and Hart with home runs in the first inning for Milwaukee. A little later, Pedro Feliz with his 15th.
They're talking about Fergie. I just marvel at those numbers. Over 300 innings pitched, 30 complete games. Are you kidding me? There's been years recently, an entire league hasn't had 30 complete games.
Yeah, much different era.
Well, the game has evolved. Whether it's for the good or the bad, that depends on your perspective. It's certainly a much more specialized game. It's a lot tougher to hit late in the ball game. You're not facing a starting pitcher that's up to the 130 pitch mark in the 8th inning. You're facing a reliever that's coming in fresh.
Cliff battling the sun. He makes the catch and falls down. That ball might have ended up right in the sun, and he just stuck his glove up there and made the catch.
To shade his eyes with that glove and hoping the ball comes down in the glove. He may have lost that right in the sun at the very last instant, the way he tumbled away from that ball. Boy, that is a scary feeling.
One and nothing on Stephen Drew. Well, Billy Petrick kind of has the Michael Jordan thing going. Kind of sticks out his tongue as he delivers the pitch. I think it's almost an involuntary thing for him. He doesn't even realize he does it. Watch this.
He's trying to distract the hitter. That's what he's doing. I'm sure a habit that he developed a long time ago. Just want to make sure that you don't put your tongue out on a fastball and leave it in on a breaking ball or something to give the hitter an opportunity to try to figure out what it all means.
Right. It's trapped by Terrio. Throws over the door, so he need to carry some chapstick in his pocket too.
You'd be surprised the thing that hitting coaches and opposing hitters look for in a pitcher, trying to figure out what pitch is coming in a given count. Nice play by Terrio. Scoop and throw on the run. I mean, Len, you're very familiar with Dontrell Willis down in Florida, and there was a time early in his career where, you know, he had that high leg kick and he used to look up toward the lights at the top of the stadium, and he used to raise his head up a little bit higher on the fastball than he did on the breaking ball. Of course, he had a lot of things going on in his windup, but if you could be very specific and watch for the tilt of his head early in his career, he would tip his pitches. He has figured out a way to correct that.
Snyder homered his last time off Marmol. Carlos gave up 2 runs in 1 inning. The wind and the 2-1 fouled back. One other thing that Fergie brought up, and I asked him about how much he threw, and he also thinks that guys today should throw more. And every Cub pitcher who came into contact with Greg Maddux when Greg was here, I mean, all they had to do is watch him every day. And pitching, it's not just necessarily throwing off a mound. It's flat ground off the padding in the outfield. Just trying to hit the same spot. I mean, Greg would do that all the time.
A lot of pitching is muscle memory. We hear pitchers and pitching coaches talk about repeating their delivery, getting their body in a mechanical position that puts their arm in the best possible slot to execute their pitches consistently. And you don't always have to be throwing off a bullpen mound to a catcher with a pitching coach standing over your shoulder to do that. We've both seen Greg Maddux repeatedly standing out in the outfield during batting practice, throwing at a spot on the wall time and time again.
Jeff Devannon will now pinch hit for Pena. Switch hitter batting left-handed. Snyder drawing the 2-out walk. Diamondbacks have gotten excellent production from their bench this year, leading the majors with 9 pinch hit home runs. Comes some heat, swing and a miss. Golfed high in the air to center field for Jock Jones. And he puts it away for the final out. Cubs being shut out, middle of the 8th. It's 3-0.
Introducing the Cadillac Summer Event. Right now at your Cadillac dealer, you can experience the best Cadillac has to offer and 0% APR financing across all models. The best part about summer? It's here.
Visit your Chicagoland area Cadillac dealer for this attractive offer.
This summer, Comcast Sportsnet is a Chicago baseball fan's best friend. The top matchups.
Number 3 tonight. And this ball game is over.
The most in-depth analysis.
It's really all about pitching for the White Sox. This is a very important stretch.
Lively post-game coverage.
You couldn't script it any better.
I got to change my style. I got to go there and have some fun.
And the most Cubs and Sox news every night on Sports Night. Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend.
Want to win a special Cubs collectible? Well, here's your chance. Comcast Sportsnet and the Cubs want to give you this limited edition iPod. To enter, tune into Sports Night, and every Thursday at 6:30, watch for the weekly iPod Cubs trivia question. Then log on to ComcastSportsNet.com and correctly answer the question to be automatically entered to win this limited edition iPod Nano. It's that easy. Watch Sports Night and win only on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend. Time now for a Cadillac Sports Update.
Luke Stuckmeyer here in our Comcast Sportsnet studios. Back out to the ballpark in just a moment. First, another check on the Brewers and Giants in Milwaukee. So far, no Barry Bonds, but it's 7-5 with 2 outs in the 6th. The Brewers scored 3 runs. They lead at 7-5, bottom 8. Time now to go back to Wrigley and Len and Bob.
All right, Luke. It's been a very quiet day for the Cubs offense. And a new pitcher for Arizona, Brandon Lyon. As Bob mentioned, he gave up a home run to Aramis Ramirez on Friday, a 3-run shot in the 8th inning. His team was trailing at the time 3-2. That home run made it 6-2 Cubs. But today he's in a 3-0 Arizona lead. And a strike on Jason Kendall. Well, you get to the point now these days where it's odd to see a relief pitcher work from the windup, as Brandon Lyon does. A short reliever. Most guys just go right from the stretch exclusively.
I think that gets back to that consistency of delivery, being able to repeat your delivery over and over. It just eliminates one of the options.
This is Eric Burns surrounding it. One away in the 8th. Angel Pagan will now pinch hit for Billy Petrick. Pledge your allegiance to the Cubs by becoming a founding member of the Cubs Club, the new official online fan club for the Chicago Cubs. Cubs Club members will get benefits unavailable to other fans, including your very own 2007 membership card, MLB.com's game day audio for the 2007 regular season, and much more. To join today, visit Cubs.com, where baseball is always on. Scott Air up in the bullpen. Well, Billy Petrick and Michael Jordan. I'm sure he loves the comparison. Who wouldn't? I wonder if Michael did that when he batted with Birmingham, right? Double A with the White Sox. 2 outs.
Talking to Bob Melvin before this series, and he was talking about the tail end of his bullpen. He likes the way it sets up with Tony Pena, a hard thrower. We've already seen him in this ball game, an inning of clean work. And Brandon Lyon in the 8th inning, he said he likes Lyon because he knows how to add and subtract when he gets in trouble. And by that he means a little more extra on the fastball, take a little more off the heater, throw a big curveball. Lyon hasn't had to do that in the ball game so far today. Every fastball has been 90, 91, 92, that one at 94.
Throw by Stephen Drew, showing a cannon from short to make the play, and it's still 3-0 as we go to the 9th inning.
A shift has been made, and fuel-efficient cars are suddenly fun to drive cars. Small cars are safe cars with 6 standard airbags. And now there are 3 great cars for under $15,550 each. A shift has been made, so when you think fuel economy, safety, and value, think Nissan.
Shining is showing someone the way. At Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, we want to help you live a healthy life. By providing wellness programs and initiatives, we keep you focused on staying well and living well. Because we believe sharing a commitment to a healthy way of living can inspire someone for life. Lean on me. Blue Cross Blue Shield of Illinois, shining through.
So, you've been going out, huh? Big parties, music, pretty ladies. Son, we need to talk about protection.
Dad, I'm 26.
Yeah, I know. But you're never too grown up for your old man to give you one of these.
Oh, man. Dad, thanks.
Every Coors Light can has a protective liner to lock in that refreshing frost brewed taste.
You can never be too careful.
Frost brewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer.
Now the Feltco Cubs upcoming schedule. A lot of games here on Comcast Sportsnet on the upcoming trip Tuesday and Thursday night in St. Louis. We're on Comcast Sportsnet Plus Friday night, Comcast Sportsnet Saturday night from Cincinnati. And left-hander Scott Air works the ninth. He'll face the top of the Diamondbacks order, Young, Hudson, and Burns. 3-0 for the visitors. We saw Scott up in a 2-2 tie in the bullpen yesterday. Did not get into the ballgame. Still think Scott's going to get an opportunity here to pitch in some bigger spots. Cubs would love to see him take on a greater role and get closer to what he did last year. The 1-0 pitch to Chris Young. Strike.
When you think about how Lou has handled this roster this year, I mean, there was a time not so long ago Jock Jones was kind of the forgotten man, but Lou realized if he's going to be here, he has to be part of this team. He picked his spots to reincorporate Jock into the lineup, and lately he's been swinging a red-hot bat. We saw the same thing happen with Ryan Terrio earlier this year. He struggled a little bit offensively. Lou gave him a little bit of time off to recharge the batteries mentally, and Ryan has come back and played some excellent ball. I think Scott Eyre is probably the next project on the list. This is a guy you'd love to get going to give you that extra left-handed arm in the bullpen.
It's a good way to start the inning. Called strike 3 on Young.
Backdoor slider right on the corner to Chris Young. That's a good guy to keep off base right there. He is a major distraction when he gets on. He's already stolen 2 bases in the game today. Won't get a chance this time.
It's a final in Milwaukee. The Brewers dumped the Giants 7-5. Claudio Vargas defeated Barry Zito, and Francisco Cordero notched his 31st save, leading the major leagues. Jose Valverde will, at this point, try to pick up his 30th, unless Arizona can get a run in the top of this inning. It's 2-0 on Hudson. Now 2-1. 41,705 in the ballpark today, and Cubs have gone over 2 million in home attendance. 2,031,155. Huge crowds throughout the homestand, really the entire season. Easy play for Soriano. Cubs were averaging 39,789 at home prior to today. So that'll go up just a little bit. 51 home dates. Haven't had a whole lot to cheer about today. Backward swing by Burns for a strike. It's a fastball at 93 from Scott Eyre. 2 strikes.
Cubs are the 3rd team this season to go over the 2 million mark in home attendance. The Dodgers and the Mets, the first 2 National League teams to go over that mark.
And 3 of the oldest ballparks in the National League. Setting up shop toward the outside. It's in the dirt. Our producer of Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet is Bob Albrecht. Our director Dave Turner. Great to have our associate producer Tamara Anderson back on the job today after a nice vacation. Our stage manager Christine Charbonneau. Chris Kettner, welcome aboard. Our technical director today, Jim Cornell Jr., our executive producer, and great work by our entire crew. fun homestand. The Cubs with 7 wins in the first 9. They do trail today late 3-0. The 3-2 to Burns, and it kicks away from Kendall on ball 4.
To finish him off with a slider down and in. Burns doesn't even offer it that pitch. Kendall has to block it over into the on-deck circle on the third base side. With a 3-run lead, I don't know if Burns will be on the move over there at first base or not. Perhaps if Connor Jackson falls behind in the count, you may see him attempt to steal second base. But I think with a 3-0 lead, Diamondbacks are content to let their cleanup hitter swing away right here.
This has been a very different year for Scott Air. This is his 29th appearance. 02 through 06, at least 70 appearances in each of those 5 seasons. Backhanded play. Terrio to first, and he gets the out. Nicely done by Ryan Terrio. Cubs need base runners. 3-0, bottom of the 9th coming up.
We love baseball, hot dogs, apple pie, and Chevrolet. Stolen bases, go cheese, pizza, bottled water, and Chevrolet. They go together in the good old USA. Baseball, hot dogs, apple pie, and Chevrolet.
Get a 2007 Chevy Cobalt LS sedan starting at $13,640 after cash back. That's an 07 Cobalt sedan LS starting at $13,640 after cash back.
At the end of a long, hot day, grab the beer that starts out cold and ends up refreshing. Frost Brewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer.
I wanted to add something new to our relationship, but I was afraid to bring it up. Then a close friend turned us on to KiaMatch.com, and in just minutes, we found the perfect companion for both of us.
The Kia Sportage. I felt so safe.
And with 28 miles per gallon, we could just go forever.
Find your match at KiaMatch.com or visit your local Kia retailer.
After the game, stick around for Cubs Postgame Live. Get highlights of all the action, analysis from Dan Plesac, plus check in on Lou Pinella's postgame remarks. Don't miss Chicago Cubs Postgame Live immediately following the game right here on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend. Tony Clark is in to play first base and will hit 9th in their order. If in fact he does get an at-bat, that'll mean the Cubs will have scored 3 and will be in extras. Jose Valverde looking for his 2nd consecutive save and number 30 on the year. And he'll face Terrio, Fontenot, and Ramirez.
Get a look at Valverde's numbers on the season. When he first came up to the major leagues with the Diamondbacks in 03, he saved 10 ball games. And the then TV analyst was a gentleman by the name of Jim Traber. And people called him Big Papa, Big Daddy, whatever the case may be. And Jim Traber, in an effort to translate, started calling him Grande Papa, which he assumed was Big Daddy. But the literal translation is Big Potato. So for a long time, everybody called him the Big Potato, but he has shed that nickname the way he's mowed down National League hitters this year.
One strike on Ryan Terrio. The kick and the pitch. Bounced it off his foot. Ouch. It's the second time that's happened here in the late innings. Jock Jones did it earlier. Well, it's been their bullpen again today, and add the starter to the mix. Petit, 6 shutout innings. Since then, Pena, Lyon, and now Valverde, and Cubs without a hit since the 5th. Bob Melvin's relief corps was terrific yesterday. 5 scoreless innings in Game 2. Remember that note about Sean Marshall? 12 career losses, 12 runs in support when he was on the mound during those defeats. He got nothing today. And Terrier rips it into left center.
Once again, Ryan Terrier waiting till his last at bat of the ball game, possibly to cash in his first base hit. Clean single into left center field to lead off the bottom half of the 9th inning. Never gives away an at bat.
Good play by Chris Young with those wheels out there in center field, as he was able to get that ball and keep Terrier to a single. Although the Diamondbacks aren't worried about him at all with a 3-run lead. The rally glasses, a little twist.
Whatever it takes.
Cubs without Derek Lee for the 5th consecutive game on the suspended list, but he'll be back Tuesday in St. Louis. So Fontenot for the 3rd straight day, hitting 3rd in the lineup. Have been spread out. The Cubs with a single in the 1st, a double in the 3rd, a single in the 5th, and another single here in the 9th. Base runners have been very hard to come by today.
All 3 of the previous hits came with 2 outs in the inning.
Called strike 3. Little fist pump by Valverde, and he got the call.
A little bit of a late call from Mark Carlson behind home plate, which may be up a little bit in the strike zone, tailing toward that outside corner. Mike Fontenot thought it was off the plate and up.
Ramos bats. Strike 1. For 7 since his 3-run homer in the 8th inning Friday.
It's a strike 3 pitch to Fontenot, and you see the little bit of a fist pump, raises his leg. There's Jose Valverde out there on the mound. His antics on the mound have been known to rub opposing teams the wrong way.
You know what, though? The bottom line is if you talk the talk, but you'll walk the walk, I don't think it's going to matter. He'd probably say the next guy, then get a hit.
That's one way to keep him from posing out there on the mound. Yep. Is bang the ball around a little bit, work some deep counts, get some runners on base, put some pressure on him.
Ramirez strikes out, 2 down. So one of the looking variety, that was Fontenot, and then Ramirez swinging. Cubs down to their final chance. It's Cliff Floyd.
Like a fastball cut away, started on the outside corner, just moved a little further off the plate. Ramirez expecting that ball to tail back toward the middle, couldn't come up with it.
You know, Cliff looking for a salvage. He has struck out all 3 times. Clark plays behind Terrio at first base. And first pitch fastball strike. Speaking of Tony Clark, you have Gary Sheffield. I think there's an Addison anywhere in baseball. No Waveland, but there's a Clark and a Sheffield. And there's a big barge out on Lake Michigan. Cliff can get on. DeRosa would represent the tying run. Cliff made the final out yesterday. Do batters feel that extra pressure? 2 outs in the 9th. I mean, you know the situation. Just trying to survive. Nobody wants to make that 27th out.
No, and you don't want to do it 2 days in a row, because inevitably you feel like, geez, if I would have just done something, the game would have continued and maybe something good would have happened. But in reality, it's just 1 of 27 outs that your team has made over the course of that afternoon. But you don't want to be that guy. When your team is in the process of batting around in an inning and you end up making 2 outs in the inning, well, somebody's got to make the outs, and never feels good, but it happens occasionally.
So that's what guys tell their teammates, right? Somebody has to make the outs.
That's right.
You make 2 in 1 inning.
Just being a good team guy, helping everybody else out.
Time called. Cubs are trying to avoid being shut out for the 5th time. Valverde has a sign. The kick and the pitch. A foul to the left. Cubs' next opponent, the St. Louis Cardinals, playing tonight in Atlanta. Brad Thompson and JoJo Reyes, the starting pitchers. Cliff now starting to time Valverde a little bit.
Getting better swings at that fastball. This is usually when Valverde goes to that split-fingered fastball. The bottom just drops out of it. Diamondbacks giving Cliff Floyd a lot of room in right center field. They don't think he can pull that Jose Valverde fastball. Chris Young shaded over in left center. Burns playing straight away in right. Big gap in right center.
Line to left. And it's caught out there by Scott Hairston to end the ball game, and the Diamondbacks take 2 of 3, and for the first time in a month the Cubs have lost back-to-back games. It was June 20th and 21st in Texas when they lost 2 in a row, and now July 21st and 22nd, dropping back-to-back contests. But while it dampens the spirits of the fans here just a little bit, a 7-3 homestand you generally take just about every time.
Well, especially under all the circumstances. Derek Lee sitting out his 5-game suspension, the injury to Darrell Ward, a trade was made in the course of this homestand. A lot of things happening, and until the last couple of ball games, the Cubs just grinding along at their happy business, winning ball games and doing things right. Have to right the ship after the off day in St. Louis on Tuesday.
So they go 3-2 without Derek Lee on the suspended list. The final today, the Diamondbacks 3 and the Cubs nothing. And the Nissan drive of the game, Chris Snyder adding some insurance. A leadoff home run in the 7th inning off reliever Carlos Marmol. Just found the bleachers out in left center.
Well, for a ball club that had been struggling to score runs, the Diamondbacks didn't exactly blow up the scoreboard here the last 2 ball games, but the way their season has been going offensively, they were very happy to take the 3 runs the last 2 days.
So Petit gets his 3rd major league win. Another tough loss. Sean Marshall dropping to 4-4. And Jose Valverde with his 30th save, 2 hours 48 minutes, 41,705. Will go home disappointed. Cubs with an off day. They start their trip in St. Louis Tuesday night. That'll do it for our game coverage. Stay tuned for Postgame Live. Once again, the final score today, the Diamondbacks 3, the Cubs nothing. We'll hit the air again here on Comcast Sportsnet Tuesday night at 7 o'clock as the Cubs and the Cardinals renew one of the great rivalries in all of sports. Carlos Zambrano on the mound, 12 wins for the Cubs. Kip Wells with 12 losses, coming off a terrific start for St. Louis. In-game scoring provided by ScorePad. And now for Bob Brenly and our entire crew, this is Len Casper. You've been watching Chicago Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet.
Don't go anywhere. Dan Plesac is standing by for Cubs Postgame Live. We will break down today's game and bring you Lou Piniella's press conference, plus look ahead to that upcoming road trip where the Cubs take on the Cardinals starting Tuesday night. It's all coming up on Cubs Postgame Live right after this quick break.
It's the Chevy Summer Sales Drive, where you'll find the all-new Chevy Silverado 1LT with the best available 4x4 highway fuel economy and the best warranty of any full-size pickup. Better than Ford, better than Toyota. And now we're giving Silverado our best lease yet.
Qualified lessees can get a low-mileage lease on this 07 Silverado half-ton for around $259 a month. Residency restrictions apply. Call for details.
Qualified lessees get this 07 Silverado half-ton for around $259 a month.
Amstel Light.
You can lean on me.
Live tastefully.
The Chicago Cubs strongly encourage the use of public transportation. The CTA offers a variety of options, including the Red Line, which stops right at Wrigley Field at the Addison Station. If you must drive, try the remote parking operation at DeVry University. Located near the Addison and Rockwell intersection, the remote lot offers parking and an express bus for just $6. For another option, try riding your bike. The Cubs provide a free bike check at the car wash at Clark and Waveland. For more details, call the CTA hotline at 773-836-7000 or visit Cubs.com.
The all-wheel drive IS-250 confidently handles most any surface, even thousands of surfaces at once. Attractive leases available on all 2007 IS models for a limited time at your Lexus dealer.
Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet is brought to you in part by LoJack, the only stolen vehicle recovery system operated by the police. Bacardi Rum, if you're going to drink, be responsible. Geico, 15 minutes could save you 15% on car insurance. Visit us at geico.com or call 1-800-947-AUTO. And by Pontiac, 9 performance machines, all designed for action.
Nothing. The final out at Wrigley Field. The Cubs lose 2 out of 3 to the Arizona Diamondbacks. First time in a month they've lost back-to-back games dating back to June 20 and 21 when they lost to the Texas Rangers. Hello and welcome to Cubs Postgame Live alongside the lefty Dan Plesac. I'm Luke Stuckmeyer. The Cubs close out their 10-game homestand. Dan, they finish it up 7-3, not bad.
Not a bad homestand. I think when this homestand started, if you could have looked in a crystal ball and said 7-3, 8-2, 8-2 would have been a terrific homestand, but they have to be pleased with 7-3. You like to get a little bit greedy, particularly when you win the first game of this series against the Diamondbacks and you really think in the back of your mind, we got a pretty good chance to split one of the last two, have a terrific homestand to get out of here 8-2. It wasn't the case, but this team has bounced back before, and this is going to be a big road trip going to Cincinnati and the St. Louis early part of the week, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday in St. Louis, and then playing a team in Cincinnati that they're going to have to score some runs. That's a very much a potent offense in Cincinnati. Their problem is been pitching, and so the Cubs should start to score some runs hopefully this week.
Well, the Cubs just couldn't muster up any offense the last 2 days, and for Sean Marshall, it was rough luck. His tough day started in the first inning. Pitched a good game, but his rough start was costly. With 2 outs, gives up a single and then a walk, then another single here. Mark Reynolds would knock in the first run, all with 2 outs here. You get the walk. And then Mark Reynolds comes up, knocks him in. They take the early 1-0 lead. Marshall got no run support. That was good enough.
Well, and you know, it's the funny thing about baseball. It's not necessarily how you pitch, but it's when you pitch. The Cub bats just couldn't muster up anything this afternoon.
No, they couldn't. Let's go inside the Cubs clubhouse. Here's Lou Piniella, brought to you by United.
You know, it seems to me like he's got a nice little turn where he hides the ball a little bit. But, you know, they threw some good arms at us the whole series. And they pitched well.
I'm sorry, talk about losing a series, and I mean, it hasn't been for a while.
Probably won't be the only one we lose the rest of the year either. We didn't play poorly. I mean, we just got beat. I think we got 8 hits in 2 days. Give their pitching credit. They played well. We didn't really muster much. Yesterday we had a few more chances. Today we really didn't do much offensively. They scattered the hits, and I don't think they walked too many people either. But hey, listen, we have a day off tomorrow, and we have a good road trip. Everybody, when you come back from an All-Star break and you say 7 out of 10 at home, you'll be very pleased. And all of a sudden, you go 7-3, and everybody's not pleased, and that's because you lose the last 2. But what the hell's the difference whether you lose the last 2 or the first 2? It's 7-3. And what we need to do now is just enjoy a good day off tomorrow and get back to St. Louis and get back to business and start winning series again. We're going to be in our division, so these games are obviously very important, and go from there.
In addition to getting Lee back, you'd like to maybe see Alfonso get in one of the streaks he's been.
Well, we need a couple of these guys to get hot a little again. Yeah, getting Lee is big for us. I mean, you lose your 3-hitter in the lineup, and then you've got a couple other guys that are gotten a little cold. You need some warm bats in there, and getting Derek in there will help a lot.
What did you see out of Floyd today?
Who?
Floyd.
What did I see off?
Or he had some good swing?
The last at bat, he hit that ball well to left field. Arizona's got good pitching. I mean, give these guys some credit. You got some nice young arms over there, and they pitched well. They really did. They didn't walk many of our hitters. They got their breaking balls over, and we for the past few days we haven't really swinging the bats all that well either. So it's a combination. It's a combination.
Got your horse going on Tuesday.
Yeah, and he gets his 6th day. Everybody in this rotation will get their 6th day, so it'll help everybody now too, with the day off, and we'll have our bullpen more set up. With Dempster now closing, we'll have our bullpen set up, so I'll be able to rest. One of the positives today, I thought Stevie Iyer threw the ball well, really did, and we can start putting him into our scheme of things in the 7th and 8th inning. So that was a positive for us because we've been pitching predominantly right-handed for a long time, and it's probably starting to show a little bit. So. But just go from there. You can't win every day. I mean, everybody wants that, but it's impossible. These teams that we're playing are competitive and they're good, and they're here for a purpose, to beat you.
Carlos had a couple of Marble had a couple of rough outings this week.
Yeah, we're going to give him a few more days. I'm not going to use him I'm going to give him as much of a rest as I can. I really am. He's starting to struggle with his command a little bit. He walked a couple hitters, and that's what gets the pitches up. And then he's behind in the count. But look, he's done a heck of a job here, and we've leaned on him. Young kid that we've leaned on a lot now. It's my job as a manager to give him a nice little breather here and get him back on track.
I know you don't concede the West that much, but from top to bottom, is there a division that has better pitching, do you think, in the West Division?
We've faced San Diego, Arizona, Colorado, the Dodgers. There's some good pitching out there. There really is. And San Francisco also. Yeah, there's good pitching. There's good pitching out there. This team has good arms, and you don't swing the bat well against them. They can give you some trouble, and they did this weekend. We didn't do much outside of first game when we scored a few runs, and then Remy hits a 3-run homer. I mean, we were pretty quiet the rest of the weekend.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right.
Lou Piniella talking about that homestand. Cubs go 7-3, although they were 7-1 on the homestand at one point, lost the last 2 games, hitting .272. They did that part of the time without Derek Lee. Earned run average, not bad, 3.10 for the starters. Cubs just didn't score enough runs here in the last 2 days. That's the simple point there. Carlos Marmol, Dan, Lou talked about he's going to give this guy a little bit of a rest. He struggled a little bit today.
He struggled, and Lou touched on it perfectly. You're starting to notice he's starting to really throw a lot of breaking balls. A lot of these fast or breaking balls on the inner half of the plate that he's almost hitting right-handed hitters with. Those aren't fastballs. Those are breaking balls. And that goes to show you a guy that's just trying a little bit too hard. When you start getting a little bit fatigued, here he comes in with a 3-1 fastball. And this is going to happen. You're going to challenge with nobody out, nobody on. You want to make them put the ball in play. And this is what happens sometimes in Wrigley Field. But his command, you see up on the graphic, 3 balls and no strikes. He's been really good prior to about the last couple of outings, getting ahead with his fastball. It has had really good command of his off-speed pitches, but the last 3 or 4 outings, he just hasn't been as sharp, and Lou hit it perfectly. You're seeing his pitch total get a little bit up. Instead of that 1 inning, 12 or 13 pitches, he's having 1 inning, 15, 18, 20 pitches.
And that's been the difference between him this year and last year, too, was the control.
There's no question about it. And when he's throwing strikes, it makes his breaking ball really good.
All right, Sean Marshall is meeting the media at Wrigley. Let's listen in.
Pitch well.
Yeah, I can take some confidence out of this start. It's a good start, and just tough we didn't score the runs we needed to, but I mean that happens to any baseball team on any given day, so it's just a matter of us bouncing back this week and having a good week.
If we would have said that you came out of the All-Star break and won 7 games right out of the break, it's 7 out of 10.
Yeah, I mean we had an outstanding homestand, and guys in the clubhouse, and I can't complain a bit. I'm sure the coaching staff can't complain a bit, and hopefully we'll just keep winning like we've been doing, and just hopefully close the gap.
Sean, does it seem like sometimes some pitchers that from year to year just don't get many runs when they pitch?
I guess some pitchers do. I mean, I don't know if you're talking about myself, but I mean, it's not a big deal to me. I just want to just pitch well and keep the team in every game, and hopefully we'll get a good result out of it.
Have you adjusted something after the Milwaukee start, or the last one where you were not so good?
Yeah, Milwaukee, they did a nice job against me. I just have to tip my hat to them, and I'll just go get them next time. But you know, they put some good at bats against me, and you know, made it a tough outing for me. But I'm just going to continue to learn from that and learn from these last starts, and just keep pitching the way I know how to pitch, and keep pitching the way I can.
Yeah. That was Sean Marshall. We need to get this guy a rabbit's foot or a 4-leaf clover or something. He's had no luck right now.
It really, and sometimes as a starting pitcher, you're really at the mercy of your offense, and he's throwing the ball really well. But if during the course of the season, if you can continue to get your team into the 6th and 7th inning, give up 2 or 3 runs, you're going to win a lot of ball games. He's going through a spurt right now. He's pitching on the wrong day when the Cub bats aren't swinging.
But he did pitch a good game today. As we go to break, let's check out our Pontiac opinion poll. After Zambrano and Lilly, Which starting pitcher in the Cubs rotation are you most confident in? Sean Marshall, Rich Hill, or Jason Marquis? Go to ComcastSportsNet.com, click on Chicago, then on the Cubs page, and vote. We'll have results a little bit later. And before we go to break, here are the National City National League Central standings. The Cubs now 3.5 back in the Central. The Brewers pick up a full game today by beating the Giants. We'll be right back.
For every Cubs victory this season, National City is proud to make a donation to Rhino Kid Care. Please visit rhinokidcare.com.
Athletic performance, lightweight, sporty design, sport-tuned suspension, and an advanced CVT transmission to keep you running smoothly. Introducing the all-new 270 horsepower V6 Nissan Altima Coupe. True performance, true technology, true coupe.
At Dell, we believe your small business needs more than just technology it can rely on. You deserve an entire division of small business experts for advice before the sale, ideas to keep your business humming, and trained support online, on the phone, and on site. At Dell, we believe in giving you advice, customized technology, and support whenever you need it most. Maybe that's why we're the #1 choice for small business. Dell, we believe in small business.
Tired of counting minutes or waiting until nights or weekends to make long-distance calls?
Yeah, but I'm saving money with my cell phone.
Well, now save money and call anytime with Mediacom phone service. Just $29.95 a month.
Hello. I'm listening.
Get unlimited calling anywhere in the U.S., Canada, and Puerto Rico.
And no more counting minutes.
Talk as long as you want, anytime you want, for one low price with Mediacom phone service.
Now you're talking.
Versus.com. Versus on demand. Field Sports 24/7. Your favorite shows. Awesome. Exclusive tips.
All I'm using today is a little drop shot hook.
Whatever the time.
Man, it's on.
Whatever the season. Always open. Always Field Sports. Versus.com and Versus on demand. You belong here.
Blackhawks, Cubs, and White Sox. Comcast Sportsnet.
Here's a look at our 4 seasons. Who's hot, who's not in the National League right now? Who's hot? Ryan Howard hitting .400, 5 homers, 10 for his last 25. Miguel Cabrera, 11 for his last 24. And Adam Wainwright of the Cardinals, 2-0 with a 0.64 ERA. Who's not? How about Nuke Logan of Washington, 1 for his last 16. Marcus Giles is 0 for his last 10. And Derek Lowe, 0-1 with an ERA of 24. That hurts. Welcome back to Cubs Postgame Live. Dan Plesac and Luke Stuckmeyer. Let's check out our Feldco pitching recap today. Kind of a pitcher's duel out there. Yusmeiro Petit did a nice job for the Diamondbacks. 6 innings, just 3 hits, and no earned runs. He struck out 5. More importantly, probably, he walked nobody through just 89 pitches. Sean Marshall, nice job, but that 1 run in the first inning was costly.
Well, you know, this was really a matchup of 2 good young pitchers. And I'll tell you what, the Arizona Diamondbacks, they might be a year or 2 away from being a really good team, but they have a real good collection of arms out there. And it started with starting pitcher this afternoon, threw in the low to middle 90s. really good off-speed pitches, and I think he caught the Cubs at a good time. Not having Derek Lee, that's a big bat to be missing in the middle of your lineup, hitting in that 3-hole. And Aramis Ramirez, great off-speed curveball right here. He was moving the ball on the inside part of the plate, and you see kind of that Greg Maddux fastball that starts on the inner half of the plate to a left-handed hitter, bringing it back over the inner third of the plate. He threw very well, and the Diamondback bullpen was really good.
And maybe the first time a lot of the Cubs batters had seen him as well. He's only 22 years old. Sean Marshall had that trouble in the first inning. They got the RBI single to go up 1-0, but he settled down and he kept the Cubs in the game.
He's done this in just about every start this season. He's never going to be an overpowering or dominant starting pitcher that's going to strike out 9-10. He may occasionally when the stars are lined up right, but he's really a control pitcher. And when he's throwing the ball well, he keeps right-handed hitters off balance, throwing his fastball in the upper 80s. At times he can touch 91, 92, but when he's throwing strikes and using an off-speed pitches, he's been really effective. It's unfortunate. You look at the bottom line and he's 4-4, but he's pitched a lot better than a 4-4 record indicates.
And he's been able to eat up some innings for the Cubs as well. Time now to check that Pontiac opinion poll one more time as we go to break. After Zambrano and Lilly, which starting pitcher are you most confident in that Cubs rotation? Sean Marshall, Rich Hill, or Jason Marquis? Go to ComcastSportsNet.com, then the Cubs page, and vote. We'll have results later in the show. And as we go to break, let's take a look at the StubHub upcoming schedule for the Cubs. They enjoy a day off tomorrow before heading to St. Louis for a 3-game series. Then they will head to Cincinnati for a weekend series against the Reds.
The upcoming schedule is brought to you by StubHub, where fans buy and sell tickets.
Hey, Judy. Linda, hi. We're getting that new Samsung washer dryer. Us too. They're super quiet.
Hey, me too.
Hey, Jeff.
Oh, yeah, those are selling like hotcakes.
At Lowe's, we always have hundreds of innovative appliances in stock, all at everyday low prices. Plus, we always give you free next-day local delivery and haul away.
Can I help you?
My wife's going to kill me if I don't bring this home.
No problem.
Lowe's, let's build something together.
Use your Lowe's consumer card and pay nothing for 6 months on appliance purchases of $299 or more.
One half-ton pickup has the best warranty of any other. The best fuel economy of any other. Not to mention the highest possible front crash test rating. Makes you wonder why you'd want any other truck. The all-new redesigned GMC Sierra.
It's the GMC Summer Sell Down on a great selection of 07 models. Right now, get 0% APR or $2,000 total cash back when you purchase an all-new 07 Sierra 1500 Extended or Crew Cab. For more information, visit gmcdrive.com.
If ever you're not satisfied with one of our tires, please feel free to bring it back. Thank you. Discount Tire Company.
Low prices, more choices on the world's best brands like Michelin and B.F. Goodrich.
So thousands of other mid-sized companies run SAP software. Does that mean I'm not the maverick nonconformist I thought I was?
We believe small business technology should work as hard as you do. We believe that you're big enough for custom-built solutions. And your computer company should always be there to answer your questions.
How can I help you?
At Dell, we believe in giving you advice, customized technology, and support to do amazing things. Our partnership should never be based solely on what's inside a box. It should be defined by the people who stand behind it. Dell, we believe in small business.
Lancer, Outlander, Eclipse SE, Mitsubishi's hottest selling models. No one has more or for less than Max Matson Mitsubishi. The proof is in the numbers. Low prices, high MPGs, and maximum warranty protection. Max Matson Mitsubishi, Chicagoland's leader with 3 locations. Mitsubishi Motors, driven to thrill.
Here's a look at our Geico quote of the day. It comes from the Braves' Willie Harris, who last night became just the second player in Braves history to record 6 hits in 1 game. Quote, you know, days like this don't come around often, so you just try to enjoy it. Tomorrow, you just want to come back out and forget about what happened and try to get on base again for that day. Harris went 6 for 6 with 2 triples and 6 ribbies in Atlanta's win last night over the Cardinals. Not bad. Let's check out our Pontiac opinion poll. Earlier we asked you, After Zambrano and Lilly, which starting pitcher are you most confident in? You went online and voted. 48% say Jason Marquis. Sean Marshall getting 30% of the votes and 20% Rich Hill. Dan, what do you think? I think all three have done a pretty nice job of keeping the Cubs in it.
They really have, and I really thought the biggest game for this team this year was the final game right before the All-Star break against the Milwaukee Brewers. The Cubs bullpen was depleted the first two games, and they really needed Jason Marquis to step up, and he pitched a terrific game. 1 run in 8+ innings, and to start the first game of the series against the Diamondbacks, he was terrific. And I tell you what, if he has a good second half, not a great second half, it's going to really mean a lot to this team, because it looks like Zambrano and Lilly are headed to really good second halves.
Well, speaking of pitchers, Kerry Wood was back in the Cubs clubhouse this afternoon. Woody is getting ready for his annual charity bowling event tonight downtown. And before flying to Chicago yesterday, he threw 17 pain-free pitches in Mesa, Arizona. Wood talked with our Kerry Sayers before the game about his rehab and where he stands right now.
I think I turned the corner. I just, you know, I left therapy one weekend feeling bad as normal, and you know, came in the following Monday and tried to give it one more shot, and I felt great since. So we just kind of kept with it, and haven't had any symptoms, and I've been throwing the ball well and working on everything. So so far so good.
How long ago was that, and was there a possibility at that point that you were heading towards another surgery?
Yeah, it was about 4 or 5 weeks ago probably, and yeah, I mean, we were kind of out of options as far as rehab stuff is concerned, and therapy and treatment. I mean, we'd done just about everything we could think of, and it wasn't responding. So, you know, yeah, it was an option, and it was definitely in my mind. But again, we went out and gave it one more shot, and here I am. So
it's pretty amazing how far you've been able to come, and what now then is your next step, and are you cautiously optimistic because of so many ups and downs that you've had throughout your career?
Yeah, I mean, I'm always cautiously optimistic. I mean, but the bottom line is you got to stay positive, and you know, I feel fine, so you know, I'm not thinking about it when I'm out there pitching. I'm just trying to get guys out. So you know, I can't ask anything else of my body to do it. Just let me go out there and do it and be pain-free. So I'm pain-free right now and throwing the ball pretty well.
That's great to hear. And now, do you think you'll hear about an official rehab assignment perhaps next?
Probably the next couple of days. We'll talk with everybody here and kind of get a schedule going to see what we want to do and see how many innings they want me to go get, and go from there.
Before we let you go, certainly your bowling tournament tonight, how's it gone thus far, and you're excited about the turnout?
Oh, it's been great. The response from the fans and everybody's just been supportive, and it's been awesome this year. I think this is definitely going to be our best year so far in the event, and thanks to the fans, it's been awesome, and the support's been unreal, and yeah, we did great last night, and tonight's going to be a lot of fun.
He's worked hard. What a bonus this guy could be down the stretch.
He could. And you know what? You really hope that this guy can get back, because he is blessed with such physical skills. And it's just unfortunate that, you know, pitching is such a fragile profession to be in. And I'm not sure if it's rhyme or reason or good luck or genetics or whatever it is. But and I tell you what, the guys on the team love this guy. He'll pitch through pain. He'll pitch when he's not 100%. The key is hopefully he can get himself back healthy and do something positive the remainder of the season.
Let's check out Tuesday's pitching matchup against the St. Louis Cardinals. Carlos Zambrano against Kip Wells. 12-7 against 4-12 on paper. It looks like a pretty good matchup.
It looks like a really good matchup for the Cubs, but they're going to have a target now. The St. Louis Cardinals are kind of creeping their way back to the 500 level, and there would nothing that they would rather do right now than kind of rain on the parade a little bit for the Cubs. So Big Z's going to need to bring his A game, but on paper it certainly looks swinging the advantage, no question, to the Cubs.
Big Z should be well rested for this one. For Dan Plezak and the rest of our crew, I'm Luke Stuckmeyer. Thanks for watching. Cubs drop the series finale today. Pat Boyle will join me at 6:30 for Sports Night. We'll have more interviews and reactions from Wrigley Field, plus look ahead at the entire day in sports. We'll see you later.
A shift has been made, and fuel-efficient cars are suddenly fun to drive cars. Small cars are safe cars with 6 standard airbags. And now there are 3 great cars for under $15,550 each. A shift has been made, so when you think fuel economy, safety, and value, think Nissan.
every step, it gets better. Miller Genuine Draft. Cold filtered 4 times for smoother flavor.
Four Seasons, the largest family-owned and operated heating and air conditioning contractor, has simple goals: provide exceptional service at the best possible price and offer products that leave you nothing but satisfied. Call Four Seasons Heating and Air Conditioning today for a free estimate.
It's the Chevy Summer Sales Drive, where you'll find the all-new Chevy Silverado 1LT with the best available 4x4 highway fuel economy and the best warranty of any full-size pickup. Better than Ford, better than Toyota. And now we're giving Silverado our best lease yet. Qualified lessees can get a low-mileage lease on this 07 Silverado half-ton for around $259 a month. Residency restrictions apply. Call for details. Qualified lessees get this 07 Silverado half-ton for around $259 a month.
All Timber Falls hardwood flooring by Columbia is on sale at Menards. It comes with a 15-year finish warranty and a tongue and groove design. 3 1/4-inch Tyler solid oak is $379 a square foot. All Schlag and Dexter lock sets are on sale. Choose from over 200 styles and finishes. A Dexter Corona style twin security pack with stainless steel finish or a Byron twin combo with polished brass finish are $39.99. Both include knobs and deadbolts that are key to like.
Save big money at Menards.
Mediacom and the Quad City International Airport are teaming up to provide you with current local flight information. Just tune in to Mediacom Main Street Channel 72 from 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. every half hour to view the airport's flight tracker for all arrival and departing times. Information made easy by just a touch of a button. For more flight information, visit www.qcairport.com. Mediacom and the Quad City International Airport teaming up with technology to make travel easier for you.
Now join our regularly scheduled program already in progress. Once again, here's Susan Ryan.
Welcome back to Net Impact. Kevin Hall faces all the typical problems of a golfer on the Nationwide Tour. The long hours traveling, the small paychecks, and most of all, the pressure of earning his PGA Tour card. But Kevin must endure another obstacle each day that makes his journey all the more remarkable. Comcast Sportsnet Chicago's Mitch Robinson has this incredible story.
We take it for granted, the sound of the driver hitting the ball, the laughter on the course, even the simple sounds of birds chirping in the trees. For Kevin Hall, there's none of this. He lost his hearing after a bout with meningitis when he was 2 years old. Yet you'll never hear Kevin complain.
No, I can't remember anything about hearing, but it's funny. It's like when I go to sleep, I dream, I can hear. So that's strange. That's a funny thing. And when I was growing up, you know, it was hard to adjust. But, you know, you see kids the same age as me and unable to hear. And, you know, my mom and dad did a great job raising me, you know, making sure that I understood both worlds, the world of the deaf and the world of the hearing.
From the beginning, you know, once he lost his hearing and we found out that we had to learn sign language or whatever, we were blessed enough to, I don't know whether it was intuitive or whatever it might be, but we were blessed enough to try to come up with the kinds of things that would be able to help him. What we tried to do was show him love. So he's always been a happy kid. And we tried to do that and try to give him the opportunity so he could be successful. And try to live by example. And I think that's what he saw. I'm telling all of the good stories about you. All of the good stuff.
They never went, oh, what am I going to do? My son is deaf. Oh, my gosh. What are we going to do? He's going to grow up with other kids. But my mom and dad were never like that. They said, you know what? I believe in God. I trust God. And he's going to take care of everything. So, you know, growing up, you know, it was just natural. It was just to think positive.
And it's just his attitude which Kevin is using to work on his game in order to elevate himself from the Nationwide Tour to the PGA one day, where people can not only appreciate him for the challenges he's had to overcome, but also for the golf he is able to play.
I understand that people like you and reporters might want to know what my story is. That's normal. That's natural. I mean, there's a lot of stories out there, and mine might be a little bit different. You know, people want to know what's behind the person. That's not really hard for me, no.
Kevin has a way of making it easy for you. It doesn't complicate it. I mean, to being around him as a deaf person, there's no problem, because he finds a way. I've watched him play with players where it was the back nine The younger players, they didn't even know he was deaf. He played with some kids when he was little, and they were saying, like, what's that? He used to wear a hearing aid. And they go like, well, what's that on his ear? And they go like, those are hearing aids. He handles situation very, very well. He makes it very comfortable.
Knowing the level of concentration it takes for one to succeed at golf, a case can be made that Kevin has an advantage over his peers. Without the sense of sound, some say he has fewer distractions. Kevin says only that the distractions are different.
When I'm actually playing golf, I mean, of course, I do have a slight advantage not being able to hear airplanes and things like that, things that might be going overhead. But I have the same challenge as the other golfers. It's a mind game. That's what this is about. Because I can't hear, I'm a more visual person, so there's a lot of visual distractions also, you know, people are moving, you know, birds flying by, whatever there might be. It's a visual game too.
I witnessed playing at Wingfoot in the U.S. Amateur. He was on number 10, and the gallery was behind 10, and he was into a swing, and he stopped because the cell phone went off, and I go like, what happened? I know he doesn't hear his cell phone. What happened? So later on, I said, how did you know to stop? He said he was totally behind him, and he was into the swing, and he saw it from his visual vision. He saw it, and he stopped. Saw it because he went to, and I said, man, that's amazing. So he is very, very, very visual.
Now, along with the advantage of not being able to hear any auditory distractions, Kevin has the disadvantage of not knowing when the gallery is cheering for him. There is a solution. In the world of signs, this means applause, and a simple gesture like this rings loudly in Kevin's world.
In the shadows of Tiger Woods and all that he has meant to golf for African Americans, it can't go without questioning which was tougher for Kevin growing up, African American and playing golf, or being deaf and playing golf.
That's a good question. You know, I've never been asked that question before. It's a difficult one. I think being deaf. Because, I mean, there's a lot of African Americans out there for many years now, but with deaf, there aren't that many, you know. You need a little bit of help with communication. There are different types of technology that deaf people use now. I think being deaf is a little bit harder because there's some extra added things we have to do there in order to get communication spread.
And as Kevin continues to break down doors that may have once stood in his way, he finds the only real challenges left are posting low scores, round after round after round. Mitch Robinson, Comcast Sportsnet.
That is such an inspiring story. We're now joined by Mitch Robinson, who covered Kevin's story. Mitch, have you followed Kevin's progress on the tour? How's he doing out there?
It's been a bit of a struggle this summer. He's only entered 2 events, and he missed the cut both times. So he's back working with his coach and his father. And, you know, when he practiced earlier on and started playing golf seriously, Tiger Woods watched him. Tiger actually gave him a card, gave him his phone number, said he's going to keep tabs on him, and he's been giving him some tips. So that's not a bad thing.
Not at all. That's quite an endorsement. And it's hard enough to get your PGA Tour card without having this additional obstacle to overcome. But he seems so confident and self-assured. It's almost as if he's putting everyone else at ease instead of the other way around. Did you find that to be the case when you met him?
Yeah, definitely. From the moment I first met him, I walked in the clubhouse, and he was the one who came running up to me, hand outstretched to shake it, smiling and introducing himself. And as a reporter, you might get apprehensive sometimes. You know, you don't want to ask a wrong question. You don't want to upset him in any way. And all that was out the window because he was just so down to earth. I got to know the real Kevin. And from what I understand from talking to his dad, that's the way he is with little kids all the way up to the other golfers on the tour. And that's why he's becoming a favorite among the nationwide golfers.
Wow, well, that was such a great story. Thank you, Mitch.
Thank you.
And we'll be right back.
Coming up, art and dance. 2 people following their passion. But you might be surprised as to how one of them got there.
Everyone's surprised. I'm not sure why, but I guess it's because I'm working in this industry. I have been told, you went to Harvard, you had a degree in neuroscience. What are you doing here? Are your parents disappointed?
The Range Rover for 2007, designed for the extraordinary. Visit your local Land Rover Center.
Welcome back to Net Impact. He has always been able to see art in the game of baseball, whether it's capturing the power and beauty of Mike Schmidt's swing or the grace and fluidity of Lefty's windup. World-renowned sculptor Zenos Frudakis captured the likeness of the Phillies' 4 Hall of Famers and forever changed the landscape of South Philadelphia.
I probably do this for the same reason that a lot of people do sports, because it's what I'm best at, and it's what I can excel at. My name is Zenos Frudakis, and I'm a sculptor. I've got some of his wrinkles. I remember when I was a small child, and my mother was making bread, that I would take the dough and I would sculpt little figures under the table, and she would cook them up in the stove. So, you know, I've been sculpting as long as I can remember. I think my figures have an energy, and I like to think it's because I did some sports when I was younger, and I'm just very conscious of it. Tools are made, see, these are handmade, and I made this one, and it's made to go in a nostril. It's made to go in the ear, see? You make a tool for a particular purpose. You don't just go buy something that has no connection at all to sculpture. It's not just getting a likeness, but you want to get the character of the person, and I want them all to be alive. One of the fun things about having people like Mike Schmidt or Steve Carlton pose and the others is that you get to meet, whatever field it is, what I do, you get to meet the best at what they do. And they seem to have something in common. There's a certain, this level of excellence. And, you know, Mike Schmidt, he was the best at what he did. And you can see when they pose for you, like in Schmidt's case, I could see his intensity, even now, his focus, his character. You know, it's there. Bronze lasts a long time. It's enduring. We're still digging up bronzes, you know, today from ancient times. But they're also, hopefully, if quality is there, it's timeless. You know, just like a baseball player who achieves something, you remember it for a very long time. Quality is what is remembered. The skill is remembered, and that's what lasts over time. Each piece is a milestone in my life. It's a marker. You can look at the work and you can know who I am because I don't hold anything back. That's who I am. So my life takes shape in my work.
In keeping with the theme of doing what you love, we move to the story of Kim Garris, a Harvard grad who specialized in cognitive neuroscience. Where is she now? You'd be surprised. SNY's Jonas Schwartz with the story.
Hi ladies, welcome to the Nets Dancer auditions. My name is Kimberly Garris. I oversee all our Nets entertainment teams, our Nets dancers, Nets kids.
As 200 or so women tried out for the Nets dance team last weekend, they were hoping to join one of the most noted dance groups in the NBA. But with the territory of a dance team, hey, comes some stereotypes.
The biggest stereotypes, especially for blondes, that we're a little dumb, a little stupid.
We're ditzy and we run out on the court and we know how to shake our hair and, you know, be eye candy.
Blonde, dumb, you know, just shake my booty out there on the court and not much else.
But as a former Knicks City dancer and now the Nets Director of Entertainment and Marketing, Kim Garris has heard all the stereotypes, but she also breaks them all. She went to Harvard and graduated Phi Beta Kappa.
Everyone's surprised. I'm not sure why, but I guess it's because I'm working in this industry. I have been told, you went to Harvard, you had a degree in neuroscience. What are you doing here? Are your parents disappointed? I get that all the time, and they are actually thrilled. They couldn't be happier.
And neither could Garris herself. But when she first left the hallowed halls of Harvard, she found a job fitting her specialty in college, cognitive neuroscience.
I had spent some time down in D.C. working at the Institute of Neurological Disorders and Stroke, where I worked with patients with frontal lobe lesions.
But she missed the other big aspect of her college life, being a part of the Crimson dance team. So she got a part-time job as a Knick City dancer and then got the promotion to the full-time business side with the Nets a few years later.
The reason why I asked her to join us here is because she's so dedicated and so hardworking, and also she's an amazing dancer.
5, 6, 7, 8. Kick 1, 2, turn 3, and 4.
But her job doesn't just deal with dancing. The business and marketing side is a huge part of her work.
People don't get that. They think they call me the Paula Abdul of the Nets or something. You know, think I just do some choreography and throw it together. But basically, I manage all our entertainment assets, all the day-to-day business that goes along with them, the marketing, the websites, the PR, booking outside appearances, choosing choreographers, costumes, you know, all that sort of business side.
And with her background, Garris gets the business from her current teammates.
It's a little nickname we have for her. We call her Harvard.
That's her name. That's her nickname. I actually do not call her Kimberly. I call her Harvard.
And that's what sets Garris apart in an industry that everyone on the outside thinks doesn't involve smart people.
Don't kick me.
She definitely busts out of stereotypes. She's that full package. She tumbles, she dances, and she's a brainiac. I mean, I couldn't ask for anything better than Kim Garris. She's amazing.
Good. One more time.
From East Rutherford, Jonas Schwartz, SNY.
Wow, Jonas, that must have been a really tough story for you to cover. Thanks for taking one for the team. And our thanks also to Chris Cotter and Mitch Robinson. Thanks for joining us for this episode of Net Impact. I'm Susan Ryan, and we will see you next time.
You're watching the home of the Bulls, Blackhawks, Cubs, and White Sox, Comcast Sportsnet.
Welcome to Golf Life, the premier golf lifestyle program. On this episode, two-time Masters champion Ben Crenshaw and his partner in golf architecture, Bill Coore, discuss their theories on golf design at their newest masterpiece, the Colorado Golf Club. Plus, the 2003 U.S. Open champion, Jim Furyk, discusses the pros and cons of chipping and putting from the fringe. And two-time U.S. Open champion Andy North shows us putting games to play with your friends that also improve your technique. And Ben Crenshaw returns with his thoughts on putting excellence. Now, Ben Crenshaw and Bill Coore explain how they became one of the hottest teams in golf architecture.
I was 16 years old, and I played my first golf course up east, so to speak. I was from Texas. And to go to Boston for the first time and play one of our historic golf courses, the Country Club in Brookline, that just started off both a love of golf history and architecture all in 1 week. I was fascinated. I said, this golf course is very different. I don't know what it is about it, but it's very different. But it looked to me like it looked like New England. So it didn't look like it was transported from somewhere else. It reflected the land that it was on. I was lucky enough to turn professional and start playing, and I started traveling. And I never stopped studying golf course architecture. It's been a great part of my life, along with playing. So the further on I went in my professional career, I always knew I wanted to get into business, but I needed someone. I needed a partner. Bill and I met in 1985, and through a few months of sort of soul searching, I mean, he wasn't looking for any partner. He had a crew of all of his own. He was out and had a successful piece of work, and he was searching for others. I guess over a period of many months, we convinced, maybe I convinced him more than he, that we might give this a go.
We were introduced by a potential client who tried to put us together for a project that was never going to happen. Just was impossible to happen. But from that point, it became a friendship, and then a learning of just a point of getting together to talk about golf architecture, never thinking it was going to be a business. And there was never a moment, neither one of us can tell you that there was ever a moment we sat down and said, let's do this. We don't know We can't even tell you when it happened. It was an evolutionary thing, much like our golf courses, that sort of, it felt right. It felt like it was the right thing to do. And I get asked all the time that people say, well, how does this work? How does, you know, working with one of the all-time best players work, and what does each one of you do, and what's this, and who does that? And it really is a process of learning from each other and learning how to put the best product out there. And in my case, learning from Ben is so much about detail and how little subtle things affect the way certainly the best players play. And the beauty of Ben too is the fact that he recognizes and understands how those of us who are far below the best players and even the average players play. And that's a tough thing for really accomplished players to do. They tend to be so focused on the very best shots that sometimes in golf architecture you have to be aware of the bigger picture.
We've been building since 1985, and we'll pursue this the rest of our lives. And it's a big part of my life because I've studied for it and I love it. We have fun doing what we do. We got a crew that just is so much fun to be with, and we just kind of go around doing one here and there and doing things that we like. And we've been very fortunate to have these situations. I've had some great things happen in my golf career and in my life, but this is one of them right here. I mean, I don't care who you roll out in the industry, this is my guy, and I am proud to be his partner.
Now, two-time U.S. Open champion Andy North shows us putting games to play with your friends. Brought to you by Superstroke. Visit superstrokegrip.com. Here's Andy North.
My last two suggestions are not tips, but they're games. And these are games you can play with your friends, and it'll help you improve your putting. The first game is called 21. It's very much like horseshoes. It can be played with 2 players, 3 players, 4 players, whatever. And what it is, it's basically the closest ball to the hole gets a point. If you lip one out, you get 3. And if you hole it, you get 5 points. Now, if one of your opponents holds it on top of your hole out, he gets to double it to 10. But the key to this game is that as you get close to 21, you have to hit 21 right on the number. So if you're at 17 and you roll one in for 5 points for 22, you have to go all the way back to 0 and start over again. It's a wonderful game to play, particularly on greens with some slope in them. This will definitely help your speed and your competitiveness and your confidence in putting. Our second game is called Pullback. This is another great game for 2, 3, 4 players. It's your basic putting around the putting green, 9 or 18 holes, total strokes. But the difference in this game is if you miss the putt, now instead of just walking up and tapping it in, you pull the ball back at least 1 putter length from the hole. And what this does, no matter how close you hit the ball to the hole, you're always going to have at least a 3-foot putt you're going to have to make. What this does, you'll learn how to lag the ball close to the hole, and you've got a lot of confidence in making those 3 or 4 footers.
Coming up after the break, Bill Coore and Ben Crenshaw talk about their theories on golf course design. Please stay tuned.
Getting here is only half the battle. Now the real psychological warfare begins. This is when those little demons creep into your mind and take control of your hands. The putter seems to weigh 50 pounds, and suddenly you're begging for a 2-putt even though you're only 10 feet from the cup.
What makes this so tough, Andy, is that we don't feel in control of our putter. Well, now there is an easy way to get control of your putter and the confidence in your stroke. The new Super Stroke putting system. First, its wide design fills your hands, creating a feeling of more control while actually reducing the tension in your grip. Second, it stabilizes the wrists so they don't hinge. That promotes more consistent rolls each time, which in turn leads to more made putts from all distances.
Call the number on your screen now and improve your game immediately by ordering the Super Stroke putting system for just 2 easy payments of only $19.99.
Your putter determines your score, not your driver, not your irons, not your wedge. The fastest way to improve your putting is with the Super Stroke putting system.
Add laser accuracy to your game. Stop guessing where you're aimed and let the laser show you the way. Introducing the Red Eye Laser Line Putter, the only putter ever designed that shows you exactly where you're aimed.
The Red Eye putter is absolutely fantastic. The laser is perfectly accurate.
Simply line up your putt, tap down on the putter, and the laser shows you exactly where you're aimed. For outdoor practice, the Red Eye comes with the electronic smart target. This revolutionary target works in conjunction with your Red Eye putter. It features 5 laser sensors, and when your Red Eye is lined up with the smart target, it offers auditory and visual feedback to let you know you're right on target. And when you're ready to take your Red Eye to the course, simply change out the laser cartridge for the USGA conforming player cartridge, and you have the same putter PGA Tour professionals are using in tournament play. Pick up your phone now and call the number on your screen to putt with laser accuracy with the complete Red Eye i330 putting system.
They're the teams you live for, the players you cheer for, and the events that make you stop everything. Whatever side you're on, whatever captures your interest most, there's one common bond that unites us all. We all share a passion for Chicago sports. That's why fans like you need a television home devoted solely to you. The games, the news, the analysis, and everything else you desire. It's all right here on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend. Sit, watch.
Where's a fan's best friend online? ComcastSportsNet.com. It's the place to read analysis from Comcast Sportsnet experts that you can't find anywhere else. Get up to the second news headlines, see the day's programming lineup, check out talent bios, and watch video clips featuring the latest info on your teams. Plus, sign up for Sports Extra and Sports Blast email alerts that make you the first to know about breaking news. Log on right now to ComcastSportsNet.com. Fans' best friend online.
Golf Life is brought to you by Superstroke, the grip used to win the AT&T National at Congressional Country Club. Get your own Superstroke grip system today at superstrokegrip.com. And by the Red Eye Laser Line Putter. Add laser accuracy to your game by visiting redeyegolf.com. And now, let's join Bill Coore and Ben Crenshaw at their newest golf design, Colorado Golf Club.
Lord knows this was an extraordinary opportunity, and when we're offered that opportunity to work with a gifted piece of land, and that has holes in a natural form out there, and people say, there it is, go find it, and that's what they allowed us to do. So we came here and we just started to walk the land. Certainly we had topographical maps. We had some, laid over aerial photographs and those things, and those are all wonderful and were very helpful. But the people here at the Colorado Golf Club, the principals allowed us to come out here and have freedom. Walk over that hill. See if there are holes over there you want. Walk over there. See if there are holes. We explored every square yard almost of this entire property, and then came back and said, this is the areas that we think looks like golf to us.
I don't think anybody can route a golf course there's nobody can route a golf course better than Bill Coore. But given that, hit the sequence and how you take across a piece of property, the succession of holes and how you depict them. But then after that is how do you make it, how do you accommodate play? You have to let people in. In other words, if that entrance doesn't match what you're trying to do way back up the fairway, it's not going to be a playable hole. It's not going to be a very pleasurable hole. Over a lifetime of study, you know what works and what doesn't a lot of times. And a lot of times, at least to me, you can paint yourself in a corner if you shut people off, especially in front of the green, because then it's a proposition where you're asking people to loft a shot into the green, and that cuts off classes of golfers. And the great courses of the world, are laid out to where there's a way in. A lot of times, courses go wrong from the edge of the green back 50 yards. And it's a process of whomever is putting the courses. Will I let you in? How do I want to treat you as a golfer? If you keep giving people insurmountable obstacles, they'll go play ping pong. You know, you can't do that. You want people to come back. And that's what we work so hard on. And the guys that work with us know that. And they've known that from the beginning. They knew that before I got together with them. Bill drummed that into them.
And there's some of the holes that once you've laid out or established the routing, there are certainly some holes that you know are going to need more work than others. There's some that are very apparent early on. You know, boy, there's quality written all over this. We know how we're going to work with it. And there are a few of them that you just have to work harder with. And the old the Tillinghast statement that there are some of them you just have to, you know, you have to beat enough life into them they can hold their heads up in polite society. But so they're all different. But some holes are just blessed from the beginning, and others are works in progress. So when we walked out here and we saw, and you know, what appeared to us to be a very natural hole, and that sandy scrape was there very much as it is today. And some people would say, well, gee, this hole's over the hill. You can't quite see. You don't quite know what to do. And yet some of the most fascinating holes in the world fall into that category. And what the sandy scrape does, it helps orient you. Once you've played the hole a few times, you know, based on your game, whether you should play over the left edge of it, the middle of it, maybe if you hit big right to left shots over the right edge, how you should approach it. But it's a guide, and you'll see those throughout the golf course. They're not necessarily meant, some of the bunkers and some of the scrapes and things aren't necessarily meant to penalize you. They're there to help orient the shot you're going to hit, as well as give definition to the holes.
If you wed your hole to the land that it's on, that golf course is going to be different than anyone else's course. You couldn't set out to build this hole. But this is a situation that we saw, and we made a golf hole out of it.
He's incredibly artistic, but just has an unbelievable eye for detail. And so we've been very fortunate that fate put us together, and here we are.
My playing days are, I don't have too many more years of playing, and I'm very happy to keep doing this the rest of my life.
Coming up after the break, Jim Furyk breaks down short game strategies from the fringe.
Is your golf travel bag so heavy and cumbersome that you're tempted to just leave your clubs home? Then meet the 4-pound Travel Light, the world's lightest and toughest golf travel bag. Unlike cases that cover your existing bag, the Travel Light is the bag. Just remove the lockable cover, connect the strap and pouch, and tee off. It's rugged, lightweight, and takes tons of abuse while still protecting a full set of clubs. For information on how to get your Travel Light, call 1-800-794-1122. Order now and receive this premium golf towel absolutely free. Call 1-800-794-1122 today.
This is Red Sky Ranch and Golf Club, North America's #1 mountain golf experience. Red Sky is elegant Western living, overlooking 2 award-winning golf courses by Tom Fazio and Greg Norman. Red Sky features the David Ledbetter Golf Academy, luxurious private club facilities, and a beautiful panoramic community. Experience Red Sky Ranch and Golf Club this summer. To learn more about Vail Valley, Colorado's premier golf community, visit redskygolfclub.com.
Introducing an exciting new DVD series from Chuck Cook. Building the Perfect Game is a new 3-DVD series that includes a 2-disc set on building the perfect short game and the popular Building the Perfect Golf Swing DVD. Each DVD gives you the same instruction Chuck Cook used to coach Payne Stewart, Tom Kite, and Corey Pavin to their U.S. Open victories. This great series is available for only $39.95 at hitgolf.com or call us at 800-756-3665 to order now.
Stay tuned to Golf Life for tips from Jim Furyk.
My daddy is a salesman. How much money he makes depends on how much he sells. Last year he worked really hard, but he didn't make a lot of money. So my mommy gave him this thing called salesgenie.com. This year he spends a lot more time with me, and he is making a lot more money. Puppies! Puppies!
If you're in sales, get 100 free sales leads from salesgenie.com.
A lot
lot can happen in 2 years, especially if you take advantage of the United States Army's 2-year-plus training service option. 2 years to become stronger than you ever imagined you could be. 2 years to discover what you're really made of and how far you can go. You can have it all. Adventure, the chance to give something back to your country, the kind of training that truly prepares you for the future, and incentives up to $50,000. Call 1-800-628-ARMY now to find your nearest recruiter. Find out how you can become Army Strong.
This episode of Golf Life is brought to you in part by the Red Eye Laser Line Putter. Add laser accuracy to your game by visiting redeyegolf.com. And by expertinsight.com, featuring short game golf with Jim Furyk and Fred Funk. Get inside the mind of the experts at expertinsight.com. Now, some expert insight into the short game from the #2 player in the world, Jim Furyk.
Let's see. We're on some nice fringe again, a little over 30 feet out, uphill, and the green breaks very gently by the flag from right to left. The first thing to decide on a shot like this is, do I putt or do I chip? I'm going to chip with my 8-iron. I chose the 8-iron because if I land the ball just over the fringe, it should be the perfect club to roll the ball pin high. On tour, I do putt a lot from the fringe. Putting from the fringe is much easier to get the correct speed and get the ball closer to the hole. When you chip the ball, you eliminate the chance of getting a bad hop off the fringe, but it's much harder to control your distance when you pitch. If you're just looking to get it close, the percentage shot is to putt from here. Since this shot is short and uphill, I should be able to control the speed easily. So, I'm going to be aggressive and try to hold this shot with a chip. If it were longer or downhill, I'd putt every time. I set up with the ball inside my back foot. My club face is square, and my hands are slightly in front of the ball. Those three things in combination are going to make the ball roll after it lands. Oh, jeez. Oh, that was close. Thought I had you.
To learn more from Jim Furyk and Fred Funk, visit expertinsight.com to pick up a copy of Short Game Golf. And now, Golf Life's Erica Webster reviews the new line of wedges from F2 Golf. Erica Webster's clothing is provided by Leisure. Unique, stylish, quality-driven sportswear that transcends all aspects of a woman's lifestyle. Find out more at leisuresstyle.com. Here's Erica.
Today on the Golf Tips Magazine product review, we're taking a look at F2 Golf. Now, some of you may have heard of this company because of their face-forward technology sand wedge. As you can see, this wedge is a new design in that it's set the hosel back behind the leading edge in the face of the club, which should make this very easy to hit out of long grass and especially out of bunkers. They've had so much success that they've actually created an entire club line, which includes this nice set of wedges from 52, 56, and 60 degree. It's always a good idea to visit a PGA professional, and they can help you decide which of these would be necessary for you. The 52 is actually between your standard pitching wedge and your sand wedge and can help fill that gap if you've got a large gap there and need something that goes maybe 80 to 100 yards. The 60 degree wedge is great if you're in a lot of situations where you have to hit it up over bunkers to short pins or over ponds or things like that. That's a great club to have in your bag. So if you're going to have one, probably makes sense to have all three of them since they all function the same. If you're interested in finding out more, you can check them out on f2golf.com.
Coming up next, Ben Crenshaw shares putting secrets to improve your game. Please stay tuned.
Well, he's been chipping at that wheel for over 15 years. That's nearly the entire time that I've been with InventHelp. Now it's my turn to tell you exactly why you should trust InventHelp with your idea or invention. Here are some facts. We have over 50 offices in major cities nationwide. We submit your idea to companies for potential review. Through our low-cost patent referral program, 10,000 of our clients have received patents. We hold IMPEX, the largest invention trade show in the country. you can trust a company that's been working with inventions for over 20 years.
Everybody knows the caveman. They know InventHelp is the company to come to.
I like to think we know what we're doing. We've been around for a long time. The bottom line is we're there to help. When I shake the inventor's hand, it's trust.
And now you know the facts. Don't you think it's time to call? Oh, and if you don't see my friend here, you know you're not calling InventHelp. So make sure to give us a call today.
Mediacom and the Quad City International Airport are teaming up to provide you with current local flight information. Just tune in to Mediacom Main Street Channel 72 from 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. every half hour to view the airport's flight tracker for all arrival and departing times. Information made easy by just a touch of a button. For more flight information, visit www.qcairport.com. Mediacom and the Quad City International Airport teaming up with technology to make travel easier for you.
Golf Life is brought to you by Superstroke, the grip used to win the AT&T National at Congressional Country Club. Get your own Superstroke grip system today at superstrokegrip.com. And by Golf Tips Magazine, the only pure golf publication in the game. Every page is about golf. Pick up a copy on newsstands or visit golftipsmag.com to have it delivered in your mail. Now, one of golf's greatest putters shares his theories on using the flat stick. Here's Ben Crenshaw.
Putting is fingers and hands and eyes and imagination. Knowing what your backstroke and follow through will do and how to get it up there in the right way. But 9 times out of 10, I think most people just grab the club too tightly. If they'll back off their grip pressure just a little bit, what it does, it makes the putter head feel heavier and therefore it swings more. The tighter you hold the club, the less apt that putter head will swing. So it should be held as a delicate instrument. And because you're doing delicate work. Right. Anything works in putting. You have to be yourself to putt. Right. I think Harvey Pinnock made the best statement I ever heard. He said, never try to look like anyone else when you're putting. I always thought that was interesting because, you know, you'll see a successful technique and then you'll want to try that. There's fine putters in the world. They always seem like the ball's just getting around the cup. You know, they're not going way past or way short. So, but what that is a trust in their ability. They're not worried about style or technique. And the thing is, there's no substitute for hitting the ball solidly and staying down through it. But, you know, most people can get over it. It's just stand over the ball naturally. So be natural, be yourself, but the pace of a putt is most often more important than the line. Try for pace. Pace is vital. Vital.
And now, Golf Tips Magazine's senior instruction editor, Rick Sessinghouse, schools us taking dead aim.
Hi, my name is Rick Sessinghouse, senior instruction editor for Golf Tips Magazine. Today I want to talk about a pre-shot routine. I work with a lot of clients on the mental part of the game, and I think the pre-shot routine is something that everybody can implement right now to play better golf. The goal of a pre-shot routine is to be mentally, emotionally, and physically ready to hit your golf shot. So let's talk about those steps. First off, mentally, you want to be focusing on the correct things. In this case, you want to know where you want to go, not where you don't want to go. So I have some water in front of me. You now have to make a decision that you are confident with, that you can pull the shot off under pressure over the hazard. So the next part of a routine is I need to make a decision. Well, we need to look at the environment around us. We need to look for what the yardage is. We need to see if there's any wind. And we need to see ultimately where we want to go. Well, in this case, I'm 162 yards with a little bit of crosswind. I'm going to be picking a 7-iron. The next step, though, is you've made a decision. You need to rehearse that decision so you now feel the shot. That way, it will boost your confidence because you've already rehearsed it before you've done it. So I'm going to take my 7-iron, and for me, it's a full 7-iron. So I go to the side of the ball, and now I duplicate exactly what I want to accomplish in it. So now I have seen my shot where I want it to go. I have now felt the shot, and now I'm ready to execute the shot. Most people on the last part of it get a little bit, say, doubtful that they can pull it off. So we want to be confident and we want to be committed to our golf shot. So now you want to get yourself physically ready to go. So often my clients are very tense and tight before they're hitting golf shots, and that's going to be a problem. We need to be relaxed and calm to hit the best golf shot possible. So in this case, I use breathing to help me calm my nerves and get my body in the ready position. So when we put all three parts together, we have the mental, emotional, physical. It basically can be broken down to see it, feel it, and trust it. I start from back here, see my target line. Practice swing is feel it, and then finally, trust it. I know you're going to play some better golf with the proper pre-shot routine. For more great tips, pick up the latest issue of Golf Tips magazine or visit us at golftipsmag.com.
Golf Life is brought to you in part by Leisure. Unique, stylish, quality-driven sportswear that transcends all aspects of a woman's lifestyle. Find out more at leisuresstyle.com. If you enjoy watching video on your computer, visit Golf's original online video channel, golflife.net. You'll find tips from top instructors, tours of great golf courses, and equipment reviews at golflife.net. For Erica Webster, I'm Steve Lee. Look for Golf Life next week on this same channel.
As the number of overweight children in the U.S. tripled over the last 40 years, and with 70% of these children at risk to become obese as adults, developing a healthy lifestyle at a young age is extremely important. The Chicago Bulls are doing their part to combat obesity in Chicago's youth by creating the Energize Bulls Fitness Program. This innovative program promotes healthy nutritional habits and fitness exercises through Hop Sport, a unique interactive multimedia platform. For more information and to join the Bulls in this fight, please call 312-455-4000.
As dinner time approaches and you're deciding what to have, visit your local Culver's and taste how much we care.
Midwest Classic Golf is a Sutton Sports production.
Tee it up for the cup. Life is hard when you're in the rough. Now tee it up with Midwest Classic Golf. You drive for show and you putt for dough and you play your fade and you let it roll straight up on the green and in the cup.
Midwest Classic Golf is brought to you by FootJoy. Titleist, the #1 ball in golf. The Wisconsin Department of Tourism. Life's so good. Destination Kohler, host of the 2007 Senior Open. Explore Minnesota Golf. And Cutter Buck, the leader in men's and women's golf apparel.
Tee it up for the cup. Life is hard when you're in the rough. Now tee it up with Midwest Classic Golf. You drive for show and you putt for dough and you play your fade and you let it roll straight up on the green and in the cup. Let's tee it up.
Absolutely gorgeous. Hi, everybody. I'm Tom Sutton, and welcome to another edition of Midwest Classic Golf. Glad you could be with us. If you've seen us before, you know that we tell the point of destination golfer, that's you, where to play, where to stay, where to have fun. And over the next 30 minutes, we have got a jam-packed, intensive golf show just for you. I happen to be on number 8 at the Wilds. That's in Prior Lake, and it's just about 20 minutes from downtown Minneapolis. And that's going to start us off, because you know what we're going to do today? We are going to explore Minnesota golf. And I mean explore Minnesota golf. Look where we're going to be at. When I say jam-packed, I mean just that. We're going to visit the Twin Cities and take a peek at 3 fantastic courses you need to play when you come here. Now, the Wilds at Prior Lake, it's beautiful. We'll take you on a virtual tour of that course. And while you're there at Prior Lake, you're also going to need to tee it up over at Stonebrook. Then the Midwest Classic Golf cameras are going to be rolling over at Prestwick. That's in Woodbury, just a few minutes outside of St. Paul. But hang on, we're just getting started. We can't forget all the great golf in the Brainerd area. there's Madden's featuring the Classic. Cragun's has Dutch's and Bobby's course. Two outstanding tracks we'll show you. Then Grandview Lodge, which features three great courses, the Pines, the Preserve, and Arnold Palmer's Deacon Lodge. Think we're through? Think again. We'll take you up to the Iron Range and show you the wilderness at Fortune Bay, one of my all-time favorites. This one visually just knocks your socks off. And then we're going to cap it all off at Giants Ridge, showing you their 36 holes at the Quarry and the Legend. Okay, that's the where to play part. Now the where to stay and where to have fun in the show is downtown Twin Cities. This is a happening place.
So if you want to extend your golf experience with other things to do, shopping, with Mall of America being in our market, the largest mall in the country, every store you could ever imagine is under that roof. Minnesota has more theaters per capita than any state, even New York, which surprises a lot of people. And then our fine dining, I think, is second to none. There's great ethnic dining, there's American fine dining, some of the best chefs in the world are here. So if you're looking to do a unique or different stay and play package and stay within an urban environment, I think, it's easy to navigate Minneapolis and St. Paul. We don't have the traffic that a lot of the other major markets do. So you can go from a downtown hotel room and be teeing it up within 30 minutes. And that's a unique destination.
I told you this was an exciting show. All that and more coming up on Midwest Classic Golf.
Wisconsin is proud home of the 2007 U.S. Senior Open at Whistling Straits. So don't just play through. Join us.
Trapper's Turn Golf Club in Wisconsin Dells features 27 holes of unparalleled championship play. A masterpiece continues in 2007. Visually exciting, challenging, and rewarding. Trapper's Turn is everything you can ask for and more. Play at the best while you stay at the best. Trapper's Turn and Kalahari Resort offer Wisconsin Dells' most exclusive golf getaways. Visit our website for details and check out unlimited play specials. Trapper's Turn, Wisconsin Dells.
Have you seen this face? His name is Jack, and he wants you to come out and play. And bring a friend, because the more the merrier at Potawatomi Bingo Casino. Whatever you do, don't call this game 21. Here, you treat it with respect. It's blackjack, and it's all about having a good time. Because all work and no play makes Jack a very dull boy. Potawatomi Bingo Casino. This is about to get interesting.
Looking to play a classic this summer? Come to House on the Rock Resort in Spring Green, Wisconsin. 27 holes carved out of the natural beauty of the Northwoods, giving it a 4.5-star rating by Golf Digest. Two great masters combined on this one. Robert Trent Jones Sr. in the opening 18, then two-time U.S. Open winner Andy North in the finishing 9.
It's the 9 holes that people enjoy playing. I wanted to challenge them mentally playing that 9 holes.
Overnight package is available at House on the Rock, Spring Green, Wisconsin. Legendary golf, breathtaking views. Welcome back to the show. I am at the Wilds. It's in Prior Lake. I'm on hole number 7, and I'm going to play it back at about 174 yards. And take a look what I have to do. It is all carry, a little bit into the wind. This is a par 3. It's a lot of fun. I'm going to take this shot, and then I'm going to tell you more about some of the great golf like the Wilds here that's really just right next to downtown Minneapolis and St. Paul. Got my club. Let's go. Okay, that was the best shot I could do on that hole. All right, now let's talk great golf in the Twin Cities area. All right, we got great golf. We've got shopping. We've got also entertainment. This is going to be a lot of fun. First stop is going to be at Prestwick. Now, that is in Woodbury. It's only minutes from downtown St. Paul, and what an absolutely phenomenal golf course. When you come to Prestwick, it's like having your own country club. It is that good. From the tips, 6,700 yards, but very, very playable.
We have 4 different sets of tees, and the golf course sets out in front of you. So there are no trick shots. You see what you get, which makes it a lot more fun. Also with our GPS, it helps them on every single shot, knowing what's in front of them, how far to go, helps to the enjoyment of the experience of the game.
Prestwick also features Axel's Restaurant. Now, this is a complete package.
We expanded our clubhouse. We doubled the size, and we partnered with a local group that is very successful with their restaurants. So they came in with their ideas, their proven methods, and they're running their business, Axel's Restaurant, out of our clubhouse. It's a beautiful setting. We have a beautiful wraparound deck overlooking 18th green, so you can come in and enjoy a nice meal, some cocktails, beverages when you're done. It's a great experience.
On our next stop, let's head to Shakopee and Stonebrook. This is a 4.5-star rated course, minutes from Mall of America. Yeah, you get the idea. This is a great play.
The great part about Stonebrook is the uniqueness, the elevation changes, I think the greens make the golf course. Just the undulation, the challenges of all the pins. You definitely want to be below the pins. Our golf course superintendent, Dwayne Slaughter, has the course in fantastic position. The greens are perfect right now. So if you get a chance to come just south of the metro to Shakopee, give us a chance.
All right. Hey, here's something unique. You hit a tee shot on number 8. Then you take a ferry across the water to the fairway to find your tee shot. Cool.
It's right on Lake O'Dowd. After you successfully conquer our water, about 180 yards, Kerry, you get on our pontoon, which carries you across the Lake O'Dowd with our staff member out there, and provide beverages. You can order food on the boat, and it'll be ready for you at the turn, and away you go on to the next hole.
Our final day trip for destination golfers coming to the Twin Cities is right back here at the Wilds. Tom Weiskopf and Jay Morrish designed this test, and you better bring your A game. Over 7,100 yards from the tips, and it has something for everyone.
Usually the home sites get the best possible land around the golf course, but this was unique to the fact that they built the golf course first, put the lots around it, so you got the best possible course or land for a golf course. So we got bank grass greens, tee boxes, and fairways. We've got over half the holes have water that could come into play if you're not careful. But it really is a really miraculous golf course that I'm very proud of to be associated with.
We've got much more coming up right here on Midwest Classic Golf. We're going to go about 2 hours north of the Twin Cities up to the Brainerd area. Let's see, 3 resorts, 7 courses. I told you this was a jam-packed show. Wow, we've got it all coming up as we will continue to explore Minnesota. You know, this might be able to even make one of these.
Lion King debuted here in Minneapolis, not in New York, to give a sense of what some of these national touring acts do when they unveil a new production, because we're so theater friendly and theater smart.
Discover Devil's Head Resort. Deep in the heart of a beautiful glacier-formed nature preserve, you'll find a golfer's paradise. The breathtaking views from the elevated tees and greens throughout the course provide a panoramic backdrop for a wonderful golf experience. Isn't it time that you escaped the day-to-day pressures and visited Devil's Head Resort for a relaxing and rejuvenating getaway? You'll experience a vacation that's truly memorable.
Palmer, Player, Trevino, 3 of the greatest legends in the game. Care to make it a foursome? Then come to Geneva National. 54 holes of the finest golf in the Midwest, carved out of the rolling hillsides of Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. An easy drive from Chicago or Milwaukee. Whether you're looking for a course for the day or a club to call your home, Geneva National has it all. Great golf, great dining, great prices. Come to Geneva National. You'll have a legendary experience.
Have you discovered Wisconsin's golf treasure? Since 1982, Century World, located in central Wisconsin, has consistently been ranked in the top 100 public golf courses. This championship course is renowned for its signature flower hole. Century World just added an extensive 5,000 square foot pro shop featuring name brand apparel and equipment. Planning an event? Century World has banquet and meeting facilities. Challenge yourself on these links and discover why Century World is Wisconsin's golf treasure. Destination golfers, you need to explore Minnesota.
You need to explore the Brainerd Golf Trail, 300 holes on 18 courses, all within a 45-minute drive. Explore Minnesota.
Explore Minnesota. Explore the Quarry and the Legend of Giants Ridge, both ranked in the top 100 by Golf Digest. Explore the Wilderness at Fortune Bay.
Explore the Wilderness at Fortune Bay, rated the best new upscale public course in the U.S. Explore the Jewel.
Explore the Jewel, designed by Hale Irwin. It's all waiting for you.
Explore Minnesota Golf.
This is a classic tee shot. Got to go over the water, right through the area. It's not too bad. That's actually going to be playable. Welcome back. Hi, everybody. I'm Tom Sutton. You're watching Midwest Classic Golf, and I am doing my best impersonation of Lewis and Clark as I blaze a golfing path through the states of Minnesota. I am exploring Minnesota. I have already showed you what beautiful golf courses, such as the Wilds that I'm standing on right now, are just minutes from the downtown areas of both St. Paul and Minneapolis. But let's take our golf cart and drive about 2 hours north and head to the resort area of Brainerd. Ah, tons of golf. All you have to do, get yourself into the resort room, get a good night's sleep, get ready to play 18, 27, or 36 holes of great golf. Just have at it. Back to the tour we go. We head to Brainerd, about 2 hours north of the cities, and it's where they have 300 holes of championship golf on 18 sites, all within about 40 minutes. Is that fantastic? First stop is Madden and the Classic, and it's just that. This beauty is heavily wooded with a fantastic feel to it. A classic course for a classic resort.
Well, it's a beautiful golf course. It's cut right out of the trees. I think, you know, the land was perfect for a golf course. There's a lot of elevation change. There's water on 12 of the 18 holes. 3 or 4 of the holes work around a small lake called Bass Lake. And, you know, the bunkers have Ohio best sand in them. So the contrast of the green and the bright white and the water, and it's a spectacular golf course. From the back tees, it plays almost 7,200 yards. Up to the front tees are just over 5,000 yards. So really it can play for whatever your ability level. It's very playable. And one of the things about it, it's generous off the tee, but when you do hit it offline, you can find your golf ball.
So you can come to Madden's and you can do everything. You can do it all. We've got something for everyone, or you can come and do absolutely nothing. We've got a lot of great spots to just sit and read a book, sit and look at the lake, just sit and do nothing. We have tennis, croquet, lawn bowling, horseshoes, badminton. We have a water ski school. We have miles of hiking and biking trails. We have our new Panache Spa. We have 3 sand beaches, 5 swimming pools. Really something for everyone.
Just a driver and a 9-iron down the road is Cragen's, home to the legacy courses, 2 championship 18s, Dutches and Bobbies. Which is best? Well, don't ask me. I love them both.
Dutchess is more of the challenging one, and it's more of a kind of a target course where you have to, so risk-reward, where you have to choose the correct club selection, basically off the tee in order to get a good score.
And Bobby's?
Bobby's more of a wide open, and for kind of more of the average, normal golfer that would like to come out and have some fun, it's a great course to start on. You see more animals and wildlife than you do people in their backyards and houses, which is great. I mean, kind of get away from the city life and everything up here, so it's good. You can't go wrong with getting a bad course up here.
Rounding out the trifecta of great golf is Grandview Resort. They have 3 courses to choose from. The original Pines, this is the one that really started big-time golf in the area. And then comes the Preserve, followed by Deacon's Lodge. That's an Arnold Palmer design.
We have a unique overall property here with 3 distinctly different golf courses. We have the Pines, which is 27 holes, more of a classic style, cut through the woods, a lot of tree line, things like that. We have the Preserve, which is 18 holes, which is oftentimes considered probably our most fun golf course. Bent grass tees and fairways, a lot of elevated tees. We have 12 to 14 elevated tees on that golf course, and 18 holes. You can see that adds to the playability of that golf course. And then, of course, Deacon's Lodge, Arnold Palmer designed, very unique property, large, about 500 acres. You only have 18 holes on 500 acres. You don't see land used like that too often. So it's just a beautiful golf course also. We have a spa, which is fantastic. Amazing Aveda destination spa. And then our lodging is probably second to none. We have units that are made for the golf package groups, pool tables, poker tables, things like that, right in the unit. So, and then obviously we have some fantastic dining with 5 different dinner outlets in the evening.
Now, didn't I tell you the Brainerd area was fantastic for both resort living and golf? Coming up next, we're going to go just even a little bit further north as we go to Biwabik. And, oh, you are not going to believe the 3 golf courses I am going to show you. Visually, drop-dead fantastic. The golf site you're looking for is golf.exploreminnesota.com. It is a microsite dedicated to golf. Now, you can look for your courses geographically or by any other parameters that you would like to set when planning your vacation. You can also access all the courses' websites for their content, info, and directions. This is a great tool for planning your next Minnesota golf destination trip.
A special setting for a special occasion. Imagine your celebration with the backdrop of world-famous estates, lush greenery, crystal blue waters, and an immaculate yacht. Thank your customers, congratulate your employees, or entertain family and friends. From sit-down dinners and dancing to casual cocktails or wedding celebrations for 2 to 225 guests. It's more affordable than people imagine. Lake Geneva Cruise Line. Call and book today.
There is a place where champions play, where the spirit is tested, the soul is nourished, and the call of the wild has never seemed so civilized. The American Club Resort in Kohler, Wisconsin. There's no other place like it in America.
The Stockbridge-Muncie community of the Mohican Nation has what you need for your next vacation getaway. Recreation, lodging, events, culture. And by the way, we have gaming too. Escape to the North Woods for your next getaway. Escape and discover the many sides of the Mohican Nation. Visit us at Mohican.com for more information. We are the Mohican Nation.
Just minutes south of Kohler, Wisconsin, Jack Nicklaus put his signature on a golf course, the Bull. Awards? The Bull has won them all, including Golf Course of the Year, America's Best New Daily Fee Course, Top 10 New Course in America. But don't take my word for it.
The signature golf course is one that is pretty darn good.
7,300 yards of pure golfing pleasure. Stay and play packages with the area's top resort. Go to www.golfthebull for more information and put your signature on a scorecard at the Bull. I'm getting ready to take another tee shot here at the Wilds in Prior Lake, which is just outside of the Twin Cities. We are not done. We are now going to take you up to Biwabik. 3 courses that are fantastic visually. We're going to head up just a little bit north of Brainerd, as I told you, up to the Iron Range in Biwabik, and 3 golf courses that are so visually entertaining. Well, I need not say anything more. Just take a look. Just look at this course. 18 signature holes. Trust me on this one. Northwood pines framing the fairways. Beautiful sand bunkers. Strategically placed outcroppings of rocks. No wonder this baby was voted #1 best new upscale public course in '05.
Golf Week named us in the top 40 best new resorts. Golf Travel and Leisure named us in the top 30 best new resorts and golf courses. We won the National Golf Foundation's Customer Satisfaction Award. Golf Magazine back in 2005 named us in the top 10 best you can play. I think the golf course is something special. You know, northern Minnesota offers some great golf, and people don't see it. You can't see this type of property within the city. Between our lodge, going to have 60 more rooms next year, so that'll be 175 rooms in inventory. You have the lodge at Giants Ridge. You have the casino here. I mean, a beautiful restaurant clubhouse here on site. I mean, it's a great destination. You can play 3 great golf courses in 2 days and just have a great trip.
Now we come to the end of our tour, Giants Ridge. Did I save the best for last? Well, you tell me. They say a picture is worth 1,000 words, so I'll just be quiet for a few seconds and you take a look.
Legend course, our original course, is what you think of as a true Northwoods course. It's adjacent to the Superior National Forest, so it's lined with very mature pine trees, lakes, a lot of exposed rock that were uncovered during construction. Beautiful setting. Then the quarry course is a different feel. It was a reworked mine site. It was a sand quarry originally, and the architect did a great job in preserving some of the land's history and keeping that rough industrial feel. So two very different courses, but they each are very unique. So there are some spectacular views off some tee boxes, and we always like to tell people it's much more visually intimidating than it actually plays. The back set of tees is a very difficult set of tee boxes, but the majority of our players play the regular sets of tees, and those are very playable. As a matter of fact, we have a lot of people say how playable those sets of tees are and how surprised they are.
You want an intimidating shot? Here's one for you. About 139 yards, root hog or die when you go to this pin placement. It's in the back. It's probably going to play 2 clubs longer. You got to carry it all the way. This is the quarry, and this is what Giants Ridge will give to you.
With our 2 courses, absolutely, and the other courses around northern Minnesota, there's a great opportunity for people to spend a week or 2 playing golf up in the northern half of the state and play some really challenging courses.
Didn't I tell you that was fantastic? People asked me what I thought of the 3 courses up there. I told them I literally had to play them twice. The first time just to slow my heart down because it was so much fun. You will enjoy it also. I'm going to be coming back with a few closing thoughts, and I'm going to try to entice you even more to come up here and explore Minnesota because, as you've seen, they have fantastic golf, and once you're here, you're going to be coming back every year. More coming up on Midwest Classic Golf. Golfers get free green fees or discounts up to 50% off at 3- and 4-star courses in Wisconsin, Illinois, Michigan, and Minnesota. The Midwest Classic Golf Tours golf packages features over 300 of the best golf courses in the Midwest. Packages starting at $40. Play during peak season and weekends and play the best golf courses for less. For a free brochure, call Midwest Golf Marketing at 262-966-3561 or online at www.midwestgolfmarketing.com.
Chicagoland Golf gave Oak Grove Golf Course a 5-star rating. Are you curious why? How about 18 holes of manicured perfection, nestled in and around mature oak trees for the challenge of your life? How about location? Oak Grove is only minutes away from Lake Geneva, Wisconsin, your summer playground. How about price? Oak Grove is the best buy in the Midwest, period. Oak Grove Golf Course, a public course extraordinaire, yet affordable. Call today and check out their website. But whatever you do, play Oak Grove Golf Course. You're going to love it.
Hi, I'm Tom Sutton. I'll get you back to all the action on Midwest Classic Golf. But first, a question. Do you have a golf course or a resort that you would like to be showcased right here on Classic Golf? Or maybe you're an advertiser that would like to get your message out to our potential audience of over 40 million households. Do me a favor, contact us via our website or call the number you see on the screen. We reach a great audience of point of destination golfers that are always looking for a new challenge or something that's going to help their game. Call us today to let us know how we can help you. Located in the resort town of Green Lake, Wisconsin are the golf courses of Lasonia. When you play these championship tracks, you get the best of the past and the best of today. The Links, which replicates Scottish and English design, is one of the most celebrated and challenging courses in the Midwest. In stunning contrast is the Woodlands 18, fairways guarded by the Wisconsin Northwoods. Add in dramatic elevation and breathtaking lakeshore panoramas, and you know why the courses at Lasonia were named the best you can play by Golf Digest. The courses at Lasonia await your pleasure. Squirrel in just a little bit. Having a little bit of difficulty with my putting these days. Listen, I hope you've been writing down some of these great courses that you can come up here and play when you come to explore Minnesota. They have it all for you. As I said, there are great, great courses real close to the Twin Cities, both St. Paul and Minneapolis. You can go up to Brainerd, you can go up to Pewabic, but the bottom line is when you come to Minnesota and play golf, they have it all.
You know, Golf Digest, if anyone believes what they write, and I tend to, rated Minnesota one of the top 10 golfing values in the country last year. And we were the only statewide recognition. And if you look at the variety of accommodations from, you know, wonderful branded hotels to boutiques, you can get a great value with your stay and play package here.
Do you want to stay and party in the Twin Cities? Come on over, but do not forget your golf clubs. this is a great weekend waiting to happen. You can tee it up during the day and then get your party on during the night.
5-star, Zagat-rated, fine quality restaurants. I can tick off dozens just in downtown Minneapolis.
Want it resort style? Got you covered. Head to Brainerd, stay at Madden's, Cragen's, or Grandview Lodge. Indulge yourself on great golf and fantastic resort-style living. Looking for something totally unique? Well, then you might want to head up a little farther north to Pewabic. Golf, gambling, kickback resort fun, and fantastic packages. It's all waiting for you. What an absolutely great treat it was for me to be able to come here to Minnesota and play all these great courses. They await you, and trust me, take it from me, when you come here, you will not be disappointed. The Midwest Classic Golf cameras will be rolling again next week, and we're going to be telling you why you cannot put away your clubs when the leaves turn color. Fall is absolutely the best. That's next week, right here on Midwest Classic Golf. One last look. Isn't that beautiful?
At Saturday's Swing Game, the first 1,000 fans get a free team photo. Plus, there's postgame fireworks. Sunday is U.S. Bank Family Fun Day and Optimus Youth Appreciation Day. Register to win airfare for two from the Quad City International Airport and AirTran Airways. Monday is Quad City Home Builders Night, sponsored by Countrywide Home Loans. And Tuesday is Kids Day.
Swing for the Quad Cities. It's all about big league fun.
When you need to mix it or fix it, don't risk it. Turn to the friendly experts at Heyman's Westside Ace Hardware. From painting to plumbing, electrical to pipe cutting, Westside Ace has everything to help you with those home repairs, including screens and window repairs, key duplication, and complete sharpening service. And a huge selection of nuts, bolts, and washers, sold in packages or individually. Heyman's Westside Ace, conveniently located at 4th and Division in Davenport. When you need it fixed.
The perfect topping for anything. Pizza and a movie with Papa John's and Mediacom Video on Demand. Order a fresh, hot Papa John's pizza, and you'll receive a coupon from Mediacom for a free video on demand. With Papa John's and Mediacom, you're guaranteed hot pizza and hot movie choices. Treat yourself to a Papa John's pizza, and we'll treat you to a Mediacom Video on Demand. Better ingredients, better pizza, better TV, better value.
The Golf Scene is brought to you by the Chicago District Golf Association, Golf Center Des Plaines, Harborside International, and Swan Lake Resort. Hi everyone, I'm Steve Cashel, welcoming you into another edition of The Golf Scene. We have a lot to do in this week's show, including a visit with the Executive Director from the Illinois PGA section, Michael Miller. We'll take you to Ireland, check in on a golf course at a castle known as Adair Manor. But our first stop is Plymouth, Indiana. We take a little tour of Swan Lake Resort. Surrounded by working farms in rural northern Indiana, Swan Lake Resort offers a peaceful, comfortable, and relaxing setting. With two 18-hole championship golf courses, 92 well-appointed rooms, a whirlpool spa, workout facility, and a new indoor and outdoor pool. Yes, Swan Lake Resort lets you decide how you want to spend your vacation.
Well, one of our most popular packages here are our stay and play packages, where our customers can come in and stay here, eat here, play here for a 2 or 3 day period. Most of those packages are custom, so you tell us how many rounds of golf you want to play each day. You make your own reservations for dinner, you make your own reservations for golf. You kind of create the package and we help you do that. We do some great corporate outings, and I don't care if it's 12 people or if it's 200 people. We can put together an outing package that lets you experience our golf and experience our fine dining here all in one shot, and also too, have a chance to corporately get together with either salespeople or customers and provide an atmosphere that's generally a one-on-one or a 200-on-1 event.
Not only does Swan Lake Resort excel in hosting golf outings, but it's also home to one of the great top golf academies in the Midwest.
I think one of the hidden gems at our resort is the United States Golf Academy, and that's probably what we're best known for. Although the last 2 or 3 years, the Academy has kind of overtaken itself a little bit and turned a corner as we probably are the leaders in golf technology in the Midwest, if not this part of the country, for sure. We offer some technology in our building right now that's not offered to the general public in most places, and yet we offer it to our students or offer it as a special package. The Putt Lab technology basically is an ultrasound system that measures your putter in 28 different parameters. It allows the instructor to make sure that you have the right length, lie, and loft of your putter, and also the stroke. It makes us much better as instructors to come in and basically tell someone basically what their stroke is currently doing, what it really needs to do, and what the difference is. The TrackMan system is basically a ball launch monitor. Some of you have heard of the launch monitors that are out in the market today, and while those are somewhat similar, this is far superior to that technology. This is actually a Doppler-based radar system that's going to track that golf ball from impact to landing. Titleist, for example, uses this technology to test their golf balls, and they use a $250,000 machine that they developed, and yet they quantify their results by using TrackMan. So it tells you this technology is pretty superior to what's out on the market. One of the unique features of the Academy is actually we have 5 full-length practice holes, 3 par 4s and 2 par 3s.